Chapter 24 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 24. The evidently increasing wealth of old Whitlaw was by no means overlooked by his careful son, who, notwithstanding the luxury and dignity in which he lived as the acknowledged favourite of his patron, had lately thought it worth his while occasionally to pay his compliments at Mount Etna. Neither was his childish attachment to his adoring Aunt Cleo altogether worn out. Whether it were that, strong as appearances seemed against it, our hero really had some slight mixture of vulgar human feelings at his heart, or that the effect was produced solely by the gratification which even poor Cleo's simple admiration afforded his vanity, it is certain that he always did say, "Where's Aunt Cleo?" within 5 minutes after he had seated himself on the fine horsehair sofa in his stepmother's grand keeping-room. To Cleo, the arrival of her Jonathan Jefferson was like sunshine after long rain, or rain after long sunshine, or any other most longed-for visitation. The entire aspect of Mount Etna was changed since first the Whitlaw family unpacked themselves and their plunder before the door of the little mansion. By gradual and regularly increasing growth, this very moderate-sized tenement was become a stately staring store with a substantial house attached to it. There certainly was not any individual in the family at all aware of the fact, though fact it was, that poor Cleo was in reality the mainspring of this prosperity. The niggers that Mrs. Whitlaw brought with her, as her marriage portion, certainly contributed to the rapid clearing of the ground, but it was Cleo's unwearied hands that converted into prime bacon the herds of well-fattened hogs fed on the corn which grew there. If it was the imperious Whitlaw himself who contrived to make such capital ready-money bargains for Havana cigars at New Orleans that he could undersell all at Natchez, it was Cleo who took care that there should be no crumbling or crushing among them till the very last of every successive batch was sold. It was Cleo who roasted the coffee better than ever coffee was roasted before, with which she supplied all the retail customers for many a mile round. For who would not walk a spell more to have coffee done fixed so slick as Cleo's? In a word, there was no part of Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw's extensive retail concern which did not benefit by the watchful eye, the active hand, and the unwearied patient industry of Cleo. In return she was lodged, fed, and clothed, and what, as Mrs. Whitlaw observed, could any human want more? As Jonathan Jefferson approached the paternal dwelling, he perceived his Aunt Cleo in the act of lugging out, with great difficulty, a vast tub of prime chewing tobacco, from amidst many other heavy concerns piled up beside the door. Some men, under such circumstances, might have stepped forward to help her, and he could easily have done by one slight effort what it cost her many to achieve. But young Whitlaw reasoned differently. He was himself exceedingly well dressed, and had perfectly the air of a man of first-rate Natchez fashion, whereas his Aunt Cleo really looked as if she had been hard at work since sunrise. So he turned off before her eyes, which were steadfastly fixed upon the chewing tobacco, had caught a glimpse of what they best loved to look upon, and skirting round a good-sized garden that spread before the whole front of the house, excepting the always-open store, he made good his entry through a covered porch to the north, which led into Mrs. Whitlaw's best parlour. The lady was occupied there in clear-starching some of her own particularly favourite caps and other finery, but the employment was redeemed from every appearance of degrading industry by the presence of 2 slaves. One of these, a young girl of 14, was endeavouring with all her heart and soul to content her lean and slippered liege lady by clapping, as it is technically called, a lace veil, the clearness and beauty of which altogether depended, as Mrs. Whitlaw said, upon the force and rapidity with which the nasty lazy nigger smut performed the operations, and "Quicker, harder, can't you, you beastly nigger idiot, you?" rang in the trembling girl's ears, as a prologue to the beating she knew she should get if she did not immediately display considerably more skill and strength than she possessed. The other slave was a little girl of about 8, who, while holding a basin of starch with nervous firmness between her 2 little hands, stood with her eyes anxiously fixed upon her sister, whose abortive efforts in the mystery of clear starching seemed so likely to bring her to sorrow and shame. "My, Jonathan Jefferson, is that you?" exclaimed the lady, changing her tone from scolding to coaxing, for, having no offspring of her own, Mrs. Whitlaw was exceedingly proud of her elegant stepson, and as he by no means overwhelmed her with his company, she always welcomed him in the most flattering manner imaginable. "Morning, mother," returned the young man. "Where's Aunt Cli?" We have already seen that Jonathan Jefferson knew perfectly well where Aunt Cli was, but the phrase was always understood to mean, bring her in directly. "Oh, for sure you shall see her in no time. Jericho, Bob, what a pretty waistcoat that is! Why should not my Mr. Whitlaw wear something like that now? I must say that considering I was an heiress, I do think Mr. Whitlaw should be a little more of the beau. Don't you think so, Jonathan Jefferson?" "Where's Aunt Cli?" reiterated our hero, without taking any notice either of the compliment or of the question. "Why can't you budge, you everlasting nigger, you, and fetch Miss Cli, instead of standing staring there as if you had never seen a white man before?" This was addressed to the younger of the 2 girls, who, carefully setting down the basin she held, darted out of the room, as if right glad of the errand that dismissed her. "Well now, Jonathan Jefferson, I hope you have got some news for me. I do live in the woods, I guess, if ever woman did. Is it true that Miss Mapleton is going to be married to Squire Dixon? Why, he is old enough to be her grandfather." "Where's Aunt Cli?" was the only answer this civil attempt at conversation received. "My, isn't a nigger a born fool, Jonathan Jefferson? Go, you black idiot, and tell your sister Venus she shall be flogged at sundown for not sending Miss Cli here, and go into the store yourself, you black beetle, and tell her who's here. That will bring her fast enough, Jonathan Jefferson. Leave go the veil, you clumsy beast. That must be done all over again. So there's 3 hours more clapping for your pretty white hands, Miss Lily." Here Mrs. Whitlaw laughed a little laugh peculiarly her own. "Mr. Whitlaw dined at the Eagle to–day, Jonathan Jefferson, but if they don't drink over common, he'll be back in a jiffy. There's fine junketings going on over at Steinmark's," continued the conversible lady. "Have you heard the news at Natchez?" "What news?" said the young man sulkily. "My, then you haven't heard it. Why, they do say that the chit of a girl that does all the work of the house, 'cause, as you well know, they won't afford themselves a single nigger, they do say that she is going to be married to a lord. Ay, Jonathan Jefferson, you may stare, sure enough. A creetur that I know has churned butter with her own hands like a right down born blackamoor. But Miss Cli says that for certain it is so." "Did the girl tell her so?" said our hero, colouring. "I don't know exactly for that, but there have been people unaccountable in the store, who all declare, Miss Cli says, that they know it for certain truth." "'Deed lies for all that," said young Whitlaw. "Have they been sitting brooding upon cuckoo's rotten eggs, and so hatched a lord?" "Oh, as for having the lord there, that's not the difficulty, for there is sure enough a most unaccountable beauty of a man, for I've seed him myself. But who'll go to believe, Jonathan Jefferson, that a girl that never had a nigger to wait upon her, but did slave's work herself, should be made a wife of by such a person as that? Believe it who will, I won't." "And pray where does this lord come from? 'Tis but rare one hears of any of the kind at New Orleans, and 'tis likely to be sure that one should be found out in the woods at Reichland." "Flam, cursed lying Flam. That's just your cuteness, Jonathan Jefferson. I was desperately tickled myself at the notion, and now I hear you, I see straight through it at once." At this moment the good Clio entered, and though she had for some time past been schooled into the necessity of not hugging and kissing her darling, her affectionate heart nevertheless found means of showing how greatly she loved him. "My boy, my darling boy!" she exclaimed, as she burst into the room, with her hands clasped firmly together, as if to prevent their following their natural impulse to enclose his neck. If he aren't more beautiful than ever, why, Jonathan, why for aren't you president already? Don't he look grand, Sister Whitlaw?" The youth condescended to smile at the raptures of his aunt, and even ventured to shake hands with her, a familiarity in which he rarely indulged since his residence at Paradise Plantation, except with very distinguished planters and their white sons and daughters. The unwonted kindness quite overset poor Clio, making her forget all the teaching she had received, and all the good resolutions to obey the sternest of injunctions never again to kiss her boy. She caught the hand he extended between both her own, and covered it with kisses, sobbing out as she did so, forgive me, my blessing this one time, only this one time. Did ever eyes behold such a beauty, hands and all?" "Don't be a fool, Aunt Cli," said the object of this tender love, "but step out for a spell with me into the garden. I want to talk to you." "God bless your dear tongue for saying it, Jonathan. But the store, darling, what will father say if the store's left? 'Tis unaccountable the custom we gets, Jonathan, and it must be minded." "Then let's sit down just where father smokes, in full sight of it, and if the folks come, why you must go, that's a fact, Aunt Cli. Well now," he continued, as soon as they had reached the smoking retreat of Whitlaw senior, which was situated in a corner of the garden that commanded a full view of the entrance to the store, as well as the approach to it, "well now, Aunt Cli, I want you to tell me what it is that foolish woman, that stepmother of mine, has got into her head about Lottie Steinmark being married to a lord. It's all stuff, isn't it, Aunt Cli?" "I thought you had clean forgot Lottie altogether, my darling," said Clio in a tone of anxiety. "Forget her? What do you mean? You don't fancy I care for the girl, do you? Not I, a copper, upon my soul. 'Twas only for the sake of hearing some of your country news that I asked." "That's right, then, Jonathan dear. Well then, I'll tell you all about it. You remember the eldest son, don't you, Jonathan? You must remember Fritz. Well, you know, he's been a good spell at Philadelphia, making, they do say, an accountable sight of money. Well, he made friends there with a lord, a real lord from over the sea, and so he brought him home to Reichland with him, and so he fell right down in love with Lottie. No wonder that, Jonathan, was it? And so they are to be married right away, and the worst of all is, that pretty Lottie is to go away over the sea, and I shall never see her sweet face again." "So then it's true, is it?" "Yes, Jonathan, quite true, and I should be joyful at her being made so grand, if it wasn't for the never seeing her again." "I wish I had the settling then, one and all," said young Whitlaw, muttering through his teeth. "What do you say, Jonathan dear?" inquired Clio innocently. "No matter, Aunt Clio. What's this lord like? Have you seen him?" "Yes, sure I have. They came, I don't know how many of them, and he along, to buy notions at our store, and one of the nigger girls told Sister Whitlaw, and she comed herself into the store to have a look at him, and that's what she don't do twice in a year. Howsomever, she said she was paid that time anyhow, for she said the young lord was a glory to look at." "What everlasting stuff you do talk, Aunt Cli!" cried the young man, rising from his seat. "What do you know about lords? Will he buy the gal a nigger to slave it for her? Beggarly set, the whole of 'em. I wouldn't give a levy a dozen for the best lords they're likely to pick up. A likely story. An oversea lord come to Louisiana and choose a wife from a house where there isn't a slave kept. I've no great faith in lords from foreign parts, but I expect they aren't altogether so mean as that neither." "Well now, Jonathan dear, I calculate you know better than I do about all things, so I dare say you are right, and we shall keep our pretty Lottie after all. What would I give, Jonathan, if you would make up your mind to marry her yourself?" "How your head does run upon marrying! But that's always the way with old maids." A short pause succeeded, which was broken by Jonathan saying, "How's the cash box, Aunt Cli? I must have some money, that's a fact. I'm going a journey to New Orleans, and I shall be stumped outright if father won't come down with a little of the ready." "To be sure he will, my darling. But you know, Jonathan, 'tis he's got the money, and he's away to the Eagle. But are thee going to New Orleans, Jonathan? What a sight you will know by time you're as old as me. And how many weeks will it be before you set out? Not till the fever time's over, mind that, Jonathan." "A fig for the fever, Aunt Cli. Business is business, and I'm off for New Orleans to morrow. So send one of your black varmint to the Eagle and tell the old one he's wanted." "But, Jonathan, maybe his dander will be up if we send after him that fashion, and there's no way to get at the dollars. Maybe, darling, you'd best be going over to the Eagle yourself, and he'll be proud, I'm thinking, to see you among all the people, looking so grand, like as you do, my beauty. I guess he'll never have the heart to refuse you if you ask then." Young Jonathan appeared to approve the suggestion, and customers approaching the store at the moment, the aunt and nephew parted. She bustled up to perform her wonted duty, and he striding off by a short cut across the grounds to make an experiment upon his father's heart and purse. He had just reached the limit of the Mount Etna land, and was in the act of stepping over the high zigzag fence which surrounded it, when Lotte Steinmark, Henrik, and the Baron Hochland appeared in sight. They were approaching the spot where he stood, and a mixed feeling of curiosity and insolence induced him to remain there till they came up, instead of crossing the road in the direction in which he was going. His intention at first was simply to give the party a good stare, but Lotte looked so very lovely as she drew near, that almost involuntarily he walked up to them, and touching his hat, said, "Good afternoon to you, Miss Lotte." The young Baron, from habitual good breeding, touched his hat in return, but Henrik, on whose arm his sister was leaning, hurried forward without taking any notice of the salutation. Lotte's beautiful colour deepened and mounted to her temples, but she bowed, though very slightly, and, without speaking, obeyed the impulse of her brother and walked on. Whitlaw stood immovable for several minutes, watching their progress, and then exclaimed in a sort of growling whisper, "Curses light upon them all! If I could but live to be revenged for their infernal insolence, I would be contented to die the hour after." A mocking-bird that was perched on a tree by the roadside caught the cadence of the curse and repeated it. Whitlaw seized a stone and aimed it at the bird, but it missed him. A passionate oath burst from his lips, and he pursued his way, but he soothed his spirit by a silent vow to this effect, that when he raised his hand to smite the Steinmark race, it should not be raised in vain. He then proceeded in search of his father, and having found him, contrived by some of the means he had long successfully practised to extract from him a portion of that hoarded wealth, the entire possession of which he looked forward to with equal confidence and impatience. Perhaps malignant fate sat by and smiled. But with this we have nothing to do at present. It is enough for us to know that, having concluded his business in a very satisfactory manner, Mr. Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw took a hasty leave of the ladies of the establishment, and mounting his horse, returned in excellent spirits to Paradise Plantation. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 25. At an early hour of the afternoon on the following day, the noble Tecumseh steamboat hove to beneath the bluff of Natchez, before the different ceremonies of wooding, getting bread, milk, eggs, butter, chickens, and turkeys aboard was completed. Whitlaw was seen gaily approaching the landing-place, followed by two of Colonel Dart's negroes carrying his baggage. A stunted juniper grows upon the top of the little grassy knoll that rises close behind the handsomely ranged cords of wood which stand ever ready for loading beside the wharf. Within the shelter and the shade of this low tree sat Juno. She silently watched the approach of Whitlaw to the water's edge, and when, after seeing his luggage in, he stepped on board himself, she rose to her feet as if her business were finished and she meant to depart. But some few minutes elapsed before the last stragglers arrived, and during this time the old woman lingered on the green hillside, mounting now and then by a step at a time, but taken backwards, with her eyes still fixed on the Tecumseh. At length the paddles began to play. A burst of black smoke covered the retreat of the hissing steam, now sent to do its duty, and the vast fabric glided away from the bank. Juno waved her bamboo in the air as if to bid it farewell. Then, turning away from the river, she slowly mounted the steep ascent that led to Natchez. While Whitlaw, in high spirits and resolving numberless schemes of profit and of pleasure, is borne gaily and rapidly along towards New Orleans, we must retrograde a little, in order to trace old Juno through a few of her recent manoeuvres, that we may be able to comprehend the event to which they ultimately led. It must be remembered that the scene at Colonel Dart's breakfast table, though recorded only in the last chapter, occurred the morning after Juno's first introduction to the reader, when her unexpected appearance at the door of Peggy's hut put a stop to the outrage about to be perpetrated on the unhappy Phoebe. A few hours only before her well-timed entrance there, she had arrived on the deck of a steamboat from New Orleans, which she had just visited on one of the wild intriguing schemes with which she perpetually amused herself and mystified her master. But upon this occasion, however, it must be confessed that feelings of good nature and kindness were blended with her master passion for trickery and influence. It may be necessary to remark that Juno's authority among her own race was by no means confined to her 500 comrades on Paradise Plantation. Her singular education and acquirements, together with her long residence at Orleans, and the station, the highest among slaves, that she so repeatedly held there, had made her known and reverenced throughout the whole black population. It was, moreover, well known among them that she was the progenitor of a white and beautiful free race in England, and this gave her a degree of importance in their eyes which added not a little to her extravagant assumption of dignity, while it certainly tended greatly to console her for all the sorrows and sufferings she had endured. Besides these traditional claims to respect, Juno, by some means or other, was always well furnished with money. She constantly lodged herself decently during her visits to New Orleans, and said nothing to contradict the idea which appeared to prevail among her old associates, that she had at length obtained her freedom. She had never found any difficulty, therefore, in keeping up an intercourse with several of the best informed of the coloured population, giving them to understand that it was of great importance to the well-being of the negroes in her own neighbourhood that all intelligence in any way connected with their race should be transmitted to her. The unchecked licence for wandering where, when, and how she chose, which had long been tacitly accorded either to her supernatural pretensions or to her useless age, enabled her to go and to stay as far and as long as she liked. And perhaps no one on the estate to which she belonged was more easily persuaded to believe that these wanderings were connected with the behests of some of her aerial acquaintance than Colonel Dart himself. On this point she did in truth fool him to the top of his bent, often finding her way to and from New Orleans, and then delivering to him in the shape of prophecy all that she picked up and was likely afterwards to reach him concerning any riots or evasions among the wretched multitude who groaned in chains within its precincts. It was in the good-natured hope of bringing together her young favourite Phoebe and the lover whose loss she so pathetically mourned, which had induced the old woman to make this last excursion to New Orleans. She had long ago determined to save her protégé from the hateful pursuit of Whitlaw, whenever it should appear necessary, by sending him off on a fool's errand in pursuit of news for his patron. But before she did this, she thought fit to pay a visit to Caesar, partly to ascertain whether he kept faith towards his early love as truly as poor Phoebe to him, and partly to arrange with him the best mode of setting to work for the purpose of effecting for him a change of masters. She found the poor fellow quite as attached and as constant as Phoebe described him to be, and ready on his part to do whatever his good angel Juno directed. Her orders were that he should give gradual indications of declining health and strength, which would beyond all doubt make his master anxious to part with him, the selling a sick slave being a favourite species of jockeyship among planters, and meanwhile it was her intention to inform her own master that his safety depended on the purchase of a certain sickly slave named Caesar, who, if once in his possession and settled on the property, would, for certain reasons that she was forbidden to mention, prevent any conspiracy from ever touching his life or property. all this was very cleverly arranged between the old woman and the young lover on the first day that she made her way into the factory where he was employed, and it is highly probable that her scheme would have answered completely had not the unfortunate young man, on the day following this visit, been detected in the act of teaching a brother slave to read. It was but for one short instant after this detection, and that a very dangerous one, that Juno found means of speaking to him. She had then uttered the words, "Run, Natchez way," a piece of advice which he speedily followed. His actual arrival in the forest, however, was for some time unknown to her, or she would probably have been able to afford him a shelter both more to his taste and more perfectly secure than the loft of Frederick Steinmark. Though thus sadly defeated in her project of bringing the lovers together as the property of one owner, she persevered in her resolution of sending Whitlaw off, little doubting that a short residence at New Orleans would cause him to forget the black beauty of Paradise Plantation. How well she succeeded in bringing this about, we have already seen. No sooner had his confidential clerk left him than Colonel Dart, more than ever terrified by the predictions of his sable prophetess, summoned 3 of the white overseers in whom he thought he could most confide, and promised to give each of them $1 a night provided they would undertake in turn to patrol the negro villages and the forest adjoining during the hours of darkness, and bring him tidings in the morning if any movement appeared among the black people. No sooner had Juno returned from the wharf at Natchez, which she had visited for the satisfaction of knowing with certainty that the confidential clerk had departed, than she heard of this precaution taken by the nervous colonel. It would, for very excellent reasons, have been extremely inconvenient to her had it been attended to in the manner he expected. But Juno, who knew the character and conscience of every man and woman on the estate considerably better than they did themselves, felt tolerably well assured that those trusted and chosen for the watch would content themselves with spreading the alarm, and draw but little upon their downy slumbers for the protection of the much less certain repose of Colonel Dart. The old woman, amongst many other general conclusions to which her keen observation had brought her, always took it for granted that a man's tenderness towards himself was in exact proportion to his deference towards others. When she remarked an overseer more careless than ordinary about the accommodation of the gang under his charge, she felt sure that he was particularly well surrounded with snug comforts at home. If he lightly ordered punishment, or looked on with apathy while it was inflicted, she was convinced that he was well furnished with precautions and consolations for all the aches and pains that flesh is heir to. But if it happened that she marked a fiendish pleasure gleam from the eye while watching the writhing of the victim under torture, then no shadow of doubt was left upon her mind that a species of self-worship, which guarded every avenue to pain and abandoned every sense to gratification, would be found the only religion, but that carried to fanaticism, which possessed the soul. It was in consequence of these observations and convictions which resulted from them that Juno felt persuaded there would be little to dread from the watchfulness of the person selected by Colonel Dart. Nevertheless, in case either of the trio might commission a wife or child to keep watch while he slept, she thought fit to use her influence with the poor Christian people who attended Edward Bligh's Sabbath night's prayer to prevent their assembling round him on the following Sunday. Having taken this precaution and lain in wait at the place of meeting in order to announce it to the young preacher, she returned to the lone hut she had been permitted to fabricate for her own especial use, and having carefully secured herself within it, raised the trap-door concealed beneath her bed, and gave liberty to Phoebe, who, for the greater part of every day since Whitlaw left her in the charge of Juno, had remained a prisoner in a subterraneous retreat, which, though wonderful both in size and accommodation, considering how and by whom it was made, nevertheless afforded but a sorry habitation for so long a period. Joyfully and gratefully, however, had Phoebe submitted to it, and when Juno announced that her imprisonment was at an end, her first impulse was not to rejoice in her recovered freedom, but to ask if there were no danger that it might throw her again into the power of Whitlaw. "No, no, dearie, no, no," replied the old woman, laughing heartily. The pretty youth is steaming away towards New Orleans, where, if my prayers are heard, he will be fleeced at a gaming table and shot in a brawl. But, at any rate, my little Phoebe, you are clear of him, and if, when he comes back, he should take the same fancy into his head again, why then old Juno will send him scudding off farther and wider still, or never believe her more." "And Caesar, Juno?" said Phoebe mournfully. "What can your skill do for him? Do you believe that he has taken your terrible advice and run away?" I hope so, girl. Terrible advice. Pretty gratitude that, isn't it now? Are you not ashamed, Phoebe, to speak to me so?" "My dear Juno, do not be mad with me for that. Day and night and day since you told me, what can I have been about, think you, but fancying how it was with him?" "Like enough, dear. I know what that means. I have had something of the sort myself, maybe, in the days that are gone. But look you, Phoebe, you must have trust in me. I won't tell you, as I do those idiot cowards at the house, that I and the dicky birds sit in council together as to what will come to pass. As to what will next come to pass. Ha, ha, ha! Isn't that glorious? Isn't it worth while to live a slave for 80 years and 10 for the joy of seeing the little colonel's face pucker, and his bits of eyes stare, and his black teeth chatter, when I hold up my old bamboo and talk gibberish? Ha, 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 ha! Oh, Phoebe, that's something." "No, Juno, no," replied Phoebe, "you will not talk such stuff to me. But if you know, alas, you cannot know anything about him." "No," said the old woman, musing. "In real truth, Phoebe, I sometimes can hardly tell what I know and what I do not. I don't want to bamboozle you, my dear child. God is my witness, any more than I would want to bamboozle my own brain. But I do think now and then that I know things that others don't." "And no wonder, Juno," replied the girl with great simplicity, "for while other folks work, you look about and listen, and that's the reason I expect that you know so much." Partly, Phoebe, but that's not quite all neither. I don't justly know myself how it is, but often and often when I see a thing or hear a thing, I don't stop short at knowing just what that tells me, but almost without thinking of it, on I go, judging what must be after, as if the spirits I tell of to scare the colonel were in honest truth teaching me something that nobody else knows." "That is very strange," replied Phoebe gravely. "Did you ever tell Master Edward that you had got such a fancy as that, Juno?" "Master Edward?" Juno shook her head. "Master Edward is too good for this wicked world, Phoebe, and very, very fit for a better. But he is not the man for explaining the meaning of fancies and wild thoughts. For you need not tell his pretty sister, you know, but I expect, Phoebe, that he has over many wild thoughts and fancies himself." "Oh, Juno, it is a sin to say so!" exclaimed Phoebe indignantly. "If saints did come on earth in these days, for certain sure he would be known for one of them. Why do you speak so, Juno? For no ill will, or misdoubting the goodness of him, but his eye is sometimes overbright, Phoebe, and then he is a trifle jealous, I guess, when he fancies that other folks know something he does not. But he is a good and holy man, my child," added Juno in a conciliatory tone, for Phoebe looked vexed and almost angry. "And don't think that I love you the less, girl, for being ready to quarrel with a new friend out of tender love and duty to an old one. And now as to Caesar and what I know of him. I know this much, and I'll just tell you as it comes, Phoebe, to show you how it is that my old brain works. I know he loves black Phoebe, for I looked in his eyes and all round about his mouth when he said it. I know that he listened to me as to a friend that could advise him in his need, for he never moved nor spoke. But when I had finished my short say, he bowed his head in a way that told me he would obey me. So Caesar has run away, and is now somewhere in the forest around Natchez, hiding by day and crawling out by night, to find out, if he can, Paradise Plantation and his Phoebe." "Do you really believe that he is so near us?" cried Phoebe, clasping her hands in ecstasy. "Oh, Juno, dear Juno, how can we manage to meet him?" "You have got some faith, then, in the old woman?" said the Sibyl, laughing. If you were white now, and a slaveholder, my girl, I would say to you, let me to the forest go, and listen to the winds that blow. What seems an idle breeze to thee would utter precious truth to me. Ha ha ha! Oh, Phoebe, it is such glory to see how a crippled old negro slave like me can make folks' hair stand on end by stuff like that. But as you, dearie, are a black girl, and neither wicked nor a fool, I will tell you just plainly what I will do, and why. Wherever Caesar is, he must lie hid by day. That we know over well, Phoebe. But wherever he is, be sure he will creep out by night, and be sure, too, it will be round and round, just without our cleared grounds he'll be hovering. For I told him the first time I spoke with him whereabouts we lay. Now he dare not come in, and you dare not go out. But I, thanks to my wrinkles and my rhymes, may go and come too, as I will. So you shall go home to your mother, and set her poor heart at rest, my good child, and I will prowl night by night in the forest with store of corn cakes in my pouch, for I guess, poor fellow, he must want food sadly, and I'll wager my brain against the Colonel's we shall have him here in 3 days. Phoebe looked very much as if, good Christian as she was, she could have fallen on her knees to do homage before the witch-like figure of Juno. But, checking the impulse, she contented herself by throwing her arms round the old woman and giving her a most cordial hug. "And may I go now, Juno? Broad daylight 'tis almost. May I go now, do you think, straight away and cross the grounds, and in front of 2 overseers' lodges, and away home to mother's without being stopped and questioned?" "And well, dearie, if you are stopped and questioned, where's the harm? They'll say maybe, whether black or white, 'Where do you come from?' and you shall tell no lie, my child. You shall just say, 'Those that locked me up have let me out,' and that's all. Now go, dearie." "But if you find him, Juno?" "Why, then I'll find you too, Phoebe. I may send a green bird after you. They are Juno's spirits, you know. Ha ha! Don't be afraid, my girl. When Caesar and I are together, you two shall not be long asunder." With this assurance Phoebe left her, with a heart as light as any girl's could be who was hoping for a speedy meeting with her lover, and yet fearing that it might cost him dear, or that it might never, never be at all. Juno's predictions respecting what was likely to befall her on her way were as literally verified as if they had indeed been uttered under the immediate inspiration of prophecy. About 1/4 mile from the sequestered nook in which the Sibyl's hut was sheltered, and just as she entered the first open field, she was met by Johnson, the fellow who attended Whitlaw at his last fearful visit. Her blood ran cold at the sight of him. "So, Miss Lily," he exclaimed, "here you are abroad again. Pray may I be so bold as to ask where you come from?" "Those that locked me up have let me out," responded Phoebe. He now laughed, snapped his fingers at her, and passed on, saying with a sneer, "You were in a terrible taking, you black smut. Much you had to fear, to be sure." Phoebe pressed her clasped hands upon her heart and thanked God. The same question and the same answer were repeated 3 times during her walk, but she reached her mother's hut in perfect safety, and the meeting that followed seemed to atone for all she had suffered. Peggy and the 2 little girls clung to her with such rapturous fondness that sorrow, slavery, insults, and stripes were all forgotten, and in the happiness of being reunited they forgot that they wanted any other. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 26. Having dismissed the guest, whose concealment had cost her much anxiety for several days past, Juno laid herself upon her bed of straw, determined after her first nap should be over to betake herself to the forest and wander about, with the noiseless step that was so peculiar to her, in the hope of coming across the path of Caesar. She did this for 2 nights in vain. but the third was more propitious, for scarcely had she got clear of the grounds before she descried the object of her search, though she had nothing but the starlight to help her, and he too was playing bo-peep from behind a mass of tangled bushes, with a movement as noiseless as her own. It really seemed to be an instinct that led the old woman to stop short before this identical bush, and which also made Caesar protrude his black knob and stare at her, instead of keeping close behind the covert. Few words sufficed to bring them to a clear understanding. Juno glided like a black ghost in and out through the thick underwood, and Caesar followed with as little noise and bustle as a shadow makes in leaping a 5-barred gate after its owner. When she had arrived within her citadel, and all access to it was duly bolted and barred, Juno asked her new guest if he were not dying of hunger, which supposition still haunted her, though the alertness of Caesar's motions had given such good demonstration that his powers of walking were not diminished, that she had not thought it necessary to stop and offer him the provender she carried till they were beneath the shelter of her roof. As a reply to this kind and hospitable question, Caesar produced from various parts of his dress about 3 pounds of very solid beefsteak, a jar full of cold hominy, half of a very respectable loaf, and a most comfortable little flask of whisky. "Oh, Caesar, Caesar!" cried the old woman in a voice of deep concern. "Has hunger brought you to this? What will our Phoebe say? She'd have died of starvation outright, Caesar, before she'd have demeaned herself to do such a deed." "Why, mother," replied Caesar, laughing heartily, and showing his magnificent teeth from ear to ear, "what do you think I have done? Walked into a public and helped myself without paying for it, I expect. But I mustn't be angry with you, 'cause you're Phoebe's best friend. However, I haven't been thieving, mother, and what's more, I'm hardly the least bit hungry, so if you are, eat away and welcome." A few minutes' conversation explained the mystery to Juno, and she was fain to confess that it was one quite beyond her guessing. "And this is the first time you have crept out, my poor lad? How weary you must be!" "The first time, mother, I expect not." Oh dear, oh dear! What would have become of me if I had never once stretched my poor legs since first I looked to skulking? No, no, mother, it has not been as bad as that with me neither, for I have walked about this here forest the best part of every night, and always contrived to be safe again in my loft before the good beyond sea gentlemen come to look for me." "But, Caesar, what for do you walk about in the woods with such a sight of provision? Why, you might walk all night and do nothing but eat, and yet have enough for breakfast in the morning." Caesar's gay spirit laughed aloud at the notion of his having provided such an occupation for himself during his nocturnal rambles, but the minute after he sighed and answered very sentimentally, "No, mother, it was not to be after eating beefsteaks every step I go that I left the gentleman's lumber loft. It was to be looking for my poor Phoebe, my beautiful Phoebe. Isn't she a beauty, mother? And didn't I ought to love her? No, no, I never stirred out one of the nights without carrying with me the next day's food that the good master always brought to me soon after it was dark. But I am afraid I am a fool, because I thought, mother, that if I found Phoebe, we might run off to the woods together, and that I might hide her, and leave her with a good supper, breakfast and dinner, you see, and then get back to my loft and come to her again next night." Juno looked at him very sternly as he explained this scheme to her, and then said, "You talk of loving Phoebe, you, Master Caesar? I'll tell you what, my lad, you're no more worthy of being Phoebe's lover than I am to be queen of the world. She run away into the woods and lie munching beefsteaks into a hole till you come back again to bring her more? Fie, 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 Master Caesar! If I'd fancied you'd been that sort of chap, you might have walked eastward beyond sunrise for me. I never would have stopped you." "Oh, mother, mother!" cried the poor fellow, wringing his hands, "don't be so cruel hard upon me. I never did, nor I never will do, anything unworthy of Phoebe. Don't I know her education? And don't I look upon her to be something higher and better than a poor black mortal like me? Only I am so in love, mother, you see, that I couldn't for the life of me keep nonsense out of my head." "Well, well," said Juno, considerably softened by this apology, "I must not quarrel with true love, I suppose, let it speak ever so wild, and to say truth, it don't very much matter, Master Caesar, how wild you speak, for Phoebe will just do what's right and nothing else, that you may pend upon." "And where is she all this time?" cried Caesar, bursting out into a sort of renewed ecstasy. "Where is she? When may I look upon her?" Juno opened the door of her hut and looked up at the bright stars. "It is past midnight," said she, "but there's time for me to go and come, I expect, before dangers awake. Our head devil's away to Orleans, Caesar, and that makes us bold. So if you will sit quiet in the corner and eat your own supper like an honest man, without stowing away any of it in the hopes to entice Phoebe into the woods, I'll go and bring her to you." "Go, mother, go," cried the delighted negro. "Oh, that ever I should live to see this hour." "You won't live, Master Caesar, to see many more if you make such outcries as that," said the old woman, preparing to depart. But stepping back, she added, "Now look you, my lad, this hut is off the grounds a good half-mile, and it belongs to me and nobody else, so 'tis but rarely in the broadest sunshine of midday that any eyes but my own look within it. For my count, that I am a witch, Caesar, but you are a Christian, and it is not a witch can scare you. Little danger, therefore, is there that human eyes, and those simple ones, should come to peep into it by night, and so I expect you're safe enough. But 'tis better sometimes to make sure. Surer, so you look here, Caesar." Juno approached her bed, and pushing it aside, lifted the trap door, and with a look and attitude sufficiently witch-like to have made some hearts stout enough on ordinary occasions tremble not a little, she pointed to the excavated chamber beneath. This hole, for it was little better, was curiously and very ingeniously ventilated by a sort of chimney that rose behind the hut to the level of the ground outside, but sufficiently surrounded by briars and brambles to escape 10,000 times more observation than was ever likely to fall upon it. This chimney permitted a light placed on a low stool near it to burn clearly, and by its aid the whole of the excavation was made visible. "Here's my witchcraft, Caesar," said Juno in a chuckling tone, in which triumph and fun were blended. "I have saved the lives of 6 runaways here already since I have been on the estate, and I may chance to save some more yet, spite of the confidential clerk. If you hear a noise, my lad, that does not begin like this," and Juno whistled through the hole in her bamboo, "then dip down here and pull the cord after you, and then you'll be as safe as the colonel himself, and perhaps a bit safer." Caesar looked at her and her masterly arrangement with astonishment, then grinned applause, nodded his head, and instantly dipped into the abyss before her eyes, proving that he both understood and could practise her instructions. Old Juno made her way to the hut of Peggy in about half the time that would have been allowed her by the most accomplished sporting eye in the world. In truth, this singular power of getting over the ground by a sort of complex movement which it would be impossible to describe, was by no means the least important support of her supernatural pretensions. A negro hut ever opens with a latch, for all intruders who could annoy the helpless inmates would find a way to achieve an entrance were the door fastened with bars as heavy as those in the gates of Ham. Juno found no difficulty, therefore, in approaching the bed where Phoebe and her mother slept. "Phoebe," said the old woman softly. "You have found him, Juno," exclaimed the poor girl, springing out of bed. "Mother, mother, wake! I am going to see Caesar." Peggy, who had worked hard and slept heavily, not having that restless fluttering at the heart which had kept Phoebe waking during nearly the whole of the last 2 nights, had some difficulty in fully understanding what was going forward. But when at length it was made clear to her that Caesar was actually concealed on or near Paradise Plantation, her anxiety clearly proved that she'd already considered him a very dear and precious son. "Oh, law!" exclaimed the poor soul in a real agony. "Juno, isn't this foolhardy boldness? Think of that dear creature Caesar in the hands of the dentile clerk. He'd better be in the hands of the devil, Peggy, that's a fact, for maybe salvation might fetch him back there, but for certain sure mercy would never reach him in the clutches of that other and worse a demon. However, don't be after scaring the girl with such fancies, when I want to have her steady and reasonable beyond common. Caesar is as safe, I tell you, as the President. So come, Phoebe dear, never mind looking smart, girl, though that's all in nature, but we have no more than time enough. Come along." "And mayn't I see dear Caesar too, Juno?" said the affectionate Peggy, very piteously. "And Becky too, and Sally, I suppose," replied old Juno crossly. "No, you can't, Peggy. One ought to be 3 witches in one to carry off such jobs as you would put one on. Lie still and say nothing to nobody. Come along, Phoebe." In stealthy silence, and keeping cautiously distant from every building, the old woman and her agitated young companion gained at length the place of meeting. Juno stopped before the hut and whistled. In an instant the door flew open, and the weeping Phoebe was clasped in the arms of her lover. In, foolish children," cried their protecting genius. "It's well that the bullfrogs and the katydids can tell no tales. If true affection could suffice to make 2 creatures happy, though surrounded by danger and threatened with tortures and death, Caesar and Phoebe must have enjoyed the boon, for their attachment to each other was very strong, and for a few moments perhaps they tasted an unmixed joy. But there is something in the condition of a slave that, beyond every other marked by human misery, defies the power of hope to gild its future, and herein perhaps lies, though it sounds like a paradox, the secret of those light smiles and all that careless merriment of which we are told by those who would defend the abomination. It is only when it is possible that some change may alter our condition that we feel either anxious or hopeful about it. King David fasted and wept while his spirit was suspended between hope and fear, but when all was over, when all hope had fled, he arrayed himself and feasted. A Negro slave has no hope for the future. He therefore gives himself to the careless merriment of the present whenever it greets him, forgetful perhaps for the moment of the labour and the lash that awaits him with the morrow's sun, but as far removed in his laughter from any feeling that deserves the name of human happiness as the Morris dancer who cuts a caper on a mountebank stage. After the first few moments, during which nothing was remembered by either but that they were once more together, the sense of Caesar's danger came back to the mind of Phoebe, as she burst into tears. "Oh, Phoebe, Phoebe!" exclaimed the unhappy young man, "don't turn so very soon from joy to sorrow. Think what a dear blessing it is to look in one another's face. And don't cry, Phoebe, till we are forced to part. And how do they treat my pretty Phoebe? Tell me all, Phoebe," he repeated, while his voice trembled as he asked the question. "They don't give her the lash, Juno. Surely no master could order the lash to Phoebe." "No, my dear Caesar, I have escaped well as yet. Don't think of me, think only of yourself. Oh, Juno, dear, dear Juno, what is to become of him?" said Phoebe, vainly endeavouring to check her tears. "And that's what I must work my old brain to find out. 'Tis no easy job, that's a fact, children, but maybe I'll contrive something for him for all that. So wipe up your tears, dearie, and forget all about it for tonight." Another trembling half-hour was spent in asking and answering questions concerning their respective situations since they were torn asunder, and then the old woman interfered with the unwelcome tidings that they must part. The poor souls acknowledged it, declared that she was quite right, and that they would go directly, but still another and another word succeeded, till Juno lost all patience, and finally protested that they should never meet again in her hut if they lingered another moment. This threat produced the desired effect. Poor Phoebe impressed a hasty kiss on Caesar's forehead, and was out of sight in a moment. "And you have got to steal to your roost at Reichland," said the old woman, addressing the disconsolate lover, "and that before any of the German people are about. You might as safely march into Congress and say you won't be a slave. Just look eastward, Master Caesar, that's all. Just listen to the twittering of the birds. They are not such fools as you. They know their time if you don't, and they tell you as loud as they can speak that it's morning, 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 and that it will be broad daylight in less than an hour. and so to pay you for your kissing and your jabbering, you must slip down again into my strong box. There, take your provender with ye, and bide still till I call you." Infinitely too unhappy to discuss the possibility of his getting back to Reichland, and pretty nearly indifferent to what might next befall him, Caesar uttered not a word, but meekly obeying her commands, let himself down into the recess, which was speedily covered by the trapdoor. Another moment sufficed to replace the little bed in its usual position, and so proudly satisfied was Juno with the security of her guest, that she would probably have seen one of their taskmasters entering her dwelling with more of triumph and satisfaction than of alarm. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 27. With all her wild vagaries, old Juno was perfectly capable of forming a very just estimate of the value of such a friend as the one Caesar had found at Reichland, and not only prudently determined that his enforced absence should not be left unexplained, but moreover that if it were in the power of the old woman to do it, the kindness manifested should be wrought upon to become still further useful. In pursuance of this decision, she set off on the following morning to the house of Mr. Steinmark. Notwithstanding his wandering licence, she had never entered his premises before, and her shrewd and in some sort enlightened mind was powerfully struck by the novel aspect of the whole establishment. In spite of all the sufferings and hated degradation which the system of slavery had brought upon herself, and the misery she had witnessed from its effect on others, Juno had never yet imagined what human nature could be without it. As she entered the large farmyard, the first peculiarity that attracted her attention was the perfect order and neatness that reigned there. There was something, she hardly knew what, so totally unlike the general air that pervades a scene of labour where slaves are employed, that she seated herself on a block of wood beside the entrance, that she might contemplate it at leisure. Where, thought Juno, do they keep all the children? Maybe they don't hire breeding servants, and then I expect the little ones don't roll and tumble about with the other stock like ours. In truth, there is no feature more remarkable in a regular slave-peopled plantation or farm than the manner in which the children, the multiplication of this branch of produce being one of the most profitable speculations, are seen lying about in the homestead, some half, some wholly naked, all well fattened and fed, but hearing little more resemblance in attitude and action to the being made in God's own image than the young swine with whom they associate. "And how do they manage?" muttered the old woman, as with her chin resting on her bamboo, she continued her examination of the scene. "How do they manage to have all the fences so unaccountable trim, and even the very dunghill kept in handsome shape, and they without a nigger belonging to them?" From the still life, her eye was attracted to the widely open doors of a large barn opposite to her, in which were two German labourers thrashing out wheat. She regarded them steadily for several minutes, and then exclaimed aloud, "If that's the rate at which a hired white man works, no wonder the master of the land is wealthy. It would take 6 niggers to do the work of those two." "You're right there, mother," said an old German, whom Steinmark had brought with him from the fatherland, and who, at that moment, entered at the gate beside her. "I have watched negroes work for an hour together many a time since I have been in this country, and I never saw one yet who put out the strength of a man. But perhaps they might do better if they worked on their own account, or got profit or praise in any way as other folks do." Juno rose from her seat and looked at the man with an expression that on younger and more comely features would have been very touching, for it seemed to speak the sorrow and degradation of a whole race. "Happy, happy, happy are you," she said, in a low and plaintive voice, which showed that it was not her human temper, but her immortal soul, that was moved by the thoughts suggested. Do you kneel late and early to thank God for the especial grace to which you are born, or do you tremble lest his justice should make all even in the world to come? There lies the master's house, I expect, she added, pointing her bamboo towards a roof and chimneys that rose above a thick cluster of flowering shrubs to the left. The German nodded assent, but spoke not, for in truth he was puzzled by the singular tenor of her speech, and a spice of native superstition, joined to the very witch-like appearance of the old woman, gave him a sort of tremor as he listened to her, which disposed him to avoid further conversation. Proceeding in the direction indicated, and opening a neat low wicket that led from the farmyard, Juno soon found herself upon the widespread lawn in front of the portico. The windows of the sitting-room were as usual open, and nothing doubting but that so pleasant a room must be the abode of its master, she walked on and presented her singular figure before the eyes of a young trio, who were laughing and talking with much gaiety while examining a large map that lay on the table. This happy party consisted of Lottie, Henrik, and Baron Hochland. No other person was in the room, and they were indulging in the delicious hopes which a letter that had arrived the night before had opened to them, that they should ere long inhabit the land of their wishes and their birth. This letter was from the Baron Steinmark, and announced the death both of his wife and son by the smallpox. It stated with deep feeling the desolation of his bereaved condition, his son having naturally been the object of all his hopes, and concluded by imploring his brother to bring back his family to Westphalia, where his large and desolate castle should receive them, and thereby become once more a home of hope and comfort to himself. Frederick Steinmark had been deeply touched by the receipt of this letter, but, as it should seem, by the words of hope rather than of certainty uttered by the young people as they travelled exultingly over the map of Germany which lay on the table. It had not elicited from him, as yet, any promise to quit the prosperous domain he had created around him. So completely were the party occupied that neither of them either heard or saw the approach of Juno, and it was not till her strange figure was within the window that Lottie, who fronted it, looked up and saw her. An exclamation of surprise burst from her, but age and decrepitude were ever sure to propitiate kindness from Lottie, which the badge of oppression displayed by her dark skin rather tended to increase than diminish. "You look weary, my good woman. Sit down," was the fair girl's salutation to this battered remnant of humanity, and as she uttered it, she placed an easy chair for her. This gentle welcome completely changed the mood of the old woman. When she first heard their laughter and marked their fair young joyous faces, a bitter feeling of contrast arose, followed, however, by the thought that, despite her age, her colour, and her slavery, she too might be counted as something in creation, and something too as much out of the ordinary run of mortals as was the beautiful creature before whom she stood. This thought was followed with the determination to disturb a little the bright current of their young spirits, by astounding their imaginations with some of her mystical rhyming prophecies, and the assumption of more than mortal power. But Lottie's voice conjured the foul fiend out of her, and taking the offered seat, which was more welcome to her mind than to her body, she said, "Heaven reward you, fair and good, for your merciful kindness to an old slave. Are you the master's daughter?" "Yes, I am. If you mean the master of this house, I am Frederick Steinmark's daughter." "And may I see him, my pretty lady? I have real business for his ear, and no rambling nonsense of witchcraft, as perhaps you may think by looking at me." "My father," replied Lottie, "is in the fields, but we must not send you to look for him there, for you might wander far and miss him at last. Cannot you leave a message for him? I will repeat it very faithfully when he returns." Though the beauty and sweetness of Lottie had quite won old Juno's heart, which was moreover not insensible to the good-humoured aspect of her companions, she felt too deeply the importance of not confiding the secret of a runaway slave to any from whom it could be concealed, to venture any allusion to the real object of her visit. She therefore only said in reply that she thought the master would choose himself to hear what she had to say, and therefore she would rather seek him if she must walk an hour for it. "Run, Henrik, then," said Lottie, "and try to learn which way he is gone." The young man obeyed, and in a few minutes returned with both father and mother, whom he had met together returning to the house. "This is my father, good woman," said Lottie, stepping forward to meet him, and whispering in his ear that he must speak to the poor old negress himself, for that she would communicate her business to no one else. This information at once determined the kind-hearted German to break through his usual custom of appointing a deputy and seating himself beside her, and looking with much interest at her worn and singular figure, he said, in a voice that was indeed the father to that of Lottie, "What can I do for you, good woman?" "Speak to me where none other but yourself can hear," replied Juno, with a little touch of mysticism in her tone. "That can hardly be necessary, I think," replied Steinmark, somewhat suspicious from the tone that his visitor would prove an impostor. "There are none here but friends. What is it you want of me?" "Have you ever done a good deed," said the old woman, fixing her deep-set eyes upon him, "that might be a saving and a heavenly act if done in private, and yet might prove bloody and mischievous if witnessed?" The eyes of the whole party were fixed upon Juno as she spoke, and there was not one of them that did not share the suspicion which had at first occurred to Steinmark, that she intended to pass for a fortune-teller or negro sorceress, a profession not unfrequently adopted by those among the race who attain to an advanced age. It was therefore with considerable surprise that his family, who knew his uncompromising aversion to deception of every kind, saw Frederick Steinmark rise at the moment her look and manner betokened most mystery, and with a heightened colour and hurried step proceed towards the door, desiring the old woman to follow him. Having reached a place of safety, Steinmark, who, as may easily be divined, had guessed her errand, made her again sit down, and then once more requested to know her business. "The God of mercy will bless you for this and for the rest," said Juno, "and now I will tell you all. Caesar was not ungrateful, master. Negroes are never ungrateful. But Caesar loved one of his own poor race as dearly as a prince and a white man could love, and he knew Phoebe was not far off from here, and he wandered about by night till he found her, and that was yesterday, and the minutes flew over fast, and light was in the east before the poor young things had told each other one half their misery since parting, and so I sent her home, and I hid him closer and safer than you could do, master, with all your noble kindness. But Caesar is not ungrateful." Steinmark was probably not sorry to hear that his dangerous guest had found another asylum, but really anxious about the future destiny of the poor fellow, he inquired what he intended to do after the first heat of pursuit should be over. "It is there, master, that we must look again to you," replied Juno firmly, while she fixed her skilful and scrutinizing eyes on the benevolent countenance before her. "If you will help, he may be saved. If not, torture or death, or perhaps both, must be all that he can hope for." "I would do all I could," replied the noble German, "to help any fellow creature in such a strait, and your poor friend Caesar is a very fine fellow, and I would gladly serve him, even in a less necessity. But what can I do, my good woman? The laws of the state are explicit, severe, and most rigorously executed against all who aid and assist in the evasion or concealment of a slave. My being a foreigner by no means exempts me from the penalties these laws exact for such an offence. What then do you suppose I could do for him?" "I will tell you, sir," said Juno, "what you can do, and I will pray the God of mercy to give you grace to do it. You may purchase Caesar." "Purchase him, my good friend? You surely forget his situation. How can I deal for a slave of whose existence I am bound, for his own sake, to appear ignorant?" "No, master, no," replied Juno eagerly. "You are only bound to appear ignorant of that which you neither know nor ever shall know. You are ignorant of the place of his concealment. Say it and swear it, master, with a safe conscience, for so you are, and so you ever shall be. Swear this to Benjamin Franklin Ogilvy, owner of the paper factory on the banks of the river, 5 miles above New Orleans, and then offer him such a price for Caesar as shall tempt his avarice to the sacrifice of his revenge. Do this, and your wealth shall be blessed to the 100th generation of those who shall inherit it." There was something in the language of the old negress that surprised Steinmark and convinced him that it was no common person he had to deal with. Nevertheless, there was an apparent want of coherence in her scheme which led him strongly to suspect that whatever her mind might once have been, it was now unsettled. It was evident, however, that she was perfectly capable of comprehending what was said to her, and in the humane hope of turning her mind from a project that might harass her very painfully, and perhaps excite fallacious hopes in those for whom she seemed so deeply interested, he attempted to point out the impossibility of its success. "But do you not perceive," said he, "that I shall acknowledge that being acquainted with his retreat by making this proposal? How can I offer to purchase a slave if I do not know where to find him? Leave that to me, master. All I ask of you is to go or send or write to Benjamin Franklin Ogilvy, paper factory, Ciceroville, near New Orleans, and write or say this: Sir, you had a slave called Caesar. He ran away from you about 10 days ago. I will give you $1,000 for him, provided I can find him, as I understand he worked as a gardener in Kentucky, and I find difficulty in getting such a one as I require. At this moment I know not where he is, but I am assured that if I make the purchase he will have means of knowing it, and that after I have paid the money and received your receipt for it, together with all other documents necessary to prove that he is mine, I shall find him on the following morning at work in my garden. In case you should wish to know at whose recommendation it is I wish to make this expensive purchase, I beg to inform you that it is Colonel Dart, a gentleman of high standing, whose name is well known in New Orleans, to whom I owe the advantage of being likely to get a gardener to suit me. Will you write or say this, master?" The incoherence of the plan had certainly disappeared, but there was another feature in it quite as fatal to the mind of Steinmark, and he answered, "If I should consent to give $1,000 for the purchase of Caesar, I certainly would not accompany the offer with a falsehood." "Who is Colonel Dart? I know nothing of him." "But I do," replied Juno with a smile that seemed involuntary, for returning the earnestness of her manner, she said eagerly, "Should you receive such a recommendation from Colonel Dart, will you do it?" Frederick Steinmark was not naturally a very cautious man, but there was something in the appearance and manners of his visitor which inspired more surprise than confidence. But he was far from intending to abandon the hope she had suggested, that he might save poor Caesar. After meditating for a minute or two, instead of answering her question, he said, "Do you know anything of a person named Bligh?" "Do I know him? Do I know the apostle of our race? Do I know Edward Bligh? Yes, master, I know him, and I love and reverence him as the good only can be loved and reverenced. Will you do this thing at his bidding?" "I will," said Steinmark, without further hesitation. "If he requests it, and no falsehood mixes with the negotiation, I will give $1,000 to become the lawful master of Caesar." The joy and gratitude of poor old Juno were expressed in words and looks of such genuine and simple sincerity, that the feelings of Steinmark were now strongly awakened in her favour, and he reproached himself for the unworthy suspicions he had entertained of her motives and character. "What is your name, my good woman?" said he kindly. "Old Juno, master," she replied, rising from her chair and making the lowest curtsy her stiff knees would permit. "And old Juno will bless you with her latest breath. Well, Juno, I think we understand each other now, so let me take you back again to the sitting room. By the way, I see no occasion to preserve secrecy with my family any longer. When the safety of Caesar was concerned, I submitted to it, but as you tell me he is safe from all pursuit, there is nothing to be feared for him, and to tell you the truth, Juno, I am not fond of mysteries." "And I would to heaven, master," she replied, "that the same freedom of spirit, and that power which the white man has of doing his will openly, belonged to me as it does to you. Then old Juno would leave off her tricks, and never again try to seem other than the poor old cripple she is." "But it would not do, master. Juno would lose all her power of doing good." "Well, well, I suppose you know best, Juno, but I may tell them all, may I not, why you are here? Only let me go first." Do not let me hear you talk together of old Juno and her tricks. But you will stay to rest and to take some refreshment. Juno shook her head. You have given rest and refreshment to my spirit, master, and that was what I wanted. Farewell, and God reward you. As she spoke, she passed through a door that opened upon a field behind the house, and traversed it so rapidly that Steinmark's answering farewell was scarcely uttered in time to overtake her. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 28. Meanwhile, our hero arrived at New Orleans. There is always something splendid and attractive in the sight of a great city rising on the banks of a majestic river. The effect, indeed, is often delusive, giving an idea of general cheerfulness and prosperity which either belongs not to the scene at all, or only to a very limited portion of its population. In no instance, perhaps, is there more the case than at New Orleans. The noble levee, forming a barrier to one of earth's most powerful streams, the long line of shipping, bearing the colours of all the nations of the world, the busy market, the well-dressed crowd, the gay verandas, all speak of industry and wealth, but penetrate a very little beyond the surface. And where is the barren rock or desert moor that shows not a spectacle more cheering? Year after year, religion and philosophy have struck off the fetters from the emancipated slave in different quarters of the globe, but at New Orleans, every white man's object is to rivet them on his black brethren firmer and firmer still. This is the business of their lives. And what are their pleasures? To revel in the caresses of the race they scorn, and to rouse their dreamy idle souls to animation by the sordid stimulants of strong drink and gambling. And then, as if their own unholy deeds brought not sufficient punishment, nature sends forth the monster fever to stalk through the land, breathing avenging curses with his poisonous breath. Such is New Orleans. Yet to New Orleans Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw approached, with a heart swelling with anticipated pleasure, and a brain throbbing with projects for the gratification both of avarice and ambition. The aspiring nature of young Whitlaw might with truth be called an appetite that grew with what it fed on, for the firmer he felt himself in the good graces of Colonel Dart, and the higher his estimate became of the amount of his father's wealth, the more ardent was his wish to rise still higher on the wheel of fortune. As the young man stood on the stern gallery of the stately boat that bore him onward into the very centre of this extensive mart, from which station he was enabled to contemplate one by one every object after he had passed it, for not for worlds would Whitlaw have stood among the motley population at the bow, even to gratify his longing wish to see all and everything. It might be fairly doubted whether his confident hopes of gain at the gambling houses, or the glowing anticipations of unbounded licence of debauchery for his leisure hours, inspired the strongest feeling of triumphant happiness at his heart. Scarcely had the churning paddles ceased to play, when he sprang on shore, and securing a drag and a negro, he proceeded directly to Mrs. Bennet's celebrated boarding house, renowned for the best dinners and the most confiding indifference as to exits and entrances of any house in the town. He was fortunate enough to find a room vacant at this favourite rendezvous of freedom and fashion, and having by dint of persuading Mrs. Bennet that he should certainly stay 3 times as long as he intended to do, prevailed upon her to remit $1 a week in her usual charge. He established himself at once, adorned himself with the most chosen embellishments of Natchez, and sallied forth in search of adventure. Whitlaw was an excellent billiard player, and even amidst the rural, or at least suburban retreats of Natchez under Hill, had already learned how very easy it was, with a skilful hand and a crafty brain, to make pleasure and profit unite in rewarding the hours and years of practice he had devoted to this game. He first directed his steps to a well-known table close to the French Theatre, and, as was usual with him on such occasions, assumed a look of simple curiosity, as if the scene were very new and very strange to him. The table was occupied by two men who appeared very unequally matched, the one being a dashing neck-or-nothing and seeming lucky player, and the other a quiet, deliberate, but very clumsy performer. Considerable amusement was produced among the bystanders, who were numerous, by the contrast both between the play and the demeanour of the opponents. "Now for it, my fine fellow," cried the successful player, who was evidently of the half-horse, half-alligator breed of fair Kentucky. "Now then, I'll go the whole hog with you. I'll make 8 of this stroke, and that's a shame, for it's 2 more than I want." He made the stroke and marked 4 for it. "Then I've got another squeak for it before I'm right down stumped," cried the losing player in a small voice, in which a little hope seemed to struggle against a great deal of despair. "Please, gentlemen, don't touch my elbow. I expect that's not the way to give me fair play, and who knows but I may do something better at last." Shouts of laughter burst from the lookers-on, as the man, after studying the table as if his life depended on the hazard he was playing for, at last gave a most energetic thrust and missed. "Capital, capital!" shouted the Kentuckian. "Take another go, do now, and then you see I shall win clean without losing an inch." His adversary, looking sullen, sulky, and mortified, replied, "Play, can't you, and not stand there jibing and jeering a better man than yourself? Play and have done with it." The Kentuckian made a careless stroke, and the game was finished. The loser immediately pulled out a huge leather bag, extremely well filled, and as he laid down the $5 he had lost, observed in a tone of recovered cheerfulness that he wasn't daunted for all that was come and gone yet, that if he lost, he could afford to pay, and nobody's leave to ask neither. Half a dozen voices simultaneously offered to play him, and more than one proposed to give him odds, but he turned from them all, saying, "No, no, you'll be all too hard for me. I'd like to try luck with this young gentleman," he added, civilly turning towards Whitlaw, "for he looks more like one of my own sort. Jericho Bob, young gentleman, let you and I have a right down good try together. I'll bet $50 with anyone that pleases, if 'twas only to prove that I aren't afraid to lose." "I expect, sir," replied Whitlaw, with the air of a person rather affronted, "that you mightn't find it so over easy to beat me neither. 'Tis a fact that I never was in New Orleans before, but I calculate a man may play billiards in country as well as town. There's more tables than one in the Union. I don't want to play you, sir, nohow. If I beat, I like to beat for honour as well as for profit, and so I'll play this gentleman here," turning to the Kentuckian, "for $100 if he likes it." It appeared that the table was already bespoken, but after a few minutes' conversation among the parties, it was agreed to give it up to the young stranger and the Kentuckian, if the latter consented to the match, and bets were already running high against the boastful youngster. "I expect I mustn't show a white feather, though the bet's rather a high one for a poor country dealer like me," replied the man. "But when did Kentuck turn tail? So have at ye, my young un," he added, placing himself at the table and brandishing his cue. "Faint hearts never won either lady or living." "That's hard enough upon me, though," observed the man who had just lost the game. "I've a right to my revenge anyhow." "Well, then, take it," cried Whitlaw, with the gay boastful laugh of a boy. "Father didn't send me to New Orleans for the first time without lining my purse, I can tell you that, and so you may bet against me, and upon the man that gave it to you so handsome, and that's a generous offer, I expect." "Well then," said the loser, "I'll do it. Done. For 100 upon Kentuck." "Done, done," replied Whitlaw. "Now then, for the honour of the backwoods, what will father say if I lose?" "I'll take you another 50, sir, if you like it," said a yellow fever-tinted senior, who was quietly looking on. "My!" exclaimed Whitlaw, "if luck runs against me, I'm done, I'll tell you that. But 'tis just as well to be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. So I say done to you, sir, for 50. And look now, I'll tell you what I'll do besides." He set down the cue he had taken, and drawing a heavy bag from his pocket, counted $100 from it. Then with equal simplicity he produced a pocket-book from his breast pocket, and displayed notes to the amount of 500 more. "There now," said he, "that's my stock for the time present, but not what father could double and treble that, and more too, and never miss it. But that's my capital for the time being, and I'm willing to risk every cent of it, except 100 to pay boarding and carry me up home. So if anybody has a fancy for a bet, let him speak, but I'll tell him beforehand that I'm not that bad at the game to be made the fool of, that we've some of us seen done stumped in our day." Whitlaw accompanied these last words by throwing a sly look over his shoulder at the loser of the last game. At least half a dozen voices again proclaimed their readiness to pronounce the important done, to whatever amount the young and hardy stranger chose to name. Upon which Whitlaw very deliberately, but uttering now and then a laughing word of self-reproach against his own daring, apportioned his bets to the amount of his cash amongst those who had challenged him, and then examining his cue more carefully, and changing it more than once, he declared himself at length ready to begin. The Kentuckian was by no means a bad, though a very dashing player, and began the game by making 2 or 3 extremely fine strokes. Betting became brisk among the bystanders, very long odds being offered against Whitlaw. His style of play was totally unlike that of his antagonist. Though he had talked of luck, it was very evident to the only person present, except the marker, who really understood the game, that it was not to his luck he trusted. When the balls were so placed as to afford the possibility of a stroke that told high, he made it, but repeatedly missed 1 or 2 pretty hazards that he seemed anxiously to play for. When the game was about half through, and Whitlaw right behind his adversary, the quiet, awkward player, who had just been so unmercifully beat by the Kentuckian, took an opportunity of whispering to our hero, while the attention of the whole room was fixed on a stroke that his opponent was studying the more caution than seemed usual with him. "I say, young man, let me off my bet, and I'll contrive that the rest shall all double." "Good," replied Whitlaw, in the same tone, and with a look that seemed to say, "Now we understand each other." The Kentuckian missed the stroke. Whitlaw pretended the most extravagant joy, and exclaimed, "8? What's 8? I wish, by jingo, that I'd $1,000 more about me. I'd be dead if I wouldn't stake 'em every cent after that, miss." "Well, sir," said the clumsy player, "'tis a pity you should be thwarted, and this your first try at New Orleans. If you'll be pleased to name your name, and give us notes of hand, I don't question but the company would be content." To be sure," said many voices, and Whitlaw, with the air of a man heated and reckless, immediately increased his bets to $1,500. The result may be easily guessed. He won the game by 2. Notwithstanding the general disappointment and the angry feeling that accompanied it, there was not a single victim who did not believe it to be the effect of sheer ill luck. "At any rate, sir," said one of the greatest losers, "I hope you don't intend to be so mean as to start away home with your winnings. If you're a gentleman, you'll be willing to bet again." "Well, sir, I am a gentleman," replied Whitlaw, "and willing to do what's fair and honourable, and I'd scorn to be afraid of risking again this, and more too, till you've fairly got your revenge, which is sure to come, I know, sooner or later, only I expect you won't insist upon my playing now, seeing it's dinner time, and I'm going to dine at Mrs. Bennet's for the first time, and they do say her dinners are dreadful good. So good morning, gentlemen. Shall be happy to meet again tomorrow, maybe." "That's fair enough. Good morning, sir. We shall be looking out for you." Whitlaw departed, but as he reached the head of the stairs, the clumsy player was at his elbow. "Call in tonight, can't you?" he said in a whisper. "If you've a mind for a partnership, we may make a good thing of it." "I'll come if I can," said Whitlaw, "but I've business of all sorts. Good morning." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 29. It will be easily believed that Mr. Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw sat down to Mrs. Bennet's table d'hote in a very agreeable state of mind. He had in truth opened his campaign well. $1,500 made by a single game at billiards, and that quite a casual one, may appear to sober-minded Europeans as an exaggeration of probabilities, too violent to be safely inserted in a narrative professing to paint existing manners. But any sceptic may be easily cured of his doubts by making a very few enquiries, either at the scene of action, or of those who are well acquainted with it. As to Whitlaw, he thought the transaction so far from being anything at all uncommon, and yet his early experience had been confined wholly to those miniature imitations of New Orleans to be found at Natchez, that he resolved, as the thing seemed likely to answer so well, to sacrifice some of the lighter pleasures he had promised himself for the sake of pursuing it systematically. He had fully intended to have passed this his first evening amidst the unceremonious gaiety of a quadroon ball, but as he ate his pepper soup and then refreshed his palate with free libations of Mrs. Bennet's admirable Madeira, he reasoned upon the heavy loss that might ensue from such a sacrifice of time to idle pleasure. Nevertheless, the temptation was great. He had heard so much of the splendour of these entertainments, and the exceeding grace and beauty displayed at them, that he still wavered till at length, his fancy being stimulated, perhaps by the inspiring wine, he determined to indulge himself in gazing upon the fair assemblage for an hour, and then to pass the rest of the night, as in duty bound, in useful business. Before retiring for the purpose of making his toilet, he indulged in smoking a couple of cigars, accompanied by a due proportion of whisky punch, and then feeling himself a little overcome by his voyage, his billiards, and his dinner, he threw his legs comfortably upon the chimney-piece and fell fast asleep. How long he rested thus is uncertain, but when he waked, the two very gentlemanlike men who had shared his punch were departed, and the lamps were burning dim, as the oil which fed them was nearly exhausted. He started up and looked at his watch, saw with extreme astonishment that he had slept 2 hours. It was now past 9, and he was hastily approaching the bell to ring for a chamber candle, when the sight of his own pocket-book lying open upon the carpet arrested his eyes and his steps. With a beating heart he stooped to seize it. He remembered with an instantaneous gleam of satisfaction that his person had been thrown during his nap into an attitude as nearly topsy-turvy as possible, and he felt that it was likely enough that the pocket-book might have fallen out. But the moment his hand touched it, all soft elusive hope fled forever. His banknotes were gone. Rage and despair seized upon his heart and divided it between them. He rang the bell so furiously that 2 negroes and 1 yellow man entered the large dining room by 3 different doors to know his pleasure. "Where is your mistress?" he thundered out. "Where is the woman who keeps this den of thieves? Call her to me. Bring her to me this instant, or I'll burn the last atom of wool from your beastly scalps before I sleep." The 3 slaves retired by their 3 several doors as he spoke. In as short a time as it was well possible for her to enter from the drawing-room, the gentle, civil Mrs. Bennet stood before him. Whitlaw's eyes rolled fearfully in his head, and he actually foamed at the mouth as he attempted to make her understand the wrong that had been done him. "I beg your pardon, sir," she said, in the very softest voice imaginable, "but I really cannot understand what it is you say." "Say?" roared the bereaved young man, in accents of genuine agony. "But you shall know and feel it if you cannot hear. I have been robbed, woman, robbed of $2,000 since I entered this room." "Very extraordinary indeed," observed Mrs. Bennet, without in the slightest degree deviating from her usual sweet tone. "Pray, how did it happen, sir?" "It is you must tell that, madam, and so you shall if there be law in the state. It is you must tell who those 2 fellows are with the large red whiskers, both of them. They had both of them red whiskers." "The 2 gentlemen with red whiskers, sir? Oh dear, there will not be the least difficulty in the world in telling that, without troubling the state about it in the least. The tallest is General Hellingsworth, and the youngest and shortest Major Tomlinson. Let them call themselves what they choose, madam. They have robbed me of $2,000, and they must give account of it, either in public or in private." "Oh dear, sir, the gentlemen are both of them perfectly well known in New Orleans. They are of the very highest standing, and would, I am sure, be happy to answer to anybody of their own station any question that could be asked either in private or public. It will be long enough, I can tell you, before I shall be of their station, which is just neither more nor less than thieves and pickpockets. I went to sleep in this here room with $2,000 in notes, and now I am waked up, I find them all gone, and my pocket-book with all my letters left lying on the floor. Them two red-whiskered men were in the room when I dropped to sleep, and now they are gone as well as my notes, and how can I think anything else but that they have robbed me?" "You must think, of course, sir, just whatever you happen to please," replied Mrs. Bennet, without for an instant appearing to lose the beautiful placidity of her temper. "But when gentlemen that are not ever much known in the town accuse those who are, of robbery and felony, and I know not what besides, it is very likely, I think, that the accusation will not be greatly attended to." And so saying, the well-dressed graceful lady of the house made a curtsy and departed. The unfortunate Whitlaw remained in a state of the most complete discomfiture. Mrs. Bennet's very cool way of receiving the intelligence of his loss convinced him that there was little or no hope of recovering it. Whether her indifference proceeded from the frequency of such occurrences among the fashionable society of New Orleans, or that the two persons he had accused were really beyond and above all suspicion, he was at a loss to decide. After meditating on the subject in very moody solitude for a long hour, he determined upon inquiring for the nearest magistrate, laying a formal statement of the facts before him, and insisting upon it that the two individuals upon whom his suspicions rested should be summoned to answer to the accusation. It was now some hours too late for such an application, and he must therefore wait with what patience he could for the morrow. Meanwhile the unfortunate young man felt that his state of mind no longer fitted him for the enjoyment of the brilliant scene that the ballroom was likely to exhibit. Neither had he at that moment energy to enter upon any sharp encounter of wit with the respectable personage who had invited him to an appointment at the billiard table in the evening. So after taking a few hurried turns about the room, he again rang the bell for a candle and a glass of brandy, and thus enlightened and sustained, he retired to his room and his bed, and spent a feverish and most miserable night in thinking of his loss while awake, and in dreaming of it when for a few short moments he was happy enough to fall asleep. He rose early, and to avoid meeting the suspected thieves or their complacent landlady, repaired to a coffee-house for his breakfast. As soon as it was possible to present himself before a magistrate, he waited upon Squire Grampton, and having very clearly stated the case, desired that the two suspected persons should immediately be summoned before him to undergo an examination. Squire Grampton heard him very quietly to the end, and then said, placing both his legs on the table before him, and cleaning his nails with a penknife, "Pray, young man, what may your name be?" "Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw, sir." "And where do you come from?" "From Paradise Plantation, near Natchez, sir." "Is Paradise Plantation your own property?" "No, sir, it is not as yet, but it may be one day." "Oh, and you brought $2,000 with you to New Orleans?" "I don't expect it necessary for me to certify how much I brought with me to New Orleans. What I am ready to swear to is that I went to sleep in Mrs. Bennet's dining room with $2,000 in notes last night in my pocket-book, that the only people in the room with me were General Hollingsworth and Major Tomlinson, and that when I waked my pocket-book was on the floor and my notes gone." Squire Grampton was reckoned a remarkably good-natured man, and he now proved his just claim to the reputation by laughing heartily. "And so, my fine fellow, you calculate upon having General Hollingsworth, who is no less a man than Surveyor General of the Alabama Territory, and Major Tomlinson, one of the largest slaveholders in the state, you really calculate upon having them called over the coals because you went to sleep and lost your money? Ha ha ha! That's fun at any rate. Now, my raw one, shall I give you a bit of advice that may chance to be useful? Hold your money fast when you've got it, and when you lose it, never accuse a rich man of being the thief, at least not in New Orleans, for it won't answer. And so, young man, I wish you a very good morning." The good-natured man's look was so decided and peremptory that the unhappy Whitlaw saw there was nothing left save to submit. But he went forth from the magistrate's house swearing vengeance, not so much against him, or even the thieves who had stolen his treasure, as against the whole human race, and binding himself in body and soul to prey upon the unwary whenever he should meet them, till his loss and all the suffering it had cost him should be atoned for 1,000-fold. In order the better to arrange the plan of operations by which this resolution should be put into practice, Whitlaw, on quitting the house of Squire Grampton, strode away towards the levee, and for 2 hours solaced himself with a walk beside the Father of Waters, during which he reasoned with all his natural acuteness and acquired wisdom upon the nature of his actual position, and the uses to which it might be applied. He remembered with some satisfaction, though assuredly it was accompanied by a sharp pang, that he still had 100 silver dollars in his bag. This was the sum he had coaxed out of his father, and it now constituted his entire capital. How best could he multiply this 100-fold? The proposed partnership offered by the clumsy player again occurred to him. At first he had not felt greatly disposed to listen to it, because it appeared to him evident that he was himself the sharper rogue of the two. It was certain, indeed, that his quick eye had detected the latent skill of his proposed associate, even in the manner by which he lost his game, while he, on the contrary, had been completely deluded by Whitlaw's well-acted assumption of rustic simplicity. Nevertheless, his after-by-play, when he proposed that Whitlaw's notes of hand should be taken, by no means contemptible, not to mention that the very act in which he had detected him, of throwing dust in the eyes of the honest Kentuckian, said much in favour of his being admitted to the friendship he solicited. But the argument which decided the question was the reduced state of Whitlaw's finances. "How in God's name," he muttered with closed teeth, as he proceeded at an accelerated pace on his return to the town, "how am I to do business on a large scale with this pitiful cash in my pocket for a capital? No, I must begin with this fellow anyhow, whatever I may do with him after." Nothing that had hitherto passed between them had given any hint to Whitlaw whether this personage, whom he now greatly desired to see, made part of the establishment he had visited yesterday, or was like himself only a visitor there. In either case, it was there only he could seek him, and thither he accordingly repaired. It was still early. The field of combat was, however, swept and prepared for action. The windows were duly opened to ventilate the chamber, the blinds skilfully arranged to give equal shade and equal light to all parts of the table. The marker was in his place, and everything ready to begin the labours of the day. But though 2 or 3 sporting-looking characters were already in the room, and one of them beguiling the tedious moments of expectation by practising cannons and hazards that to ordinary eyes appeared impossible, no business was as yet going forward. The entrance of Whitlaw occasioned some sensation. He still wore the sort of youthful, curious, stranger-seeming look he had assumed the day before, and one of the loungers addressed him civilly with, "Would you like to play a game, sir?" It is said that a man may serve a good apprenticeship at Natchez for any trade practised at New Orleans, and Whitlaw proved the truth of this by answering, "No, sir, thank ye, not now, because I've got business to do with one as I expect to meet here." In no country of the world do hawks willingly set about picking out hawks' eyes, and our hero had no more inclination to make a trial of skill with this man than he would with Whitlaw had he known him. Having looked at every individual present, and satisfied himself that the person he sought was not among them, Whitlaw left the room and descended the stairs. But ere he reached the door of the house, the clumsy player appeared issuing from the side door into the passage. Their eyes met, and the stranger stepped forward to meet him. "So, good day, sir. Would you like a glass this morning? If you'd please to walk this way, I expect we might be convenient for a few minutes' talk." Whitlaw nodded in token of assent, and followed him in silence to a small room at the back of the building. It appeared expressly fitted up for tete-a-tete consultations like the present, for it held one little table, on which were placed 2 glasses and a decanter of whisky between them, flanked by 2 chairs and a spittoon. "You came over that chap handsome yesterday," said Whitlaw's new acquaintance, seating himself on one of the chairs and pointing out the other to him. "'Tis seldom as I'm caught." but I'll be darned if I didn't take you for a green one." "You weren't that slow neither," at last replied Whitlaw, laughing. "I expect you caught me out as soon as I handled the tools." "Did I? I calculate so, but 'tis few would have been so fine as you was over my play. There's lots of first-rate hands that, if they hadn't known me, would have watched me play the game, and never stumped me as you did." Those mutual compliments naturally paved the way for very confidential conversation, in which there was much more frankness and sincere avowal of principles and practice than are often found between such slight acquaintance. At length, the New Orleans professor, whose name was Crabshawly, expressed himself thus: "I told you plump yesterday, Mr. Whitlaw," for among other unreserved avowals they had mutually communicated their names, "that I was willing to enter partnership with you, and I don't see no reason to draw back now. Only, as you swept stakes so clear yesterday, you may guess, maybe, that you don't want no help from nobody. But bide a spell at New Orleans, and you'll see that won't go safe and smooth for a long run." "I have no doubt that you speak correct, Mr. Crabshawly," replied Whitlaw. "I've done business enough myself, in a small way, up the country to be up to that. But I should have thought that you had got hands enough in New Orleans without looking out to sharp for newcomers." "Natural enough you should think that, Mr. Whitlaw, and in honest truth, and without flattery, I must tell you that it don't chance over often that a newcomer would suit as a partner. But I'll be frank at once and tell you what it is. You see, it most part happens that gentlemen of the profession are known, more or less, to the sporting gentry in and about the town, and then they grows shy, and though they'd most times sooner lose than not play, they won't go it boldly, and one must be at it sometimes a mortal long spell at a time before one makes a day's work. So that a fresh man that knows his tools and understands how to look new is worth money. You don't play that bad neither, I can tell you, for one that's not bred at New Orleans." "I never play for what I can't make, you see, Mr. Crabshawly, and that's a mastership over oneself that I expect many haven't got. And so I count my game surer than most men's, especially for the bets as runs upon the strokes. But I've no manner of objection to go shares with an understanding man like yourself, who may beat me a game or two before them as may like to try their chance after. I expect there must be company by this. Shall we go?" "No, no, Mr. Whitlaw. The New Orleans men of fashion beat never early of a morning. There's no money worth winning there as yet, I'll answer for it. And besides, we must make our understanding more perfect, I expect, before we commences regular together. Do you undertake to give me half of all you win, if I give my time, experience, and talents to poke the gudgeons into your net?" "I expect that's the question put fair, Mr. Whitlaw. And now, sir, for your answer." Whitlaw paused for a minute or two, and then said bluntly, "I'll tell you fairly, Mr. Crabshawly, that I think I ought to try a spell before I do agree to that. You saw what I made yesterday, and wouldn't it go a little against the grain, do you think, to have to pay over the half of that to another? And how much of that, young man, did you bag, only for my speaking that word about the notes? If you've a mind to try, why try, that's all I say. But if it don't answer, you mustn't be after expecting. I'll be ready to offer the same terms after your newness is gone off." Whitlaw felt quite aware that it would be far better to have Crabshawly for a friend than an enemy, but ere he finally accepted his proposal, he deemed it judicious to appear a little longer in doubt. While stretching out his legs and rubbing his chin in order to make this doubt appear, the idea struck him that as law and justice could not help him to recover what he had lost, it was possible that knavery might. So turning to his companion with the air of a man who had at length decided a difficult question, he said, "Well then, hear me, Mr. Crabshawly, and patiently, and I expect we shall come to an understanding. I am willing to agree to your terms. You shall have the half of all I make upstairs, provided you are always there when I want you, and always ready to play into my hands as your head and mind together can best contrive, and provided, too, that you find out and will show up for me all the best chaps in the place for me to hook on to and bring 'em here." "Agreed," replied Crabshawly. "'Tis a match, and I can do that last job for you first rate, for there aren't a man that's got $100 to lose but what I knows him. And now, let's just scratch a bit of an agreement between us to make it all clear on both sides." "Devil a bit of that, my friend, I promise you," returned Whitlaw sharply. "There's a saying, you know, honour among, and we must one and both trust to that or nothing. But as for signing and sealing, that's what I don't deal in." It is probable that the wisdom manifested by the young man in this very decided answer raised his character as an understanding chap, so high in the estimation of his new associate as to atone for the bluntness of the refusal, for he exhibited no resentment whatever, and only replied with a wink and a nod. "Very well, Whitlaw, I expect we be pretty nearly up to one another." "I expect we be, Crabshawly," was the rejoinder, and the affair was settled. Crabshawly now rose, saying, "Well, now we may mount, if you please, but we're neither friends nor acquaintance upstairs, remember." "Thank ye for nothing, my friend," replied Whitlaw. "That's taking me for green with a vengeance. But stop one moment, will you, while I just ask you a word about the two strutting fellows that I dined with at Mrs. Bennet's boarding-house yesterday. I expect they might turn out good for something, if I could scrape acquaintance with them. One's called General Hollingsworth, and the other Major Tomlinson." I know 'em considerable well," replied Crabshawly. "Money they've got to lose, that's a fact, and play of all kinds comes as natural to 'em both as to a kitten. But I dubiate if they aren't over much in our own line to be worth much. I don't mean they're that professional neither, but they're up to a thing or two, I promise ye." "I expect so," said poor Whitlaw, with a sigh, which if he had not checked it in time might have been mistaken for a groan. The information he had received, however, pleased him well, and eager as his new comrade was becoming for an immediate trial of their joint skill, Whitlaw told him he could not set to for an hour or so, as he had just recollected business that must be attended to first. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 30. The decided and violent accusation which Whitlaw had only a few hours before brought against General Hollingsworth and Major Tomlinson before the magistrate, and still more perhaps the attack he had made upon them through the ears of their gentle landlady the preceding evening, would to anyone but himself have appeared to present an insuperable obstacle to his cultivating any further acquaintance with these two gentlemen. But he trusted to his genius to overcome this, as well as all minor difficulties that might intervene to prevent the execution of a plan which he confidently hoped would both redeem and revenge his loss. Whitlaw entertained not the slightest doubt that these two red-whiskered gentlemen were the thieves who had robbed him, and he certainly had very good reasons for coming to this conclusion. He well remembered having pressed his precious pocket-book against his heart when preparing to enjoy himself in his favourite after-dinner attitude. After all, the party except these two individuals had retired. He remembered feeling it, and even giving it a little push downward into the securest corner of the recess that held it, and it was, according to this judgment, impossible to doubt that his companions and no other were the abductors of his treasure. Full of this persuasion, his first care on re-entering Mrs. Bennet's mansion was to request permission to speak to her. She obeyed his summons with but short delay, but though the expression of her fair round face varied but slightly from that eternal sweetness with which her gentlemen were always received, still the acute eye of Whitlaw descried something in her soft grey eye that, like the grain in the blue expanse of heaven so threatening to the mariner, seemed to foretell a coming storm. Had he been less sure that he possessed the power to quell it, this might have alarmed him more. As it was, he approached her with his best smile and said, I hope you will forgive me, my good lady, for the foolish blunder I made last night. I really feel ashamed to think of it, but you always look so kind and so meek-tempered, Mrs. Bennet, that I trust you will not only forgive me yourself, but make my apology to the two gentlemen concerned for what I was mad enough to say about them." All the trace of anger disappeared from the smooth face of Mrs. Bennet as these words greeted her ear, and with one of her prettiest smiles she said, "Indeed, sir, I am very glad to hear you speak so. I was quite sure it must be some mistake. I hope you have found your money, sir." "No, Mrs. Bennet, I have not found my money, but I have found what was next best. I have found out where I lost it. I am afraid, madam, you won't think the better of me when I tell you that I was silly enough to go to a billiard table for half an hour before dinner yesterday, and I won, I am almost ashamed to say it, a matter of $20. Well, Mrs. Bennet, I took out my pocket-book, ma'am, that my father gave me, with the money that I was to pay away for him, that is to say, part of it, for by good luck the largest sum I've got to pay was in my trunk. But I was fool enough, ma'am, to take out my pocket-book to put my winnings in, and down I laid it for a minute or two, 'twas but a minute or two, Mrs. Bennet, upon the corner of the table, while I was counting out some silver change to make it square with the gentleman that paid me. When this was done, I took the pocket-book up again, but for certain never thought of looking into it. Well, this morning, after I had made such a fool of myself as to go to the magistrate down yonder about my foolish suspicion of these gentlemen, I went again to the billiard table, hoping to win a little more towards making up my heavy loss. But while I was waiting for the table, an old gentleman said to me, "Wasn't you the gentleman," says he, "as put your pocket-book down for a minute yesterday?" And I thought for a minute and answered, "Yes, that's a fact." Upon which he said, "And have you looked at it since, sir?" And I said, "Yes, indeed, and all my money is gone." "I thought so," said the old gentleman, walking away. "And let me advise you, young man, never again to put your pocket-book out of your hand at a billiard table. So you see, Mrs. Bennet, the thing is as clear as light, and all I can do now is to beg pardon for my foolish suspicions. Will you tell all this to the gentlemen, and do you think they will forgive me?" All this was said with an air of so much youthful simplicity that the good lady not only promised to set everything right with her lodgers, but declared herself deeply concerned for the loss her new acquaintance had sustained, and assured him that the General and the Major, far from resenting what had happened, would be the most likely men in the world to endeavour to help him, if anything could be done, for the recovery of his money, or the punishment of the thief. "And when do you think I could see them, madam, to receive their forgiveness?" said Whitlaw. "They mostly comes in to take a glass of wine and an oyster, sir, for their nooning, and it must be near upon the usual time." "Where do they take it, Mrs. Bennet? In the dining parlour?" "Yes, sir, always. Be sure that the cloth is laid and everything ready by now. Will you be pleased to walk in there, sir, and see?" "Why, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Bennet, I would much rather see them by themselves first. I should not have the face to mention my folly before all the other boarders." "Dear sir, pray don't vex yourself any more about it. But there's the General's voice this minute. I'll run and tell him, and if you'll be pleased to bide here a spell, I'll answer for bringing him to you, and the Major too. 'Tis likely, for they mostly goes and comes together." Mrs. Bennet bustled out of the room, and in about 10 minutes returned again, accompanied, as she had predicted, by both the whiskered gentlemen, and having shown them in, she discreetly retired again and shut the door. Few men so young as Whitlaw would have been able to go so steadily through the scene that followed as he did, but nature had gifted him with so decided a talent for dissimulation that instead of pain or difficulty, it was really pleasure and sport to him. The General and the Major listened to his apology, as well as to the simple and juvenile history which followed it, very attentively and very civilly. They both begged to assure him that they retained not the slightest feeling of resentment, that nothing could be so natural as the blunder he had made, and that they sincerely hoped he would be able eventually to discover the real perpetrator of this abominable action. After all these fluent civilities had been spoken and listened to, the Major, who had a pair of very keen grey eyes in his head, began with great politeness what Whitlaw knew well enough was a sort of cross-examination of the history he had just delivered. "I should hope indeed," he said, "that this discovery will not be very difficult, for if this old gentleman you mention saw someone take up your pocket-book, I suppose he would have no difficulty in identifying him." "No, no, my dear sir," said Whitlaw, shaking his head with the most innocent look in the world. "The old gentleman didn't say that. I wish he had. No, I asked him if he saw anybody touch it, and he told me he had not, but that there were fingers in the room that could whip notes out of a pocket-book in no time, and sure enough he was right." "What notes had you, sir, in your pocket-book when you laid it down?" continued the curious Major Tomlinson. "Exactly $2,000, Major." "I think you said that you won $20. Was that paid you in notes?" "Aye, there was the mischief. When I left home, gentlemen, I had $2,020 exact in my pocket, without counting other money, 120 in silver, and the rest in notes. Well, you see, I won $20 from a man I played with. An uncommon stupid player he was, to be sure." Here the General winked his eye at the Major, which Whitlaw perceived more plainly than the person for whom it was intended. "Uncommon stupid, and I beat him, you see, and he gave me a great bill of $100, and I was to give him change, of course, and I had, you see, to take out this great bag," drawing the canvas bag from his pocket, "and to count out 80 silver dollars upon the table. It must have been while I was doing this, and it wasn't long neither, that my notes were taken." This explanation appeared to be satisfactory in every way to his attentive auditors, and after it was concluded, they expressed so much kindness and concern, that when the trio entered the dining-room together to partake the nooning so liberally spread there, the amiable Mrs. Bennet had the satisfaction of remarking that there was every appearance of friendship and good fellowship between them. It seemed, indeed, that the circumstance which had been at first likely to produce such hostile consequences was now producing a very contrary effect, for after some social interchange of their respective wines, and sundry other civilities, they all agreed to go out together, in order, as the two red-whiskered gentlemen observed, to show the young stranger all that was best worth seeing in New Orleans. They first directed their steps towards the part of town where the shops most attractive to the ladies were situated, and thereby were enabled to point out to their new friend some of the most beautiful women in the world. But while indulging themselves and him in this agreeable lounge, they led the conversation to the subject of play. "For my part," said Major Tomlinson, "I won't deny that I love play, but I have infernal luck, that's a fact, and I've lost a damned sight of money since I've been here." "You don't say so," said Whitlaw, with a look of great pity and kindness. "True, upon my soul, but I expect I must have grey hairs on my head before I'm cured, and the cotton bales must pay for it. That's all. I'm afraid for my part that I've a few grey hairs already," observed the General, laughing, "but I can't say I should altogether like to leave off play as yet. 'Tis a devilish fine manly amusement, and that's a fact, but of course it's only fit for gentlemen who have got wherewithal to pay. I'm afraid, Mr. Whitlaw, this is a pleasure that you must forego, after your damned unlucky loss. You must be pretty well cleared out, I take it." "Not so bad as that neither," said Whitlaw, laughing. "I've enough of father's notes in my trunk still, though I won't say but what they are meant for other matters. However, as I see that my play is a deal better than some, I think that my loss is a reason the more for my playing, for I expect I might likely enough win again." "To be sure you might," said the Major. "Why not? As far as I see, the playing here is nothing at all particular for skill. I've seen play quite as good, I expect, at Charlestown. What say you, General? 'Tis unaccountable hot this morning. Shall we go and try our luck for an hour?" "With all my heart, Major, if Mr. Whitlaw has no objection." "Why, I don't see why I should," said Whitlaw, "seeing that the only time I did play I won, and of course, if I do indulge myself with a game, it's a great privilege to go to the table with gentlemen of respectability. However," he added, laughing, "I expect I should like to play that same chap too, if I happened to meet him, for I feel pretty sure I should beat him again. However, if I don't meet with him, I'd greatly rather play with either of you than with a stranger, though it's likely enough you'd be too hard for me." "I don't know that, Mr. Whitlaw," said the Major. "I can't say that I have much cause to boast this year. However, at any rate we'll have a try. Not that I'll put you out of the way of a good thing if you meet him you played yesterday." "But what table are we to go to?" inquired the General. "Let's go to that one by the French Theatre," replied Whitlaw, "if it's all one to you, because it's there only I can hope to meet my man, you know, and I expect I'll make something if I do meet him." "Certainly, by all means," said the General. "I'm sure it's all one to Tomlinson and me, so we do but get a game or two." To the table near the theatre therefore they went, and on entering the billiard room, the first face that met the eye of Whitlaw was that of Crabshawly. One glance, a very slight one, was exchanged between them, and then, each remaining in different parts of the room, trusted to each other's wit, for finding the means whereby they might mutually serve the common cause. A game was going on which Whitlaw perceived to be a very unequal one. "That's a good hard fight, General, I expect, isn't it?" "Why, that's as may be to the parties. I haven't observed them much as yet," was the reply, made with about as much honesty as the remark that produced it. "But I wish they'd have done with it," continued Hollingsworth, "that we might have a bit of a try together." After some farther waiting, the General and Whitlaw got possession of the table. Major Tomlinson found means to exchange a word or two with his friend, and at the same moment Crabshawly skirted round and continued with at least equal dexterity to give and receive tokens of intelligence on the other side. Could Asmodeus have contemplated that chamber, and read the thoughts that were at work there, his demonship might have found wherewithal to make exceedingly merry. On this occasion it appeared to be Crabshawly's cue to seem sharp-witted, and on the alert to take advantage of the rustic Whitlaw's simplicity. "You're going to play again then, are you?" said he, when Whitlaw took his place at the table. "Yes, I am, sir, and you shall see that I won't lose the credit I've gained. I was half in a fright when I played first, but now I find what I can do, and you shall see that I'll play a deal better than I did then." "Very likely, sir," replied the other, with exactly the species of fine sneer calculated to catch the attention of those upon whom it was intended to work. "Very likely, but I hate to stand idle, and as I was in luck yesterday, I can afford to risk a little today, so I'll bet $100 on the gentleman you're going to play with, if you'll take it." "Well now," said Whitlaw, "I don't know what I ought to say to that. I haven't seen the General play yet, and how do I know but he may do me?" Very true," cried Tomlinson in a considerate and friendly tone. "Take my advice, Mr. Whitlaw, and don't bet high till you've tried your strength. The General is a pretty considerable player, and you are but a young hand, anyhow." "Now that's what I call friendly," cried Whitlaw. "And so, sir," he added, turning to Crabshawly, "I'll bet you $10 on this first game, and not a cent more." The game began, and to Crabshawly, who thoroughly understood what was going on, it was not only very interesting, as it concerned his own profit, but exceedingly amusing. The skill displayed was not shown so much in the winning or even losing the game, as in the clever efforts on each side to discover the real strength of the adversary. And herein my hero had a very decided advantage, for he came to the combat with a tolerably correct notion as to who and what his opponents were, whilst all they knew of him was calculated to lead them astray as widely as possible. Whitlaw, of course, won the game, and affected the most extravagant triumph upon it, declaring himself ready and willing to hazard the last dollar in his possession upon another. He was quite aware that General Hollingsworth had permitted him to win, but nevertheless he suspected that his best play was not more sure than that of his late Kentuckian adversary. He saw that in steadiness of hand the advantage was greatly on his own side, and therefore determined, if possible, to make the next game settle the heavy account between him and his new friends. The room was very full, and Crabshawly clearly proved his just right to the terms he demanded on entering upon the partnership, by the manner in which he contrived to draw the attention of those who had money to lose, upon the wrong-headed young novice who was boasting both of his skill and his cash with what appeared to be the most reckless boldness and presumption. The consequence was that Whitlaw, who watched and caught the eye of everyone disposed to take a share in fleecing him with as much skilful quickness as the most practised auctioneer, began the game with bets that amounted to near $3,000. If he won this, his loss after dividing with his associate would be nearly covered. But as the two gentlemen, whom he still felt firmly convinced were sporting upon his own money, had not staked more than $500 each, he would by no means have been fully satisfied by such a result, and accordingly he risked, with a degree of temerity that Crabbe surely witnessed in trembling, the loss of the whole sum, in the hope of indulging his revenge as much as his avarice in leading them on to risk more largely. The first stroke was played by General Hollingsworth, and was made with perfect success. Whitlaw looked at him and uttered an oath that seemed to express alarm. He looked too, just as he was about to play, both at him and at the Major, and read in the eyes of each a sort of scrutinising earnestness which led him to think they half suspected his rustic freshness. Far from being alarmed, however, he only felt the more strongly roused to exertion. He had on all such points unbounded confidence in himself. There was within him a fund of conscious cunning that it was his greatest pleasure to draw upon, and the glance of suspicion which he thought he read in the eyes of his adversaries but served to prick the sides of his intent and send him onward in his trickery with renewed energy. It would be but tedious to the reader were all the minute circumstances recounted by which the wily Whitlaw led on his opponents to the point he wished, but it was done with such consummate skill that even Crabbe surely became alarmed, more than once feeling staggered and doubtful. Nor was it till the hero of my tale stood triumphantly the winner of the enormous stake he had so cleverly contrived to play for, that this respectable person felt at all sure that he should pocket the half of it. The room was in an uproar. It was long since so many knowing ones had been taken in, but even to the last, amidst the intoxicating joy of success and the taunting expressions of suspicion as to his character, which were whispered so as well enough to meet his ear, Whitlaw sustained his assumed simplicity to admiration, and it is probable that among the 25 persons present, more than 2/3 of whom were losers, there was not a single one except Crabbe surely, who felt quite sure at last whether the game had been won by luck or skill. "We will settle when we get home," said Major Tomlinson, addressing Whitlaw with every appearance of easy good humour, though if in truth he shared in the plunder of the pocket-book, his present loss more than doubled that gain. "That will be the best way, General, with you too," observed Whitlaw, as he nodded assent. The other winnings were gathered in on the spot with the usual celerity attending such transactions, wherein the readiness to make payment stems in every person concerned to be in pretty exact proportion to the tardiness with which the same process is performed to their tradespeople. So great is the difference between honourable debts and debts of honour. Before leaving the room, Whitlaw received notes to the amount of $4,000, and ere he quitted the building, Mr. Crabbe surely contrived very skilfully to make an opportunity of demanding half of it. "You shall have more, my fine fellow," said Whitlaw gaily. "I will pay you down at once the half of what the noble General and Major have to pay me. Their money I shall have an especial and fanciful value for, and I will share it with no one." This was not an arrangement that could be reasonably objected to, and accordingly Mr. Crabbe surely had the satisfaction of receiving, ere he parted with his valuable friend, very nearly the whole $4,000 he had pocketed. As Whitlaw again put up his empty pocket-book, something like a calm came over him, lest Mrs. Bennet's fashionable lodgers should escape him. As Whitlaw again put up his empty pocket-book, something like a calm came over him, lest Mrs. Bennet's fashionable lodgers should escape him. It was true that he had been assured of their wealth and standing by many, yet the fact of their having jointly abstracted the notes that the pocket-book had yesterday contained, which he was so much too sagacious to doubt, now seemed, as he again meditated upon it, to offer an incongruity almost too violent to credit, when taken in conjunction with their high consideration in New Orleans. But he soon learned that these apparent contradictions might exist perfectly well together, and with a feeling of exceeding joy he once more perceived the two red-whiskered gentlemen take their honoured seats, one on each side of the amiable and ever gentle Mrs. Bennet. As soon as the dinner was ended, the company retired as before, and then, if any doubt still remained upon Mr. Whitlaw's mind upon the possible identity of persons who could steal a purse one day and pay a gambling debt the next, it was removed by the very satisfactory settlement of the morning's transactions. While carefully and deliberately counting the notes he had received, and placing them one by one with rather ostentatious satisfaction in his pocket-book, he said with a very expressive smile, "Well, now, gentlemen, I'm not that sure after all that I'm any such unaccountable fine player, but somehow I never lose money but I'm cock-a-hoop till I get it back again, and nothing stops me. If I hadn't lost them $2,000 out of my pocket-book, you may be certain sure I shouldn't be putting these 4,000 into it. But that's always my way." The General looked at the Major, and the Major looked at the General, but neither of them spoke, and the trio immediately after separated, with no particular wish probably to find themselves together again. Mrs. Bennet also declared herself altogether glad when she communicated to the party who assembled at breakfast on the following morning that the young man who had come up from Natchez way had paid his week and was off. It is not necessary to follow our hero through any more of his gambling transactions. Enough has been already related to show the spirit and style in which he played, and when the reader is informed that his subsequent success, though it sometimes varied, was such as to send him home, notwithstanding his very liberal spirit of self-indulgence, with much more money than he brought out, the affectionate interest naturally felt for him will, it is hoped, be fully satisfied. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 31. We must now follow Whitlaw to other scenes. Having with his constitutional discretion and forethought removed from Mrs. Bennet's for fear he might again fall asleep in her dining-room, he once more fixed himself at a boarding-house, and very reasonably conceiving that the money he had made entitled him to an evening's recreation, he decided upon going to a splendid ball which was to take place that night, where no ladies were admitted but quadroons, and no gentlemen refused who could pay for their tickets except blacks. To a European eye, the female part of the assembly would have suggested ideas of peculiar elegance and refinement. There is a flexile grace, a languid gentleness, a subdued and quiet softness in the looks, movements, and manners of quadroons, which to those who know not their history, and share not in the strange and incomprehensible feeling which holds them indiscriminately as a race apart, despised, and contemned, let their personal and individual qualities be what they may, must ever have a powerful charm. But to Whitlaw the fair pageant, though certainly not without its attractions, seemed the signal for letting loose all the worst feelings and passions of his nature. He stood gazing on the lovely groups with the boastful pride of a low-minded tyrant, whose glories in the consciousness that he may insult with impunity all whom he beholds. Among many other accomplishments for which this beautiful but most unfortunate race are celebrated, their dancing is one of the most remarkable. It has been said that a well-grouped quadroon quadrille at New Orleans might rival in grace the most successful figure dance ever exhibited at Le Grand Opéra. Unfortunately for Whitlaw, the art of dancing was not one of those which he had cultivated, and though he certainly would not have scrupled to put out a score of dark-eyed beauties in their graceful measure, if by doing so he could have in any degree amused himself, he thought that on the present occasion he should be more gratified by seeing them go right than in contriving to make them go wrong. He therefore sat himself down on a well-cushioned sofa, with the intention of deciding very much at his ease which was the most lovely girl in the room. Some pretty and piteous episodes might be here indulged in description of individual loveliness and of gentle sweetness, but not even the iron fate which legally doomed them all to infamy from the hour they first drew breath could destroy. But wide as is the field for the purest sympathy and the holiest sorrow, it cannot be entered upon without the risk of encountering scenes from which the eye of human virtue must turn aside. While we may well believe that the recording angel, as he writes them down, will drop a tear upon the words that tell of frailty enforced by law, the affection which no ceremony is sufficiently holy to render legitimate. This we may surely easily guess at, and easily believe. But far be it from any mortal to judge with what species of immortal feeling those acts will be registered, by which one portion of the human race compel by law another portion to infamy and sin. Leaving, therefore, all allusion to the adventures of the evening, in which any of the graceful groups that danced before him were so unfortunate as to attract Mr. Whitlaw's particular attention, we must pass to a circumstance of a different kind, which soon obliged him to forget for the moment everything else. It was in passing from the ballroom to the bar, at which refreshments of all kinds were furnished, that Whitlaw was arrested in his progress by a hand laid not very lightly on his shoulder. He suddenly turned, and encountered the well-known face of Hogstown, who has already been introduced to the reader at Natchez when forcing himself upon the notice of Edward Bligh. "So here you are, my man," exclaimed he. "The Colonel told me I should be sure to find you. Fine work we are likely to have, aren't we?" Whitlaw expressed his ignorance of the particular events to which he alluded. "Come this way, Whitlaw, for a spell, will you? I promised the Colonel to tell you everything, and I comprehend by him that our errands here, yours and mine, I mean, aren't that unlike. There, take your glass, pay your levy, and come with me into that snug corner there." Whitlaw obeyed this direction very literally, and followed him. "Well, I say, Whitlaw," resumed his Natchez acquaintance, "have you heard of the outbreak at Colonel Mirando's? This is the second within 10 days, and both comes of reading and preaching and praying, and such like diabolical exercises, and it comes too, as I tell 'em all at Natchez, of that stingy, saving, niggardly, pitiful spirit that makes 'em do anything rather than kill their niggers outright. You may scorch 'em, 'tis true, and skin 'em, and welcome, or anything else in the torture line that comes into your head, but there isn't one single planter between this and Natchez liberal and patriotic enough to hang one of his gang outright." "Why, there's few that likes to make away with their own stock, that's a fact," replied Whitlaw. "But what is it, Mr. Hogstown, sir, that has happened over at Colonel Mirando's? I've been considerable busy since I arrived, and haven't chanced to hear a word of it." "Well, then, it's no joke, I promise you," replied Hogstown. "There's been one Bible and 5 tracts, and 2 hymn books found hid in some of the nigger huts on Colonel Mirando's plantation. That was a week or 10 days ago, and yesterday as ever was, a young nigger, newly purchased in Virginia, was overheard, and right down caught out, while reading out loud to a whole bevy of them a piece of cursed old English newspaper with a lot of infernal stuff in it about emancipation. Just think of that, Whitlaw, in a nigger hut in Louisiana. Confound the varmint, and what was done to 'em. Aye, there's the mischief. They was flogged all round, just as many lashes as they could stand without the pulse going, and then they was salted, and it done 'em no more harm than if they had been so many red herrings. But if the Colonel had been liberal, and only hanged 3 or 4 of 'em, we should have seen how the rest would have quaked. The varmint know the value of their lives, and 'tis that makes 'em so malignant and rebelsome." "'Tis very true, Mr. Hogstown, sir, but when a man has a gang of his own," replied Whitlaw, remembering with no little feeling of pride the 3 men, 7 women, and 10 children that made the glory and profit of Mount Etna, "when a man has once got together a gang, you will most times find him considerable against losing 'em, anyhow. There's more of profit than patriotism in that notion, Mr. Whitlaw, you won't deny that. But however, that's not much to the business in hand between us two. I expect that we are both of us come to New Orleans pretty much in the same line by what has been made known to me at Paradise Plantation. Only I am engaged for the public of Natchez, I mean, and you, as I take it, for Colonel Dart and nobody else. Now my instructions at starting was specially to find you out, and make you comprehend clear and distinct what it is we have got to perform." Whitlaw was struck, on hearing these words, with the recollection of Juno's promise that he should be instructed at New Orleans as to what he was to do. Many times since she spoke the words, he had thought of them with what he was now ready to confess was very unbecoming scorn, and he proposed to listen to the communications of Hogstown with silent and meek obedience. "In the first place, Mr. Whitlaw, you must be pleased, sir, to tell me—" At this moment a rush of company into the small room in which they had placed themselves rendered the continuation of so important a conversation impossible, and they mutually agreed that for the remainder of the evening they would amuse themselves with the scene they were in, and meet on the morrow in a private room at the hotel where Hogstown had taken up his quarters, for the purpose of giving and receiving both counsel and information on the important business which brought them to the city. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 32. Whitlaw, notwithstanding the late hours of the preceding evening, was punctual to his appointment, and found Mr. Hogstown engaged in examining a daily advertiser, from which he was making memoranda of all the runaway negroes. "Good morning, Mr. Whitlaw. Here it is, you see, 31, 32, 33, no less than 33 cursed runaways in this one paper and this one state. I'll be hanged if a man didn't ought to chain up every individual one of the black bells the identical instant they have done finished their work, and if there was a state obligement to that effect, we should soon progress towards a betterment in our management of them." "I have no doubt in the word of it, sir," replied Whitlaw, in an accent of very earnest sincerity. "But let us conduct so as to arrive at a mutual comprehension of how we can come to an exchangeability of usefulness in this matter." "I desire no better, Mr. Whitlaw, and to take up just where we stopped last night, I must tell you, sir, that I have been desired to make a requirement of you as to all the light you can throw upon the character and behaviour of a family that neighbours close upon your father's store at Mount Etna. They conduct so as to be considerable remarked in the country. They are Germans, I expect, Mr. Whitlaw, but as for the name, you must excuse my liableness to forget it, seeing it's a strange one." Whitlaw's eyes emitted a flash of triumph as he listened to this speech. 100 bitter thoughts that lay rankling at the bottom of his heart started into fresh life at the idea of being at length able to do the hated Steinmark an injury, and he eagerly answered, "Throw a light upon our German neighbours, Mr. Hogstown? There's few that can do it better, I expect. Why, I've lived within a stone's throw of 'em best part of my life, and a dangerous set they are as ever imported themselves into a country." "That responds considerable to what I've heard, Mr. Whitlaw, and I'll just tell you, to avoid any involvement of misunderstanding, what the secret managing committee of Natchez holds to be the best card they've got to play at the present alarming crisis. You see, sir, 'tis as plain as the sun's in heaven that the planters and slaveholders, considered as a body, are at a great remove from advocating the punishment of death among their stock. Now, it is naked folly to fancy that there's anything else but death will make an impression any way worth punishment to the country. And so you see, Mr. Whitlaw, if slaves mustn't die, white men must, that's a fact." "I think I progress towards understanding you, Mr. Hogstown. We shall have to examine, I expect, into the conduct of the Steinmark family, and if it's found to be derogatory to the usual feelings of white men and slave owners, something of the nature of lynch law might be usefully introduced among them."
Depend upon it, sir, there would be considerable advisability in this. It will issue in danger if something is not done to stop the notion that's getting abroad, that niggers are to be taught and tutored like Christians. It's very illy done of these Germans to cultivate their estate, as we are told they do, altogether without slaves, which is just as much as to say that slavery isn't needful. I expect, Mr. Whitlaw, that you can tell whether the accusation against them is repealable or not. The accusation's as true, let who will have made it, as that black's black and that white's white. I tell you, Mr. Hogstown, I've known them for years, and never did a slave do a turn of work for any of 'em since in the country they've been. Well, sir, that's satisfactory so far, and not to be contradicted, I expect. And now there's another point upon which, if we can make a hit, I calculate something considerable important might issue. There's a young fellow that has taken to living at a clearing in the forest somewhere between Natchez and this German's farm. I don't take my pay for nothing, Mr. Whitlaw, and would on no account miss the opportunity of cultivating any observations that may be useful. I had occasion, not that long ago, to watch this young fellow, called Bligh, as I understand, at the place where he keeps. I had a fine occasion to watch his behavement, when a little nasty stinking nigger was lucky enough to make a merriment for some gentleman of the highest standing in Natchez. First he turned deadly pale when they kicked the boy, and then he downright hid his face and his eyes, because, I calculate, he couldn't bear seeing the varmint rolled about and in trouble. And last of all, though he looked as poor as cornmeal and ditch-water, what did he do but out with his money to get the smut out of the scrape, because he'd lost some coppers through the gentleman's joking. Now that was particular, wasn't it? Very, replied Whitlaw solemnly. Go on. Well, sir, I kept my eye upon him, and when he left the store where this happened, I followed round-about fashion, till I saw him reading over all the bills posted up about the market concerning the sale of niggers and the runaways, and all the rest of the nigger news. Well, sir, I stopped still a spell, and then I got into a little exchangeability of talk with him. As to his sayings, he was not that venturesome to expose himself. Contrariwise, he was curious clever to keep safe, I thought. But he couldn't hide from me that his talk had no agreement with his shabby jacket, and I was obligated to conclude that he was more or less an impostor. Well, sir, this negro lover, this shabby-dressed and fine-spoken youngster, is hand in glove with the whole Steinmark family, and there's some that say he is to marry the daughter. That's no great matter, certainly, one way nor t'other, but it's curious, singular, that this chap, what can't abide the sight of a kicked nigger, should be so everlasting intimate with them as won't hold a slave, though all the country knows they're rich enough to have a gang of 500. Don't you perceive, Mr. Whitlaw, how the two things hitches together? Don't I, Mr. Hogstown? I expect I do, sir. And I tell you what, though I'm in no hurry to leave New Orleans, that is, not before my duty and my business is done finished, yet this is what I know, and am ready to testify, that nothing I, or you either, can be after doing here will help the cause 1/4 so much as blowing up them incarnate devils at Reichland, the Steinmarks, I mean. If there's mischief brewing in 1/4, it comes from them. You may as well doubt that a nigger's black. Where will you find another rich man as don't own a slave? And what can it mean, coming as it does, too, from the deed Europe side of the water, but emancipation and treason? Maybe we're all of us in a bad way. I don't know, but we shall find it so. But this I do know, that if there's any hope left, it will be by making an example of those cursed emancipation chaps, the young Steinmarks. Well, sir, replied Hogstown gravely, I can't but approbate the zeal you show, and I shall not fail to report your information and your opinion to the gentlemen of our Natchez committee. But you see, Mr. Whitlaw, the thing must be done with judgment, and no ways in a bustle, at least not on our parts, that guides the springs, as I must say. There will be no objection, of course, that the mob, when we set them on the work of doing justice, should be that little degree infuriated, as may be necessary, for the executioning their business. But I would recommend you, sir, to be quite peaceable and reasonable in your way of giving evidence, and upon no account seem to have any reasons of your own private concernments to urge your speaking, but altogether the public good, and love of justice, and respect for our glorious Constitution, and veneration for the memory of the immortal Washington, and the ever-to-be venerated Jefferson, both of whom approved the institution of slavery, and practised it greatly to their own comfort and advantage. I beg your pardon, Mr. Whitlaw, for taking the liberty of advising you, sir, but you are a young man, and don't rightly know, perhaps as yet, the vast importance of putting things in a right light, particularly when addressing any meeting of the people. And that, I take it, sir, is what we shall be expected to do, if we entertain any hopes of getting up a lynch law execution at Natchez. No offence at all, Mr. Hogstown. Honest men that are true and hearty in a cause, like you and I, sir, must not stand upon ceremony together, and just speak out what they think. And so I recommend you, first and foremost, to keep your eye upon them Steinmarks, one and all, of course, but most particularly upon him as keeps the mill. Take my word for it, he is one that will raise the niggers to mutiny, if any one can. I know him. And if lynch law must be had, 'tis him as I'd try the first to go upon. You may depend upon it, sir, that your recommendation shall not be lost sight of in any degree, replied Hogstown. And now I think we may each go to our separate work, and learn all we can of the goings-on and intentions of the principal slaveholders here. I take it for granted that you have got letters of introduction to some of the first planters, for Colonel Dart is a gentleman exceedingly well respected, and knows the nature of the business we have in hand too well not to set you upon getting all the private news on the subject to be obtained at New Orleans. Why, yes, Mr. Hogstown, I have got letters pretty considerable. Is there anything else, sir, that you can point out as desirable in the way of my duty? Not at the present moment, Mr. Whitlaw, but it may be as well to meet once a day, I expect. Will you be pleased to call on me here again to-morrow, sir? And if we either of us pick up intelligence of any kind, the other may profit thereby. Whitlaw thanked him very cordially for his obliging proposal, and having promised to wait upon him on the morrow, took his leave, not perhaps altogether pleased at finding that he should for the future be really obliged to sacrifice some portion of his precious time to business, but more than consoled for it by believing that he should be able, at his return, to gratify the hatred he had so long vainly nourished against the family of Steinmark. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 33. When old Juno first imagined the expedient of getting rid of Whitlaw by sending him off to New Orleans, she was too much delighted at the idea to delay the execution of it till she had fabricated in her busy brain some errand that might really give him occupation there, and his instructions were in consequence so vague that till the future information, at which the prophetess had so mysteriously hinted, should reach him, he very naturally thought he might consider himself as his own master. When, however, Hogstown crossed his path in the manner described, the superstitious young man doubted not for an instant that it was this meeting which had been predicted, and this persuasion, together with the agreeable information respecting the suspicions thrown on the Steinmarks, determined him to set about doing what was required of him, as far indeed as he comprehended what it was, with all diligence and activity. The delivery of the letters with which he was charged was what he now determined to set about, and as he walked towards the mansion, which the geography of the city had taught him was first in order, He taxed his memory to recall the various verbal instructions given him with each packet, for the purpose of making him acquainted with the position and standing of the parties, and to instruct him in the best mode of turning each and every one of them to profit. The general instructions were clear and intelligible enough, and not easily forgotten. Namely, that in every instance where Colonel Dart's letters obtained him entrance into a family, he was to keep in mind during his intercourse with every individual of it, that the object of his journey was to ascertain, as nearly as possible, the feelings and opinions of the inhabitants of New Orleans on the state of the slave populations, and of the dangers said to threaten the continuance of the system. All this he remembered well, but he remembered also that not one of the 6 letters he carried was given to him without some special and peculiar instructions, which the careful and anxious Colonel Dart fancied might be useful. He opened the whole packet as he walked, and scanned the address of each letter, in the hope that the sight of the name and residence might recall what it was so essential for him to remember. Monroe Barbacuit, Esquire, was the name that first met his eye, and it instantly recalled to him an anecdote that Colonel Dart had recounted, and of which, as Whitlaw believed, this gentleman was the hero, stating that when a partial revolt of slaves on one division of his estate occurred, it had been met and checked by the greatest personal bravery and presence of mind on his part, and that such was the effect of this well-timed display of firmness, that not only was no farther danger anticipated from that quarter, but the example was considered as having been of the most signal service throughout the whole neighbourhood. George Washington Bobbin, Esquire, followed next. "Aye," thought Whitlaw, "I remember that name too. That's the man that was caught t'other day changing a lame nigger baby, born on his own estate, for a bouncing brat of a pickaninny that belonged to a neighbour. But he's curious rich, so nobody says nothing about it, and I must take care to make no allusion to healthy children, or anything of that sort. Adams Byron Chesterfield Higgins, Esquire," muttered our hero as he continued his progress. "That's him as wants a bill brought into Congress for leave to fit out a few ships to make prize of all the craft caught off the coast of Liberia, with licence to dispose of the crews and cargo, black or white, at pleasure. That's a fine young fellow. Success to him, anyhow. Zerubbabel Theodore Octavius Cobb, Esquire. That's a puzzler." Whitlaw walked with his eyes fixed on the name, or rather names, for several minutes, and then exclaimed, "I can't remember one syllable about him." The next was a very modest address. "Mr. John Croft. Oh, that's the man newly come from England to sell that fine estate at Nixton, and we want to buy it a bargain. That's nothing to do with slaves or slavery, for the gangs upon it belong to his tenant. I mind all about that." The 6th and last letter was directed to Brutus Pennyfeather, Esquire, and this also brought its own history to his memory. For Mr. Pennyfeather was a merchant who dealt largely with Colonel Dart for cotton. His first visit was at the house of Mr. Bobbin. He was ushered with a vast deal of Creole pomp into a splendid drawing-room, the furniture of which was no bad specimen of Parisian elegance. The walls of the room were half covered with enormous mirrors. Marble tables of all sorts and sizes displayed a large collection of Sèvres china. Allemande sofas and bergères were invitingly placed in all parts of the spacious room, and the atmosphere was deliciously scented by tuberoses, orange flowers, and jessamines. The light and heat of the day, which was extremely sultry, was only permitted to enter through coloured canvas blinds, continually sprinkled with water on the outside, and stretched over an ample balcony filled with the finest flowers. On first entering this elegant apartment, Whitlaw believed it to be quite untenanted, and that deep-seated reverence for wealth, which had ever been a strong feature in his character, caused him to look round it with a feeling of respect that almost led him to prostrate himself in a salaam upon the delicately tinted matting which covered the floor. It was not till the second and more leisurely survey which he took of its enviable splendour that he perceived a very young, little, round, pale, black-eyed woman, sunk deep into a kangaroo chair, with one of her little feet dangling from it, and the toe of the other supported on the shoulder of a young negro boy, fantastically dressed, who sat on the floor before her. She was placed in the corner of the room, and a large orange tree covered with blossoms, so arranged as to form a sort of canopy over her. Her attitude was one that might have rendered rising difficult to any woman, but to a Creole it was impossible. She therefore clapped her miniature white hands together, and though the sound produced was scarcely louder than what might have followed a similar concussion between two little balls of cotton, it was heard and obeyed by another black fairy in the dress of an oriental page, turbaned and trousered in delicate white muslin, with a tiny vest of yellow satin belted with gold. She murmured something into the child's ear, who immediately took an ivory fan from off the table, and approaching Whitlaw, presented one end of it to him, and so led him forward towards his mistress, it being contrary to Creole etiquette that a white skin should touch the hand of a negro. At the distance of about 2 yards from the living but apparently immovable footstool, the well-tutored little usher stopped, and withdrawing the fan from the hand of the stranger, stood ready to execute the next order he should receive, whether it were to advance a fauteuil for his service, or to lead him back to the door by which he entered. The little beauty, from amidst her flowing, floating, very loose and very thin white drapery, looked out and up to the handsome face of our tall hero, and the signal for the fauteuil was given, but so slightly and so silently that it escaped the senses of Whitlaw. He understood, however, that the chair was intended for him, and he took possession of it with perhaps more satisfaction than grace. "I have a letter, madam," he began, seeking for his credentials as he spoke. "A letter to Mr. Bobbin, from my friend Colonel Dart. Will you be pleased to receive it for him, madam?" "Yes, sir, you may give it to me." And the little white hand was extended, or rather raised, about 2 inches from the lap on which it rested. It was rather instinct than politeness which made Whitlaw start forward to place the letter between the delicate fingers prepared to receive it, and in doing it he bent his head so low that the lady's other hand, which rested in a languid drooping attitude against the side of her high chair, while her shoulder supported her head, passed over his curls with very little effort, and she said, "How your hair curls! Where do you come from?" "From Natchez, madam." "Natchez? Are all the men handsome there?" "Not all, I expect, madam." The little lady laughed immoderately. "Oh, you expect? That's charming. Do sing Yankee Doodle for me, will you? You are so very handsome that I am quite sure you must be good-natured." "I should be happy to do anything that could please you, madam," replied Whitlaw, who, though half affronted at her request, or rather at the manner of it, was enchanted both with her beauty and her compliments. "Anything that I could do, but I'm not capable to sing, for I don't know how." "Oh, what a pity! You would look so handsome when you were singing. You don't know that I am Mr. Bobbin's lady. Do I look old enough to be married?" "You look like an angel, madam," was Whitlaw's gallant reply. Again a fit of violent but very soft-toned laughter waved the light drapery which hung like a transparent cloud about the beauty, but suddenly checking herself, she addressed the little automaton at her feet in a voice that was as sharp as she could contrive to render her languid tones. "Tu as bouge, Pompey, tu auras le foot." Then raising her eyes again to Whitlaw, she said, "Do you love orange flowers?" "I am sure I shall always love them in future," said Whitlaw, directing his eyes to the beautiful blossoms that seemed ready to drop upon her pretty head, "for they will always remind me of you." She again clapped her little hands, and her negro page entered as before, when she again whispered to him and the child disappeared through the open window into the balcony, from whence he quickly returned with his dingy hands filled with delicate orange blossoms. The fair lady made a sign to the child, who was advancing to her with them, saying, "A lui bête." Whitlaw, however, put his hands behind him as the page drew near, exclaiming, "No, madam, no, from no hand but your own, and least of all from a nigger's. But if you'll be pleased to give them to me, I'll keep them for ever, by God." As if it were her doom upon the present occasion to "laugh loud, laughters three," the youthful mistress of the mansion again gave way to mirth, but soon recovered herself and said very obligingly, "Well then, Olinda must give them to you herself, I suppose. Come here." Whitlaw drew near with unfeigned satisfaction, and, as if inspired by the occasion, actually knelt down beside the footstool negro. Olinda looked at him very complacently, and either smelling or kissing the flowers she had received from her page, or both, she placed some of them in his hand, and threw the rest in his face, saying, "There then, now you may go. I will give my husband the letter, and perhaps he will ask you to dinner. I hope he will. Adieu." And she waved him off with the childish air of a little girl playing queen. In truth, the pretty Olinda was still a child in age, and such, if report say true, are the childish ways of some of the little ladies of New Orleans. Luckily for young Whitlaw, his head was not one of those likely to be turned and overturned by such pretty fooleries, so as to make him forget more serious business. "If I'd nothing else to do," thought he, "I might like well enough to waste a few hours in that there paradise of a keeping room. But now for Mr. Munro Barbecue, for if I don't mistake, he lives in the next street." He was here fortunate enough to find the person to whom the letter he brought was addressed, and having delivered it, he waited in silence while Mr. Barbecue read the contents. "Sit down, sir, sit down," said little Mr. Barbecue, a pale, thin personage of 5 feet 4 inches and a half. What a flimsy-looking little fellow, thought Whitlaw, to stand up so grandly against a gang of nigger rebels. Had our hero's mind been stored with classic lore, he would have doubtless have exclaimed, in some language or other, "And dwell such mighty souls in the little men." But not having this advantage, he only contemplated the comical little figure before him with a strong suspicion that the report of his prowess must have originated with himself, and the practical inference he drew from this conclusion was, that nothing would be so likely to propitiate the friendly feelings of Mr. Barbecue as referring to a transaction wherein by his own account he had acted so noble a part. Having waited, therefore, till the perusal of the letter was finished, he said, while the little man was folding it up, "You perceive, Mr. Barbecue, that all nigger outbreaks are not confined to New Orleans. My friend and employer, Colonel Dart, lives in constant terror of the same. Ah, sir, I wish we had got you among us." "Good God, sir, what does that mean?" exclaimed the hero. "What could I do, sir?" "Do you mean that the black malice of the varmint would exhaust itself on me? Is that Colonel Dart's notion, sir?" "Lord, no, sir," answered Whitlaw, quite shocked at having given occasion for such a suspicion. "Colonel Dart never dreamed of no earthly thing like it. I only meant, sir, that it would be a comfort to have such a brave gentleman as you are near us in case of the worst." "In case of the worst? Good God! I to be moving about the country just to pop in at a rebellion in case of the worst. Why, sir, I'm thinking of selling all, if it can be done without too horrid a loss, and shipping myself off for France, just to get out of the way of these born devils. That's what I'm after thinking of, in case of the worst." "I do assure you, sir," replied Whitlaw, "I would be much readier to help such a valuable gentleman as you out of danger than into it. But it is impossible not to keep thinking at times what a fine thing bravery is, especially when one hears of such pitiful, mean, cowardly tricks as some slaveholders don't scruple to do, gentlemen though they are, or ought to be from their standing. but 'tis impossible not to glorify a man that will stand up against a roused gang of malignant varmint like you did, Mr. Barbacuit, when one likens him to such a mean thievish rascal as him as stole his neighbour's thriving pickaninny t'other day, and left a crippled one in its place. Warn't that man a mean fellow, Mr. Barbacuit, and he to be a slaveholder too?" Mr. Barbacuit's pale complexion assumed a tint of livid blue as he listened to these words, and in the rage and agony which possessed him he pulled the bell violently, though he knew that the summons could only bring one or more of the feared and hated race to his succour, but even they would save him from the cool, deliberate insults his visitor was pouring upon him. "Show this gentleman out," stammered the master of the mansion, and as the slave held wide open the door of the room, Whitlaw felt that nothing was left but to walk through it, which in truth he did with as little delay as possible, for the thought had struck him that he must have unhappily bestowed the speeches intended for the bold, fighting queller of riots upon the peaceful but pitiful kidnapper of children. Determined, however, upon satisfying his mind on the subject, he drew a splendid $25 from his pocket as he approached the door of the house, and slipped it into the negro's hand, saying, as he lingered a moment on the steps, "I say, Blackie, aren't there a good story going about somebody liking a straight pickaninny better than a crooked one?" and the words being accompanied by a wink and a grin. The thoroughly propitiated slave answered with a chuckling "He he he, sure enough, massa, and no lie neither." "And 'twas him as done it?" added Whitlaw, with an expressive action of his thumb, pointing it backwards across the hall. "Surely, massa, surely. He he he." Vexed, provoked, and in some degree frightened at his own carelessness, Whitlaw muttered within his teeth as he hurried from the door, "Damn their instructions! I wish the old witch was here herself to tell me who's who." Hardly was the thought formed into words than the figure of Juno, very decently clad, however, but still the figure of Juno, came down a side street and stood before him. All the floating superstitions of Whitlaw's brain seemed to crowd and settle round his heart as he recognised her. She still carried her bamboo, but it was now used as a needful walking stick to support the steps of a feeble-looking but very tidy old woman. It would have been worse than a misdoubting of Providence if Whitlaw had not availed himself of this seemingly miraculous arrival of the counsellor he had wished for. With considerably more than usual respect he addressed her. "You are just the person, mother, as I wished to see. I am glad to see you look so hearty too. And what has Mr. Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw to say to me?" said Juno in return, while a new change seemed to have come over the spirit of her vagaries, for her manner was staid and steady, and her accent and pronunciation most punctiliously those of the educated English. "Why, I want you to tell me. Only this street is so unaccountable public. Can't I go with you to your lodgings for a spell? I would look queer maybe if I took you to mine. The least queer of the two, Mr. Whitlaw, I think, but neither is necessary. If you really have business with me, I can walk before you down this street for about 100 yards, which will bring us into a drying ground. None but black or coloured people are likely to be there, so there is no fear of incivility, though we should intrude on them. I suspect, Mr. Whitlaw, that all business between you and I is pretty well over. Nevertheless, for old acquaintance' sake, I am ready to wait upon you so far." "Thank you, Juno, thank you," replied Whitlaw, more than ever impressed with the conviction of her supernatural powers. "I will follow wherever you please, and thank you too." Without farther parley, old Juno set off by the way she came, and just at the distance she had described, a large open space received them, around which were scattered many small, miserable-looking dwellings, inhabited by free negroes and quadroons who took in washing. "Here, sir, you may say whatever you please," said the old woman, turning round to him. "Nobody is at all likely to hear you, and less likely still, if they did, to notice what you say. "It's just this, Juno," said Whitlaw, in a sort of coaxing accent that made the keen-eyed old woman smile, spite of her assumed stateliness. "Here are lots of letters, you see, from our colonel, and when he gave them to me, he told me a deal about every one of them. And you, too, if you remember, you told me what was to be said to one and not to another, and as ill luck would have it, I have forgot it all, or worse still, I've done mixed it all up in one, putting wrong names and things together, till I'm in a right down bad fix. Let me see them, sir, if you please." Whitlaw placed the remaining letters in her hand. "I've given in 2 of them already," said he. "The first was to Mr. Bobbin, and that did very well, for I saw his wife. But the second I made curious bad work of, for I thought that Mr. Barbacuit was the gentleman as stood up so against the rebellion, and I complimented him about it up sky high, and worse than that by half, I talked to him of the mean fellow as left the crippled brat in the place of the thriving one, and I thought he'd have gone demented sure enough." Not all the decorum and gravity which old Juno was so evidently struggling to maintain could resist this anecdote, so well calculated to delight her in every way. She laughed till tears rained plenteously from her eyes, and her stout bamboo shook beneath the weight she threw upon it. Even the frightened Whitlaw caught the infection and laughed too, and it was this indeed rather than the fading away of her own mirth which restored her composure. "Well, sir, respecting which of these names," and she began to examine them as she spoke, "do you wish information?" "All of them, Juno." Juno proceeded to read the titles, which the bright sky of New Orleans enabled her to do, though not without some difficulty, for her eyes were not quite so good as they had been, though, like all her faculties, her sight was much less impaired than is usual at her age. "Zerubbabel Theodore Octavius Cobb, that's a man whose assistance may be very valuable to you, Mr. Whitlaw. Should any commotion among the negroes at Paradise Plantation render it advisable to call in assistance. His influence among the coloured people is quite astonishing. The very sight of him I should think likely to produce a prodigious effect." "That's good," replied Whitlaw. "I'll make much of him, you may depend upon it." "You will do quite right, sir. Brutus Pennyfeather, this is the person of whom Colonel Dart desired you would request a few of his best conditioned slaves at almost any price. Do not forget this, Mr. Whitlaw. It may chance to be very important. Adam Byron Chesterfield Higgins. This is quite a young man, but not perhaps the less important for that reason. He has some great and very liberal views on many subjects. You must make him understand that Colonel Dart enters warmly into all his projects, and is ready to assist him with money and interest." Whitlaw nodded. "I think I shall remember them all now," said he, stretching out his hand for the letters. "There is but one more, and that's to the Englishman. I know what I've got to say to him well enough." The eyes of Juno fell upon the name of Croft at the moment she was about to give back the packet. "I had forgot this," she said in an altered voice. "This letter is useless," she added, tearing it into fragments. "You have no occasion to visit this person at all." "That's strange, though," said Whitlaw, "because it was plain to me that my calling on Mr. Croft was my most particular business of all. This is the man, Juno, who is come oversea to sell that first-rate fine estate that the Colonel wants to get hold of. Nixton, you know, Juno, there's no land like it. I shall catch it, I expect, for your tearing that letter up." "No, sir, no," cried Juno impatiently. "The Colonel has no longer any wish to buy that land. Therefore your calling on Mr. Croft could only be useless trouble, and wasting time that you might turn to better account at New Orleans, Mr. Whitlaw." "I expect that's true too," he replied, perfectly persuaded that she was alluding to her occult knowledge of his successful play, and that her words predicted continued good fortune. "I won't waste no more time than I can help, I promise you that, Juno, and so good morning. We shall meet again, I suppose, at Paradise Plantation before long. But in case I should want a touch of your help, or your knowledge, Juno, or the like, I should like to know where you bide in the city. Is it a long remove from here? I expect not." "When you want me, you will find me," replied Juno. with a touch of her wonted mysticism. "And that's true again, I have no doubt. I don't forget this morning, and so good-bye." Juno gave a silent nod in return, and then waved her bamboo, as in days of yore, in sign of dismissal. The signal was immediately obeyed, and they parted, Whitlaw pursuing his way to the abode of Mr. Pennyfeather, and Juno retreating to the obscure quarter where she made her home. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 34. Whitlaw's eagerness to find himself again at the billiard table was very greatly increased by the manner in which he fancied that Juno had alluded to the success that would attend him there. Nevertheless, he determined, for many reasons, among which, perhaps, his secret belief that Juno knew all his actions was not the least powerful, to deliver his 3 remaining letters while her instructions respecting them were still fresh in his memory. As nothing of importance to the narrative occurred at either of the houses he visited, as he committed no more blunders and made acquaintance with no more dispensers of orange blossoms, we shall pass over all that related to them in silence. He contrived to get all this business done by an early hour in the evening, and then repaired to the neighbourhood of the French Theatre, once again to propitiate the goddess he adored. Though it is not necessary to follow him there in order again to witness his skilful display of all the talents most valued and best rewarded in that region, it may nevertheless be observed in passing that he was again eminently successful, as this will serve to explain his disobedience to the last injunctions received from Juno. It was while enjoying that delicious wakefulness, which sometimes results from having too many pleasant thoughts at work within one for the approach of sleep, to be either wished for or permitted, that our hero conceived the magnificent idea that he might perhaps himself become the purchaser of the Nixton property. A few more such nights, and the thing might be done, even if he had a Yankee instead of an Englishman to deal with. Even suppose that luck might not continue to run quite so much in his favour, he was pretty sure that on such security his father might easily be induced to help him. Pretty considerable, in short, before his sleeping had succeeded in chasing his waking dreams, he had fully decided upon calling on Mr. John Croft on the morrow. His first sensations on waking were delightful. The present, actual, and certain state of his pocket-book, together with the probable and future state of his fortune, opened upon his mind as brightly as the sun shot through his mosquito curtains, and he sprang from his bed with the alacrity of a refreshed wrestler prepared for new struggles and new triumphs. Nothing could exceed the delicacy of the breakfast with which he opened the history of the day, having locked up his precious pocket-book in his trunk, and locked up his trunk in a closet, and locked up the closet in his bedroom, despite the probable anathemas of the slave whose task it was to fix his chamber. He sallied forth, leaving the substantial comforts of the boarding-house breakfast behind him, and with conscious extravagance, but well-merited indulgence, entered the Paris-like saloon of the most celebrated restaurant in New Orleans. The cart was put into his hands, and as an English version of its contents was considerately appended, Mr. Whitlaw soon saw the marble table before him assume an aspect which made him, in the inmost recesses of his soul, do honour to the game of billiards. Immediately before him lay a snow-white napkin, enveloping a small loaf almost as white. A baby chicken, hardly exceeding the age at which a Leo would have chosen his pig, lay fried and cradled amidst delicately green corn. To the right, 2 Maintenon cutlets of the same infantine dimensions contrasted their transparent paper clothing with the wreath of grilled oysters which surrounded them. To the left, exhaling an odour which none but an eater can understand, reeked one of those matchless wildfowl which to taste, or even to dream of with some touch of truth, one must cross the Atlantic. and then, here and there, in most admired disorder, but all within reach of the commanding hand, stood a cooler crammed with ice, from which peeped up a tall thin neck, encircled with a necklace inscribed Chablis, while another of like fashion announced itself as champagne. At one corner slices of pineapple were laid temptingly on ice. At the answering one appeared figs of most rare quality, but as if to keep them warm instead of cold, each one closely enveloped in 3 or 4 of its own thick rich leaves, and in and out among them all were sundry minor dainties too numerous to mention. For one long but too fleeting hour did Whitlaw sit before this little table, ere the glass beside him rang to the touch of his knife, and then the fragrant bowl of coffee entered, flanked by the little glass of cognac. At length the joy was ended, and the bill was paid, almost without a sigh, and Jonathan Jefferson stepped forth in his strength, with the ardent hope of achieving that by barter and address which should for ever furnish forth such banquets. He had now no letter to deliver, nor any other introduction to offer than what his own wit could suggest, but his breakfast had in some sort inspired him, and he rang Mr. Croft's bell with a strength and courage made up of the remembrance of his swelling pocket-book and iced wine. The Englishman was sitting with his daughter in a pleasant parlour, which opened upon a garden filled with oleander and orange trees. The young lady was practising the harp, and accepting the face of Lotte Steinmark, which he had not yet quite forgotten. Whitlaw thought he had never seen anything so beautiful as the countenance that was raised upon him as he entered the door. Notwithstanding the proverbial shyness of Englishmen, they seldom show it in receiving a guest at home, and our hero soon found him self-conversing with great fluency on the business that brought him there. "I expect that there's no mistake, Mr. Croft, in the fact that you're going to dispose of your interest in the Nixton estate." "No mistake at all, sir," replied Mr. Croft. "I came from England on purpose to look after the sale myself." "You could not have taken a more prudent step, sir. Depend upon it, there's no trusting to agents. You're sure to be cheated." "Indeed, sir, that's giving no good character to your men of business. But it was no fear of that kind that brought me out. I chose to come myself for several reasons. First, I wanted to see your fine country, and next, I was told it would be likely to be serviceable to my daughter, who has not been quite well of late, and lastly, I had nothing else to do, having quite given up business of all kinds." "Why, sir, with a tolerable good estate in possession, a man didn't ought to think over much of business. But maybe you have a large family to provide for." "I can hardly say that, sir. This young lady is my only child." Whitlaw looked again at Miss Croft, and this time decided that she was even handsomer than Lotte. "Well, Mr. Croft, I shall be happy, sir, if I can be the means of saving you any trouble, and if you have to deal with me, you will at least be in the hands of an honest man. I have been thinking, sir, that I might like to become the purchaser myself of that bit as you've got to sell." "It can hardly be called a bit, sir," replied Mr. Croft very quietly, "because the estate is as whole and complete as any property can be. But it is of little consequence what you call it, provided you are disposed to give the value. May I take the liberty of asking your name, sir?" "My name is Whitlaw, Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. Though but a young man, I have some money at my disposal, and if we can deal, I shall be well content to place it on landed security. Have you at all made up your mind as to what you would take for it, Mr. Croft?" "The question is a very plain one, Mr. Whitlaw, and I see no reason why it should not receive a plain answer. I am told, sir, that the property at Nixton, including the uncleared as well as the cleared, ought to fetch $50,000. This was at least 1/4 more than Whitlaw had calculated, and he felt rather at a loss how to proceed with a negotiation which he knew was greatly beyond his power to complete, even if assisted by every dollar his father could bring forward. But while one scheme seemed melting away, another was gradually and very pleasantly getting possession of his fancy. Why might he not get Nixton without paying for it at all? Why might he not marry Mr. Croft's only daughter and only child? If she would but think him as handsome as Mrs. Bobbin did, the thing would be settled at once, for it was impossible to suppose that any Christian man would contradict the will of his only daughter, and she in delicate health too. These thoughts took but a moment in passing through his brain, and the next sufficed to suggest to him that his best chance of pleasing both father and daughter, without setting them together by the ears about him, was to impress them both but with sufficient idea of his wealth and consequence. With this object he again addressed Mr. Croft on the subject of the sale, though in truth he had no more idea of achieving it than his good Aunt Cleo might have had of becoming the purchaser from the profits of her bacon and her dairy. "Well, Mr. Croft," said he very civilly, "I am not prepared to say, sir, that you are putting too high a value on the property, but the fact is that it is considerable more than I look to hear, and I'm half afraid it may pass my means. You see, sir, the fact is that my father, Mr. Jonathan Whitlaw of Mount Etna—" "Mount Etna?" softly exclaimed the beautiful Selina. These were the first words she had spoken, and they immediately riveted the attention of the admiring Whitlaw. "Did you speak, miss?" said he, very respectfully. "I beg your pardon, sir, for having broken in upon your conversation by my foolish exclamation. It really was involuntary, but it seemed so strange to hear any person spoken of as being of Mount Etna." "Such names are by no means out of the common way in this country, Selina," said her father, rather reproachfully. "Pray, Mr. Whitlaw, go on." "Well, sir, as I was saying, my father is a gentleman in possession of a pretty considerable handsome estate called Mount Etna, which seems to amuse this charming young lady so much. Now, sir, when a gentleman has got a landed estate, it stands to reason that he is not likely to have at the same time such a deal of the ready as would be called for to make good this purchase. Nevertheless, I expect that between us we could come pretty nigh upon it, and maybe you wouldn't altogether dislike to have a portion of the purchase money left on mortgage." "I am sorry to say, sir," replied Mr. Croft, "that I could not agree to that. My object is to close my accounts with this country altogether. I have no reason whatever to complain of my tenant at Nixton, but I have nevertheless found it very inconvenient to hold property at such a distance." "I expect that's possible. And this charming young lady, what does she think of our fine country, Mr. Croft?" "She likes the warm climate exceedingly, but the country appears rather flat to those who are accustomed to the scenery of England." It is probable that Mr. Croft thought this as much of civility, time, and conversation as it was necessary to bestow on a stranger who had made a proposal which he did not mean to accept, for he not only ceased to speak, but began looking over and arranging various bills, receipts, and other papers which lay on the table before him. Young Whitlaw, however, if he understood the hint, felt no inclination to profit by it, but turning from the father to the daughter, he set very seriously to work upon an undertaking every way important to him, namely, the winning grace and favour in the eyes of the beautiful Miss Croft. "'Tis an unaccountable fine climate, miss, this of ours, that's a fact, and the country isn't that bad either. I promise you, if you do but get upon the steamboats and go far enough. Do you approbate the theatre, Miss Croft? I should be first-rate happy if I might be your beau now and then to show you the sights." Miss Croft was not a young lady of fashion, nor did she affect any fastidious refinement beyond her station, which was that of a very respectable merchant's only child, educated at one of the best schools in Liverpool, of which city her father was a native as well as herself, and beyond which neither her knowledge nor her wishes had carried her. She was not yet 17, and her time had hitherto been chiefly occupied by the study of those ornamental accomplishments to which her large fortune gave her a right to aspire. Her reading beyond her mere class books was almost wholly confined to poetry, for which she had a fondness that approached almost to passion. But like all very strong feelings, it was nourished in silence, and no one living had the least idea that the pale and gentle Selina secretly worshipped a species of glowing idol that made all earthly things seem tame beside it. Such being the peculiar tone of the young lady's mind, it is not very extraordinary that Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw failed to produce the effect he desired. Indeed, there was something in his accent, manner, and appearance though he was unquestionably a handsome man, which was very peculiarly disagreeable to her, and at this proposition of becoming her beau and showing her "the sights," she felt something extremely like a shudder creep over her, and looking appealingly at her father, she too had recourse to some papers lying on the music desk that stood before her, and answered not a word. It is possible that the lovely blush which dyed her cheeks as she turned her eyes from the young man to her desk might have beguiled a less vain person than Whitlaw into thinking that her silence was not unaccompanied by emotion, nor indeed was it, though of a kind as far removed as possible from any he wished to inspire, but to him it seemed a most gracious silence, and with a smile which, if she had seen, it would have been, if possible, more distasteful than his words. He turned from her after a long unbridled gaze, and said to her father as he rose to go, "I expect, Mr. Croft, that I shall have to see you, sir, on business quite of a private nature before I leave the city." "Sir," responded Mr. Croft, in a tone of the most unaffected surprise, "I calculate, sir, that we must contrive to do business together somehow before we part, and I don't count upon your finding my proposals altogether unworthy attention. I've great expectations, Mr. Croft, from more quarters than one, but I'll say no more for the present. Good day to you, sir. Miss Selina Croft, ma'am, I have the honour of wishing you a very good day." The daughter bowed, the father rang the bell, and Mr. Whitlaw departed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 35. We will not follow our presumptuous hero through the various blunders and vanities which, in the course of a few days, induced him to ask the hand of Miss Croft in marriage. It will be sufficient to transcribe the letter by which the offer was made, in order to show the grounds on which he founded his hopes of success. The epistle ran thus: To Mr. Croft, Merchant of Liverpool. Mr. Croft, Sir, I guess that by this your dreadful beautiful daughter, as well as yourself, must be come to a pretty considerable good notion of what I am after. The estate at Nixton is all very well, and I wouldn't have any objection to buy it, and as to the price, I find there'd be no manner of difficulty about finding the needful. Mount Etna is a profitable bit too. But after all, Mr. Croft, what is either estate in consequence compared to the real business in hand between us? I expect I must explain myself, because 'tis in rule so to do, though I don't doubt in the least that the beautiful eyes as have made such work with my heart have been clear-sighted enough to spy out what they have done. The short and the long of it is, then, that I'm in love with your daughter, Mr. Croft, and that I hereby make a proposal to marry her. One good reason why this match is likely enough to be agreeable to all parties is that we are both of us only children, which makes the business, as you will allow, a deal more plain sailing. For who could Mr. Whitlaw of Mount Etna be after leaving all his property to? And he has not that little to make it a flea bite. And who could you, Mr. Croft, devise yours to? Which I don't question is pretty considerable also, except to us two. So that's plain enough. As to the article of residence, I'm a right down good American, that's a fact. Nevertheless, I would be no ways particular as to accompanying my wife to England for a spell, and some of our young family might be left to cheer your old age, Mr. Croft, if you wished it, sir. In short, I take it upon myself to assure you that in all things we shall be ready and willing to do what's most agreeable to you. As to money down, I guess that the best way will be not to meddle or make with the Nixton estate at all, but just let that come straight at once to my wife, which I shall consider like one and the same as ready cash. And I understand that you couldn't be well off doing that, seeing that it comes by the young lady's mother, and ought therefore, as a matter of course and justice, to go to her child. There is but one other point, I expect, that need be mentioned at present, but that's one on which I don't think I should be over easy to change, and therefore it ought by rights to be done settled at first starting. Whenever my wife and I goes over to the old country, I never will suffer nor permit any of my niggers to go across with us, for I know from good authority what comes of it. They gets free as soon as they touches that queer old place, and devil a bit should I ever get them back again to Louisiana. Not doubting that all I propose will be counted reasonable and handsome, I remain honoured, sir, your friend and son, as would be, Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. P.S. As I don't see any reason for wishing for delay, I shall be ready to perform my part of the happy ceremony at the shortest notice. To Mr. John Croft. When this letter was delivered, the father and daughter were, as very usual with them, sitting together. Mr. Croft read it through without uttering a word, and having finished it, he sighed deeply and began at Mr. Croft, Sir. But before he had finished the first page, he stopped short, and looked at his daughter with great gentleness, and as if he feared to give her pain, he said, Selina, why have you not told me this? Why have you not told me that Mr. Whitlaw was your lover? Who, father? Replied the poor girl, almost in a swoon. Who do you say is my lover? The young man called Whitlaw, Selina. Here is a letter from him. A very strange letter, certainly, in every way, but it is evident he considers himself as your accepted lover. He? Oh, father, can you say that and bear me in your sight? He, my accepted lover, the only human being, God forgive me, that I was ever sinful enough to hate? My dearest child, exclaimed her father, in a voice that testified the most unequivocal satisfaction, forgive me for having for a single instant believed it possible. But see how he writes, Selina, the presumptuous fool. What could I think, my dear girl, from such a letter as this? Selina received the letter and read it. Her father watched her countenance as she proceeded, and was surprised at the violent agitation it betrayed. From the moment he discovered that the tone of confident success assumed in this curious epistle was as unwarranted as it was displeasing, he felt greatly inclined to indulge in the ridicule it so naturally excited, but the emotion of his daughter forbade this, and he felt almost ashamed of having been disposed to treat lightly what evidently occasioned her much real suffering. Give me the letter, Selina. It is really beneath your notice. Pray compose yourself, and think no more of this presumptuous youth. Never surely was any man so besotted by his vanity as this one. I am very wrong, I believe, to be so deeply wounded by it. Is it pride, father, that makes my heart swell as if it would choke me, when I think of this man's fancying I could marry him? Perhaps it may be, my love, and yet I think there are better feelings too that may have a part in it. This letter is offensive to your delicacy, Selina, as well as to your pride. But come, do not look so very like a duchess about it. I will give him his answer, and you shall hear no more of him. Pray do not spare him, sir, said the young lady, rising to leave the room. I particularly request that you will let him understand that we had neither of us any notion at all of what he was after. These, I think, are his own elegant words, and he will probably understand them better than any other you could use. Miss Croft retired to her own little dressing-room, where, as usual, though she was there only as a sojourner in the land, her lofty and romantic spirit had surrounded itself with the only food it loved to feed upon. A volume of Spenser was in her hand, and she was completely absorbed by the noble thoughts she found there, when her English maid entered and informed her that a poor old negro woman desired to speak to her. It was with the deep sigh with which one resigns an occupation that is very dear, for one that is not so, that the young enthusiast laid aside the cherished volume and meekly said, "Let her come in." Selina's was a kind and generous heart, and feeling no doubt that the poor old negro woman, described by her maid, came to ask charity, she could not hesitate to receive her. But had she been engaged in an occupation less delightful than that of reading Spenser, this interruption would still have been distasteful to her. The oppressed and suffering conditions of the coloured people at New Orleans was a source of constant annoyance to her comfort. Yet she had a fanciful theory of her own respecting them, which, though it never could have led her generous and gentle temper to treat them harshly, made all intercourse with them in some degree painful and degrading. She finally believed that this marked and hitherto most unhappy race were the descendants of Cain, and her feelings towards them were the result of both superstitious abhorrence and wounded compassion. It was not, therefore, without a sort of mental struggle that she did, as we have seen, desire the old negro woman to come in. It was the uncouth and decrepit figure of Juno that met her eyes as she raised them on her maid's re-entering with the announcement, "Here is the old woman, ma'am." Selina started. Though less wild and grotesque in appearance than when she sought to excite respect by the assumption of supernatural power, the aspect of Juno was still sufficiently singular to produce surprise at least, if not disgust and terror. Perhaps in the feelings of Selina there was a mixture of all three. She recovered herself, however, and said very kindly, "Can I do anything to serve you, my good woman?" "Music!" exclaimed Juno, fixing her eyes with impassioned earnestness on her face. "Most sweet music! What can she mean, Susan?" said the young lady, turning to her maid, who, with a look half frightened, half laughing, stood gazing on the odd-looking stranger. "Do you suppose she wants me to play to her?" "Oh dear no, ma'am. She never could think of such a thing. What do you want, old woman?" "I want not you, young woman," replied Juno, with somewhat of her usual authority of tone. "I want only to see and hear that angel." Juno, as she spoke, advanced a few steps towards the object of her admiration, and gazing fixedly and wistfully in her face, large heavy tears fell, drop by drop, unconsciously from her eyes, and she seemed wholly to forget where she was and the surprise she was likely to excite. Agitated and displeased, Selina sought to shrink from her glance, and moving to a greater distance, said, "I think you must mistake me for someone else, good woman. Pray do not stare at me so. Give her this, Susan, and take her downstairs. If she wishes for anything to eat, let her have it." The Abigail took some money from the hand of her mistress, and offered it to the old woman. "You are white and no slave, young woman. I know that well and respect you accordingly, but I would not have you here at this moment. It is a very awful one. Keep the money. I have no need of it. You work for hire, and let that pay you for the trouble of leaving the room for a few minutes." The girl looked half frightened and seemed about to obey her, when Selina cried out eagerly, "Do not go, Susan. I will not have you leave me." "Selina!" exclaimed Juno, in a tone of tender reproach. "Selina! Child of Selina, as she was of my Selina, my own, my lovely one, do you fear me? Let that woman go, Selina. It were better for us both." "No, no, it were better for you, Selina, that she should not hear what I must now disclose. Will you send her from us?" "Surely she is mad, Susan," cried the poor girl, greatly terrified. You must not, indeed you must not leave me." The whole expression of Juno's countenance changed as she listened to these words, and instead of tenderness, anger and despair seemed almost to convulse her features. "No, girl, I am not mad, but I am black, and I am still a slave, aye, still a slave, as when I gave birth to her who gave birth to your mother." You tremble, Selina. You turn deadly pale. Alas, poor child, it was but cruel fondness to tell thee this. Yet it is true, Selina, but this menial here should not have heard it. Tell her, my child, my poor, pale, trembling child, that she must not publish to the world, not to the New Orleans world, that thou hast a living parent in a poor old slave. Selina, dearest, will you not speak to me? You are my child, the offspring of my blood, as surely as of the white man's who had my early woman's love, my first, my last, my only love. Selina, Will you not speak to your old parent?" "Oh, dreadful, dreadful!" shrieked the terrified Selina. "Where is my father? Father, father, come to me!" Susan, who had listened with equal attention and astonishment to this strange disclosure, and who found there was no more news to be learned by remaining in the room, thought that the best thing she could do in order to satisfy her mistress' doubts and her own would be to gratify the young lady by summoning her father. She accordingly almost threw herself down the staircase which led to the room he occupied, and bursting open the door, she exclaimed, "For God's sake, sir, come this instant to my young lady, or you will hardly find her alive." Mr. Croft, who had just dispatched his letter to Whitlaw, which a feeling of anger at the painful emotion he had caused his daughter had led him to write with some severity, now fancied that the illness her maid announced proceeded from the same source, and that she was fretting at the insult she had received. "Poor girl, poor dear girl! Is it too bad? A great deal too bad? But hang the fellow, I think it will be long enough before he ventures upon a similar experiment." It was thus Mr. Croft unuttered forth his resentment as he hastily followed Susan to his daughter's apartment. Great indeed was his astonishment at seeing her lying back in her chair almost insensible, while old Juno, with mixed anger and alarm, stood at a short distance from her, alternately uttering words of tenderest affection and expressions of bitter reproach. "Good God, what is the matter, my child? Who is this woman? Why are you looking so pale and so terrified?" The voice of her father seemed to restore her faculties. She started up, and throwing herself into his arms, exclaimed, "Oh, father, father, tell me it is false. Tell me, swear to me that I am not of the accursed race of Cain." "My dear Selina, what can have happened to put you into this dreadful agitation? Who is this old woman, and what has she been saying to you?" "The old woman will tell you all you wish to know, if you are the father of Selina," said Juno. "But let not that young woman, whose eyes look more curious than kind, let her not remain to hear it. She has already heard enough to puzzle her, and I have no wish that the matter should be made clearer to her understanding. Go, Susan," said Mr. Croft, more than ever bewildered, and replacing his daughter on her chair, he sat down beside her, prepared to hear some fortune-telling tale of dismal augury, and exceedingly well disposed to throw the speaker of it out of the window when it was done. Susan retreated and shut the door behind her, but Juno knew little of the nature of white waiting maids, when she imagined that by sending her from the room, because there was something going forward which she was not to know, she would thereby be kept ignorant of it. The door had a keyhole, and to that keyhole was applied Susan's ear. No sooner was she out of sight than Juno again spoke. "It is woe and grief to me to have shaken the spirit of that lovely child, but nature cried aloud within me. She is mine, my child in the third descent. Could I look at and not claim her? But that claim seems to have broken her heart." "What on earth do you mean, woman?" said Mr. Croft sternly. "What raving nonsense is this? Selina, my love, look up. You surely cannot for a moment believe this wild and most improbable story." The unfortunate Selina, however, did believe it, though struggling hard to doubt it. "Will you be pleased, sir," said Juno, "to answer me one or two questions? My questions may enlighten you more than your answers can enlighten me." "What is it you would ask, woman?" said Mr. Croft. "Be quick, and let us have an end to this mummery. Was not your wife's maiden name Woodthorpe?" "Selina Woodthorpe." "Well, and what then? Did you ever hear her mother's maiden name? Was it not Selden?" "Selina too." "Selina Selden?" "Yes, I know that was her name. I have several books belonging to her, and her name was written in them all. That Selina Selden, the mother of your wife, was my child. She was a yellow woman, and, as they say, a very lovely one. You look strangely at me, but my tale is a true one, and those by whose means I have ever been enabled to hear tidings of the only race on earth with whom I claim kindred, they can tell you so, and will, if you'll be pleased to ask them." The manner of Juno was now so perfectly calm and rational that there was no longer any possibility of believing her insane. But Mr. Croft, as he looked in the face of his daughter, trembled at the consequences this strange disclosure was likely to make upon her. Whatever he had thought of the old woman at first, he was now greatly persuaded that the story was a true one. He well remembered the beautiful but dark olive of his wife's complexion, her raven hair, and the peculiar clearness of her large black eyes. But to him the conviction brought nothing terrible. His wife had been a very beautiful, accomplished, and estimable woman, had brought him a handsome fortune, and died, regretted by a large circle of friends. Of what native country or colour her mother or her mother's mother might have been, was to him a matter of great indifference, though assuredly had he known her origin, he would not have brought his daughter to New Orleans. All he could do now, however, was to calm the evident agony of poor Selina's mind by endeavouring to throw doubt upon the statement of the old woman, which in fact was as yet quite unproved. "Selina," said he, "this story is far too wild and fanciful to be received as true upon any single testimony whatever. I will inquire into it. Should it prove as idle as it is likely to do, I trust you will dismiss it instantly and entirely from your thoughts. If, on the contrary, it should be borne out by testimony, our course is very simple. I will immediately purchase the freedom of this poor slave, leave her with ample means to pass her remaining days in comfort, and then return to our own country, where this very romantic history will never be known or believed. Will not this satisfy you, my dear child?" "Father, you do not yet believe it." "No, no, Selina, it is much too improbable." "Thank God. But if it be false, father, it is because that poor wretch is mad. She believes the tale herself, I am sure of it." "Poor child," said Juno sadly, "does it cut so deeply? I would I had never told it. Farewell, Selina. Your name has been poor Juno's talisman for many a year. It served to conjure off much shame and sorrow from her, but she shall never talk of it again, not even to the woods. Farewell." She waited not for any answer, but hastily retreated from the room. As she passed through the door, she perceived a female figure gliding rapidly down the stairs before it, and she thought it was that of the white waiting maid, whose presence had so much annoyed her. But Juno's heart was too heavy at this moment to pay much attention to trifles, and she thought no more of it. All the bright but uncertain hopes with which she had entered the house were now crushed and dead. But perhaps the pang that rankled most painfully was the suspicion expressed by the father that she was an impostor. Her head was aching and giddy with the numberless projects that suggested themselves for proving with immediate and most imposing evidence the truth of her assertions. But the remembrance of Selina's pale and wretched face chased them all. She determined therefore to see Mr. Croft alone on the morrow, for the purpose of showing him one or two memorials which she thought must bring conviction to his mind. And then, thought poor Juno, then I will once more turn my back upon New Orleans, creep into the hut these hands have built, and die. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 36. Mr. Croft's letter of dismissal to Whitlaw was not penned without some slight touch of the contempt and indignation his impudent assumption of success deserved, but it produced a degree of irritation on the mind of the young man more proportioned to his preposterous estimate of his own merits than to the degree of severity with which it was written. The nation of Mr. Croft came in for no inconsiderable portion of the maledictions which followed the perusal of it. In fact, it was less wounding to his vanity to believe that he was dismissed because a damned infernal proud Englishman would not suffer his daughter to marry an American, than that his personal qualities were not such as to make him acceptable to the young lady herself. A very malignant feeling of jealousy, however, mixed with his disappointment. Perhaps he really believed that no young girl, not prepossessed in favour of another, could have resisted him, and as if the Spanish feelings, which had once been the soul of New Orleans, still haunted its precincts, and now visited him, visions of daggers, knives, and stilettos seemed to float before his eyes and arrange themselves in his brain. Before he could indulge himself, however, with even fancying how they might avenge him, it was necessary to ascertain who the individual might be for whose especial service he was willing to employ them. There was some very savage ingredients, as it should seem, in the passion of love whenever it found its way into the bosom of Whitlaw. Though long celebrated for his licentious amours, Lottie Steinmark was decidedly the first female whose beauty had really touched the heart of my hero, and to her brothers, who had seemed to stand round and guard her from him, he had vowed and still held himself ready to perform the vow whenever occasion might offer, a vengeance not the less deep because delayed. Selina Croft, if she had not effaced this first impression, had decidedly made a new one beside it, but in her case also the tender feeling was soon merged and lost in sentiments of mortification and hatred. During the few days which intervened between Whitlaw's first visit to Mr. Croft and the delivery of the letter which brought his hopes to so abrupt a conclusion, he had more than once called and been refused admittance, but quite persuaded that this was the consequence of a general and not particular exclusion, he conceived the idea that the gallant and well-tried project of bribing the lady's maid with a little love and a little money might avail him. The scheme was quite successful. Susan had left her own country chiefly in the hope of finding profit and adventure, and when therefore she saw herself dodged in one of the streets of New Orleans by a very tall and handsome gentleman, Whitlaw was always well dressed, she saw no harm in looking over her shoulder to see what he could possibly mean, or at length in listening to him while he declared that if her mistress were as handsome as herself, he would contrive to marry her, if her fortune were one half less, but that, as it was, she should be rewarded by his purse, as well as his tenderest admiration, if she would assist in bringing him within reach of Miss Croft. Between such persons as Mr. Whitlaw and Susan, these sort of compacts do not take long in arranging, and it was soon agreed that when he rang, which he was to do with peculiar gentleness, she should pass near the door by accident, open it, and admit him. This had been done repeatedly, and it was the angry blush which melted on Selina's cheek, and a half smile that showed itself in the good-humoured dimples of her father upon these occasions, which, being read amiss, had led to the éclaircissement. It was not one interview, however, which had sufficed to arrange these visits, or to reward Susan for her successful management of them. At a certain hour in each day, the young woman had repaired to a place indicated, and Whitlaw, who was now as anxious to examine her respecting others as he had been to interest her for himself, again kept the appointment, and again had the satisfaction of finding his agent faithful to it. He immediately perceived that the girl had something new and important to communicate, and after the prologue of a few gentle words on both sides, they prepared mutually to open their hearts and relieve themselves of the load of intelligence that oppressed them. "I have got news for you now, Mr. Whitlaw," said Susan, "but I misdoubt if you will like it much, at least if you hold fast to your intention of marrying my young lady. What blood do you think she's come of, Mr. Whitlaw? And she so pale and delicate too." "What blood?" repeated Whitlaw. "Why, damned English blood, I suppose." "What do you mean, my dear?" "I mean almost more than you will believe. I think, and yet it is as true as that you're tall and I'm short. I mean, Mr. Whitlaw, that Miss Croft's mother came of a nigger." "Not possible." "'Tis true, though, as sure as you stand there. I saw the old negress myself, as came to claim the relationship, and an ugly old monster she is as ever my eyes looked upon. Do you think, Mr. Whitlaw, that there will be any danger of the likeness coming up upon the children over again? I have heard tell that it does sometimes happen with the gout, and with red hair, and fits, and a great many things. But I'm sure I should be sorry to see a lawful born child of yours look like a nigger. That would be a pity." "Black blood," muttered Whitlaw, who seemed hardly conscious that he spoke. "Yes, sir, black blood. God knows there is no good in mincing the matter, for the creature is as black as your boot." "Black blood? Susan, is it true? Are you very, very sure there is no mistake? You darling, beautiful creature, I will dote upon you forever for this. But Susan, I must see her once more, only once. You need not be jealous, my dear, but I must positively see her once again, and without her father too. How can you manage this?" "Easy enough, Mr. Whitlaw, if you can come tomorrow afternoon. My master has a party of 3 or 4 gentlemen to dine with him. Miss Croft never dines at table on these occasions, but is always dressed and ready to receive them in the drawing-room afterwards. Now your time will be to come just before sunset, and then you'll be sure of her." "Good. Tomorrow before sundown. I'll be there, Susan, if I never make another visit on earth. But remember, you are at hand, dear girl. Once you failed me last Monday, you know, and I was sent off. If you fail me tomorrow, Susan, I will never see you more. Don't be afraid, Mr. Whitlaw. I'll come down straight from dressing her, and bide at the front door looking about me till you come. So there'll be no need of knocking or ringing at all." "Excellent. And now good-bye, dear Susan. I must reserve all I had to say to you till next time. I have 100 things to think of. Good-bye." And so they parted. Susan to return with eye of lynx to spy into the sick heart of her young mistress, and Whitlaw to enjoy the prospect of a revenge more admirably suited to his wishes than any of his own ingenious faculties could have conceived. For many hours he meditated upon it, with a fulness of delight which left no room for thoughts of mere human wisdom and policy. But at length it occurred to him that if he managed well, he might first gratify his longing to revenge the affront he had received, and then turn the discovery to handsome profit. So delightful were these speculations that not even the gaming table had stimulant sufficient to occupy him during this interval, and he passed the moments in anxious but not unhappy idleness till the hour of appointment arrived. True to her promise, Susan stood gaily dressed at the door, and as she made way for Whitlaw to pass, she whispered, "There she is, all alone and dismal enough, I promise you, since she found out her black nigger grandmother." Whitlaw bounded up the stairs like the squirrel of his native woods. He feared lest the father of the young creature, whose feelings he was going to outrage, might start forth and stop him. Without giving the slightest signal of his approach, Whitlaw opened the door and entered. Selina was sitting near a table on which lay an open volume, but her head rested upon a fair hand which entirely covered her eyes, and it was evident that she was not reading. The opening door roused her. She looked up and saw Whitlaw. As usual, her heightened colour proclaimed some species of emotion, but it was not now, as formerly, mistaken for the blush of love, albeit that it was celestial, rosy red. She rose from her seat, and her eyes said as plainly as eyes could speak, "How dare you enter here?" "Don't disturb yourself, Miss Selina," said Whitlaw, with a degree of effrontery that very literally struck her dumb. "Sit still," he continued. "A pretty girl, if she's as yellow as a guinea, may always sit, provided there's nobody by but the man that's her lover." He approached very near her as he spoke, and a feeling of deep disgust made her spring aside as if some noxious reptile was coming upon her. "Well now, if I don't believe that you're afraid of me. Why, that's instinct, my pretty girl. You know I expect that black blood is black blood. Let it be filtered down ever so, and maybe you think I'm come to threat you as coloured folks is always treated in this country when they don't know how to behave themselves. A pretty game you've been after playing, you and your father, haven't you? But near as I was to be taken in. I don't bear malice. And besides, my dear, if you'd done caught me, our marriage, you know, would have been just no marriage at all. For the law says that if a white man demeans himself to marry one of a coloured race, it's just all one as if they wasn't married at all. But I'm a faithful lover, my pretty miss, and to let you down gentle like, I'm willing, if you behaves yourself, to make you my favourite mistress after all." Choking with mingled sensations of shame and indignation, the unhappy Selina could only articulate, "Go, go, go." "Go? When you've been a little longer in this country you'll know your place better, my dear." "I don't mean to go, little lady, till I've proved that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Instead of going, I will just place myself here, Miss Selina, and you may sit down too if you will. I shan't object." A dreadful sensation of sickness that made her fear she was fainting obliged her to obey him, for in truth it rendered her totally incapable of escape. "My!" exclaimed her tormentor, "you do look pale enough now for one of negro breed, that's a fact. I expect you'll be all the better for a glass of water, my dear." So saying, he rose and rang the bell. A female slave answered it. "Bring a glass of water here, Blackie," said Whitlaw, pointing to Selina to show her for whom it was required. The girl left the room, and returning instantly, poured out a glass of water with anxious haste, and presented it to her almost fainting mistress. Selina took it eagerly, and used the strength it gave her in rising to leave the room. "No, no, my girl, you must not go yet," said the wretch, putting himself in a truly national attitude, balancing himself on one chair, and throwing a leg over the back of another, while the trembling and wholly subdued Selina stood before him. "I've got to tell you that for a handsome consideration, a neat bit out of the Nixton estate perhaps—" "Go out of the room, smut," he cried, stopping short in his proposals, and addressing the negress, who stared at him with astonishment and dislike, but obedient to the white man's word, she immediately left the room. "There now," he continued, "see if I aren't honourable. Maybe she's your cousin, though. But what I say must be between ourselves, my dear, or it won't be worth hearing. What I was going to propose was this: that your father should make over to me a part, you see, of the Nixton estate, upon condition, signed and sealed, if you will, that I keep the secret of your being come of negro blood, and then maybe I'll be so civil as to be still willing to buy the remainder. 'Cause you see you couldn't inherit it in this country, my dear, not to mention that you'd be turned out neck and heels of every room where you put your foot, unless 'tis to wait upon white, or the like of it. But if you'll consent to this proposal, I'll undertake to get you smuggled out of the country before it gets wind at all. That is, provided you wouldn't like better to stay in it as my favourite miss." A deep groan was the only answer he received, and at the same moment Selina fell prostrate on the ground. Mr. Whitlaw thought it was now time to escape, and he did so, after turning one very fiendish glance of triumph upon the unconscious girl, determined, however, to repeat his kind proposal to her father in writing, which, whether it were received as an insult or a bargain, would be almost equally satisfactory to him. When Selina recovered her senses, she found herself on her bed, with her room darkened and all the apparel of invalidism about her. She felt little or no weakness of body, however, and her first impulse led her to rise in order to seek her father. But she recollected that he was not alone, and quickly replacing her head on the pillow, and bidding her maid return to tell her when his guests were departed, she determined to pass the interval in meditating on her own strange and greatly altered situation. Had the disclosure which so overwhelmed her been made in any other country, its effect upon her mind would have been totally different. In England, it is probable that such an incredible statement would have been treated only as a jest. Very lovely portraits of the two females through whom the detested stain had reached her were among the boasted treasures of her inheritance, and the early death of both had probably contributed to the utter oblivion of their female ancestor. Mr. Croft, in marrying the only daughter and heiress of a respectable London merchant, had not deemed it necessary to inquire into the lineage of her mother, who survived her birth but for a few hours. especially as it was well known that the property he received with her was from his mother's fortune, which had luckily been settled on her child at her marriage, the father afterwards becoming bankrupt. Selina's education, though sedulously attended to on some points, had given her very little general information, and the impressions she received on most subjects were more influenced by her own high-wrought imagination than by any previous knowledge acquired from good authority. The appearance and condition of the slave population as they met her at New Orleans was equally unexpected and revolting. She knew little or nothing on the subject of their history or their wrongs, and her deeply religious spirit was shocked to feel a sort of impious misdoubting of the justice of heaven as their degraded and terrible position was developed before her. From this most painful and guilty thought she was relieved by the persuasion, which soon took possession of her mind, that this dreadful spectacle was the result of the immutable command of God. "Well might wretched Cain say," exclaimed she, as she turned with loathing from the objects which perpetually met her eyes. "Well might he say prophetically for his whole race, my punishment is greater than I can bear." With opinions and feelings such as these, the state of her mind at suddenly finding herself branded as one still stained by the accursed mark may in some degree be conceived. In common with most young people of a fanciful temperament and poetical turn of thought, she conceived herself somewhat apart from and above the common herd. Neither her fortune nor her beauty created any such feeling, but she had believed herself favoured by heaven with a soul of higher tone than was usually accorded to mortals. Poor girl! The descent from these visions to the hateful reality was too violent. For 2 long hours she lay ruminating on her past and present lot before her father came to her. With all his earnest wishes to heal the wound her mind had received, he was unable to utter a word that could give her consolation. Mr. Croft was a true-hearted and truth-speaking Englishman. In such a case he might perhaps have wished to deceive, but he knew not how to do it. All the inquiries he had made by means of the clue furnished him by Juno, who had delivered many letters and memoranda into his hands, had tended to convince him that her statement was true, and he now came to announce to his daughter the only news he thought likely to console her, namely, that he had determined upon sailing for Europe by the first vessel that left the port with that destination. Selina had risen from her bed before his entrance, her maid having announced the departure of his guests, and she met him with such an appearance of restored composure that half his uneasiness vanished, and he spoke cheerfully of their speedy departure. His daughter listened to him with a quiet smile, but seemed to evade the subject, as if not yet sufficiently restored to enter upon it. "To-morrow, dear father," said she, "to-morrow settle all about it. I will come down and take a biscuit and a glass of wine with you, and then I will go to rest." Perfectly satisfied by the composure of her manner, and anxious late as it was for business, to go out immediately in the hope of finding 1 or 2 persons whom it was necessary he should see before his departure, he led her to the parlour, which they usually occupied in the morning, and having ordered and partaken with her the refreshment she desired, prepared to leave her, saying, "Good night, dear love. It is not yet too late for me to do several things which will save time tomorrow." Selina rose and approached him. "Give me your blessing and a kiss, dear father," she said, resting her head upon his bosom. "God bless thee, my sweet child," he replied, pressing her fair forehead with his lips. "God bless thee, dearest." She withdrew gently from his embrace and sat down without speaking. He looked at her fondly for a moment, repeated his "God bless you, dearest," and withdrew. The room she was in opened upon the garden. She drew back the curtain, and seeing the bright moonlight reflected by 1,000 beautiful blossoms, she walked out into the midst of them. Nothing could be more delicious than the feel and the fragrance of the air at that hour. The day had been oppressively warm, but now a breeze played among the myrtles, the oranges, and the tuberoses, which to a tamer fancy than Selina's might have recalled the gales of Eden. She removed the comb and ribbon which confined her hair, and giving her long coal-black tresses to the wind, seemed to enjoy the freedom with which they fanned her cheek. She stood thus for many minutes, inhaling the rich odour of the shrubs, with a feeling that seemed to approach to ecstasy. At length the spell was broken, and she moved on. But her step and action were hurried and unquiet. She went from tree to tree plucking the flowers, till she had collected almost more than she could carry, and then retreating hastily to the house, she regained her chamber, dismissed her maid, who was in attendance there, and carefully securing her door, remained alone. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 37. It will be necessary that I should again lose sight of my hero for a short time, that the reader may be enabled to understand the position of those whom accident had made of importance to his future destiny. After quitting the mansion of Frederick Steinmark, Juno lost no time in letting Colonel Dart understand that it was necessary he should forthwith, for his own especial well-being and safety, dispatch a civil epistle to the German proprietor of Reichland, assuring him that if he stood in need of an excellent gardener, the best thing he could do would be to purchase a slave known by the name of Caesar Bush from the factory of Mr. Ogilvy near New Orleans. Colonel Dart had done so many things of greater importance at the bidding of Juno, that it was not very likely she should find much trouble in obtaining his compliance with this new behest. Nor in fact did she, though the little gentleman did look rather more puzzled than usual at the request. But what the devil is it to me, Juno, who that German idiot that works his grounds with white men has for a gardener? Why for shouldn't he go on as he began without owning a slave? He'll be sure to get ruined at last, and it isn't I that have any right to stop him. I well know that it is not for the master of all, replied Juno, to trouble himself with the concerns of any such mean, ignorant, foreign whites as the people at Reichland. But neither have the people at Reichland, in good truth, anything to do with this matter, excepting as we have the wit to make them act and do for the furtherance of the affairs of others. It is needful for the safety of Paradise Plantation, and for the more precious safety still of him who is master of it, that this young slave Caesar, who will act faithfully by my orders, should be stationed near us. This is all, and the man called Frederick Steinmark is only to be a tool in our hands. Juno pronounced this harangue in an accent of such assured authority that the colonel never for an instant conceived the possibility of refusing to do what she desired, and the letter was accordingly written in very precise conformity to her instructions, and forthwith delivered into her hands. Furnished with this document, she sought and found Edward Bligh, who had suffered much in mind since the dangerous hours passed in Karl Steinmark's strawberry field. Though the gossip so confidently repeated at Mount Etna respecting the marriage of Lottie with the young baron was certainly premature, there was already enough of love between them to show the eyes and grieve the heart of poor Edward, and to convince him with dreadful torturing certainty that woman's love, that drop of redeeming sweetness that seems thrown by Providence into the bitter cup of human life to render it bearable to those doomed to quaff it, would never be distilled in his. 2 subsequent visits made with trembling hope and sickening fear had fully convinced him of this, but with the gentle resignation and high courage of his noble nature, he saw in it only a new proof that it was Heaven's will he should not bind his affections to anything on earth, but hold himself prepared to sacrifice a life, perhaps mercifully made of little value, whenever the duty to which he had devoted himself should demand his doing so. Poor Edward! If the enthusiasm which a worldly scoffer would have called his hobby horse did indeed lead him astray to a degree that indicated a mind diseased, it was a malady which, like the redundant blossom often seen to burst the calyx that should retain it, manifested a richness and perfection only too powerful for nature to sustain. When Juno reached his forest home, she found him sitting with his Bible open on his little table, but his eye at that moment was not perusing the page spread out before him, but rested as it were on vacancy, with that fixed gaze in which the soul seems to look out farther than the bodily organ can follow it. Old Juno was no favourite with Edward, and had not the vehement feelings recently excited, and so quickly checked, left him in a state of such subdued and melancholy gentleness as made him feel it only a fulfilment of his destiny to bear and forbear with all persons, and in all circumstances to which he might be exposed. It is probable that the errand she came to send him on might not have been so meekly accepted as it was. "I see not well how this letter can be likely to benefit Caesar, my good woman, but I will deliver it to Mr. Steinmark, as you are so earnest with me to do so." "The blessing of heaven need not be invoked by such as I am, on such as you are," replied Juno, "or I would kneel down now to ask you for it. But, Master Edward, though you have no faith in Juno, you will do, even at her bidding, what will make poor Caesar the safe property of this good and righteous foreigner, instead of leaving him in hourly risk of again becoming the prey of a Creole slave driver. Say, will you not?" "I will indeed, Juno, if I have the power to do it. But it is contrary to the principles of Frederick Steinmark to purchase a slave. Why, therefore, should you suppose that he would do it now?" "The principles of Frederick Steinmark," answered Juno, "will never restrain him from doing a good action, however much the manner of it may be foreign to the habits of his life. By redeeming this poor runaway from the peril that hangs over him, the good Frederick Steinmark will not become the thing he abominates, a dealer in human flesh, an impious trampler on the image of God. In one single unholy word, a slaveholder. Were he to purchase the whole race, Frederick Steinmark would not be this. It is not, Master Edward, the having possession of a morsel of written paper, which by the wicked laws of this sinful country is made to give one man a right to rob another of all that God bestowed upon him at his birth. It is not holding this harmless paper, Master Edward, that can turn a good man into that accursed thing, a slaveholder. Even in this land of white man's sin and black man's suffering, even in Louisiana, there are some who have purchased a right to protect the negroes who willingly, joyfully and gratefully work for them, for they are kindly treated. If Frederick Steinmark were a man to doubt that this is possible, I would bid him turn his benevolent eyes, that seem to shed kindness upon all men. I would bid him turn those gentle reasoning eyes to the Red River. Let him look into a widespread farm at Alexandria. Footnote: the family of Mr. F. are living at this spot in a manner that shows, even by the happiness they shed around them, how little individual goodness can do, beyond its own immediate sphere, towards neutralizing the poison of laws which permit the institution of slavery to exist. Is there a single Negro besides those whom he has given himself a right to protect, who are the better for the Christian philosophy of this excellent man? End of footnote. And he would see that a good man, living in the bosom of his family, may render labour light and servitude a blessing by ruling with a gentle hand and kind heart the race who are doomed to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. This sight, if he have any scruples as to the righteousness of purchasing Caesar, may remove them. But your word, Master Edward, might perhaps do more still towards leading him to do this great good, and will you not speak it?" Edward listened to the whole of this long speech with the most patient attention, and then said, "You are right in believing that Mr. Steinmark would not necessarily become sinful by obtaining such possession of a slave as the laws of the country have power to give, and I have little doubt that with such an object before him as the rescuing poor Caesar, he would conquer the repugnance he feels to such a transaction. But I do not comprehend, Juno, how this letter so strangely obtained by you from your master nor how my advice to him that he should act upon it can render it possible for him to negotiate the purchase of a runaway slave. You know, Juno, that I do not love tricks and mystery." Old Juno shook her head and remained for a minute or two quite silent. Had any other so spoken to her, it is probable that her anger and indignation would have been pronounced in no measured terms, but her respect for Edward Bligh was most profound, and her love and reverence for all the sacrifices of safety and of peace which he was making for the unhappy people to whom she belonged, invested him with a sort of sacred authority in her eyes, which rendered it impossible that she should express anger for anything he could say. Having subdued the feelings that might have led to disrespectful words, she replied with the utmost deference, "Alas, Master Edward, how is such a one as I am to work out a good deed amongst the men we have got to deal with, except by tricks and seeming mystery? Do you think, young gentleman, that if I were to go to Colonel Dart or to Mr. Ogilvy and tell them the truth and no more, that all the dollars the good German has honestly won from our rich soil would induce either of them to resign Caesar to his keeping? Ah, Master Edward, you know them better than to believe it." You are right, and perhaps I have been unjust to you, Juno," replied Edward kindly, and feeling indeed that she spoke the truth. "I will take this letter to Mr. Steinmark, and will trust to your using such means as you have to make his interference effectual. Farewell." Juno watched him depart towards Reichland, rejoicing that she had found words to lead him to perform her will, which she certainly knew was a very honest one in this instance at least. But spite of the gladness and even of the triumph that cheered her, a tear dimmed her eyes as she looked after him. "Too good for earth, too fit for heaven to bide long with us," she muttered as she turned her steps homeward, and she pondered upon his probable destiny, till she herself almost doubted whether the dark future that seemed to open before her eyes was simply the effect of conjecture, or of a revealing of that which was to come, such as was not given to the minds of others. The old woman reached her hut, weary and exhausted, but the sight of Caesar's ecstasy at her probable success, as she sat beside the grave-like apartment he occupied, and recounted all she had done and all she hoped to do, acted as a restorative, and before she slept she contrived to make the nervous Colonel Dart dispatch a letter by the post to Ogilvy of the paper factory, Ciceroville, requesting him for very particular reasons to accept the sum of $1,000 for Caesar Bush, which a gentleman in the neighbourhood of Paradise Plantations intended to offer him. The prudent colonel ended his letter, even without the help of Juno, by remarking that he was too well known as a disciplinarian for Mr. Ogilvy to suspect that he meant to encourage a runaway, but that circumstances made it very desirable that Mr. Steinmark should be obliged in this matter. Having thus well completed her day's work, Juno repaired to Peggy's hut, and received the reward of her benevolent labours from witnessing the joy her tidings occasioned. She led Phebe home with her as soon as everything appeared quiet, and once more permitted the sable lovers to enjoy the happiness of an interview, which not only the gay nature of Caesar, but the really promising condition of their affairs, rendered infinitely happier than the last. Lucky indeed was it for them that their old friend's measures had been so prompt and so successful, for an event occurred on the morrow which put them both as completely out of the head of the old woman as if they had never existed. And as relating this will oblige us to follow Juno to New Orleans, it may be stated here that the negotiation for the purchase of Caesar, being carried on exactly as she had dictated, proved completely successful. Frederick Steinmark paid $1,000 into the hands of an agent at Natchez, and received from him in return the documents necessary to give him the legal possession of Caesar, who accordingly was found by the Steinmark family the day but one following the transaction, busily engaged in earthing up sweet potatoes in the garden at Reichland. As before this happened, old Juno was already on her way to New Orleans. It is probable that all the exertions made for Caesar would have been in vain had not Edward Bligh shrewdly surmised that in all human probability Phoebe knew all about it. So as soon as the business was completed and the transfer of the runaway legally achieved, he repaired to the hut of Peggy and told her and her daughter what had been done. It will not be doubted that Juno's company chamber was visited that night, or that the lovers enjoyed the reprieve from danger so unexpectedly obtained. No sooner indeed had darkness so far settled upon the woods as to render the annoyance of troublesome questionings tolerably unlikely, than Peggy herself, accompanied by her 3 daughters, repaired to Caesar's hiding place, and returning thence to the laundry house, enjoyed altogether an evening of greater happiness than they had tasted since the hour in which the slaves of the unfortunate Henry Bligh were put up for sale. Early on the following morning, Caesar was already labouring in the garden of Reichland. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 38. It has been stated that Juno had left Natchez for New Orleans before the good work in which she had so assiduously exerted herself was completed, and it is necessary that the cause of this sudden departure should be now laid before the reader. Early in the day which followed her last visit to Edward, Juno rambled down to Natchez under Hill for the purpose of making a visit to an old free negro who held the post of Receiver General of all letters, packages, messages, and advices of all sorts addressed to her by steamboat from New Orleans. The place was not without profit and advantages of many kinds, but neither, on the other hand, was it by any means a sinecure, for more negro gossip, Creole scandal, and plantation secrets were transmitted to the reputed sorceress by this old man, who never failed to board every boat that approached the landing for the purpose of collecting the different missions they were sure to bring, than it would have been possible for her to obtain by any other means. Hardly had Juno entered the hut, which served as a mansion to the old man, than he presented to her a sealed packet which had arrived some hours before from New Orleans. She immediately retired, as was her custom whenever news reached her in this form, to a low shed behind the building, where, seated on a block of wood, she broke the seal, and with considerable eagerness set about reading the contents. It came from a person of no small importance in the circle in which he moved at New Orleans, being a free quadroon who for many years had carried on a very prosperous trade as a barber. The letter ran thus: Miss Juno, this is from your friend, Mr. Sam Wilmot. I have big news for you, Miss Juno. As sure as I live to tell it, your own truly begot great-granddaughter, Selina Croft by name, is living at this present writing in New Orleans. This will make you star, Miss Juno, and well it may, for it is a great and unaccountable interference of Providence. So it is, howsoever, and it is of course that you will come up, Miss Juno, and present yourself to your posterity. I question if there is another in this big city that knows as much as I do of this rich and beautiful young lady, and knowing, Miss Juno, the spite of our enemies upon us, I'll take good care that nobody shall know nothing from me. My 3 pair of stairs back granary is not occupied at present, Miss Juno, and you may rent the apartment as before. Will you come? I will tell you all particulars how I made the discovery. But the best is, I'm pretty considerable sure that the father as brought her knows no more about her mother's descent than all the fine Creole folks as have made acquaintance with her. It is right and proper the young creature should be made to know her own blood relations, but excepting herself and maybe her father, if I was you, Miss Juno, I'd just keep the secret, and you may guess pretty easy why, seeing that lots of whites are making as much ado with her as if she was a right-down princess. It will be for certain, Miss Juno, a pleasure for you to see such a lily-white posterity. Aren't the whites unaccountable, Miss Juno? that can't see how easy it is for black blood to turn white. 'Tis plain enough that God Almighty has no objection whatsoever to it, at any rate. Goodbye, Miss Juno. I shall be proud to see you, and I am your true friend and most obedient humble servant, Sam Wilmot. The effect produced by this letter on the body and soul of Juno was tremendous. Her limbs shook as if she had been seized by sudden palsy, and for some time all the powers of her mind seemed threatening to leave her. All the strength and intellect left her were just sufficient to enable her to hide the precious letter in her bosom, and to totter forth from the place where she had read it into the open air, without uttering a single word of explanation to her puzzled agent. Having reached a retired spot by the riverside, where no eye was near to watch her, she sat, or rather laid herself upon the ground, and gave free vent to the emotion that was swelling at her heart. It was long before the vehemence of her agitation subsided sufficiently to enable her fully to be conscious what this news was to her, but as something like strength and composure returned, a feeling of happiness almost too great to bear took possession of her, and there she continued stretched immovable upon the earth for many hours, her memory recalling the long distant past so vividly as to make all present and actual circumstances appear vague and indistinct by the comparison. Among all other things, the situation of Caesar was totally and altogether forgotten by her, and she at once decided upon going on board the first boat that should come down the river. The hoarded treasure of many years was always concealed about her person, and no preparation was necessary for her voyage, except the obtaining such refreshment as might give her strength to mount to the deck. This she speedily procured, and then sat herself under the old thorn beside the landing, waiting with the stillness of a statue for the vessel that was to convey her to New Orleans. The sun was setting when it arrived, but the hours she had waited had not been lost. She had passed this interval in earnest meditation on the great change she believed her hitherto sad destiny was about to undergo, and had so exactly arranged the manner of it that all nervous agitation subsided, and she held herself prepared for the scenes in which she was to become a principal actor, with a degree of firmness and resolution which communicated itself to her outward bearing, and enabled her, the morning after she reached New Orleans, to receive the greeting of Whitlaw with the calmness and composure that have been described. Several days elapsed after her arrival before she sought the interview which her heart both longed for and dreaded. It was not fear, however, which caused the delay, but prudence. On reaching New Orleans, she found her friend Mr. Sam Wilmot absent, and as it was chiefly to letters and memoranda in his possession that she must apply if the truth of her statement should be unhappily questioned, she postponed the awful visit till his return. Meanwhile, however, she wearied not of walking round and round the house that contained her treasure, but the state and wealth that seemed to reign there shook her confidence, and the poor old woman lived in alternate paroxysms of hope and fear, till the terrible moment which brought home to her heart the conviction that she could perhaps exercise a power that might blight the happiness of her descendant for ever, but that never could she hope either to give or receive the dear joy that affection alone can bestow, by claiming kindred with her. Had such a scene as that described between Juno and the fair Selina taken place some 20 years before, it is probable that it would have driven the old woman into raving madness, but strong as her feelings still were, they were tame and tranquil compared to what they had been, and though her heart was wrung with a degree of anguish not easy to describe, her intellect stood the shock without her manifesting any symptoms of her former malady. She shut herself up in her lonely garret, and for some days only left it for the purpose of taking necessary food. At length her mind was made up as to the line of conduct she should pursue, and doing her best to render her appearance decent, she descended the innumerable stairs, and requested a private interview with her friendly host, Mr. Sam Wilmot, in his snug back parlour at the early hour of 7 in the morning. The request was immediately granted, and as Mr. Wilmot, in common with many others, believed Juno to be free, she was desired to take a seat in his prosperous presence. "Mr. Sam," said Juno, making a powerful effort to restrain all outward demonstration of sorrow, "you have been a good and kind friend to me for many a year, and now at this last trial you have just done all that you thought would best please me. But things have not turned out just quite as I thought they might, and so, Mr. Sam, I expect I had better go home again. But this I cannot do in peace and quiet without your giving me a word of promise, Mr. Sam, that you will never, never, never breathe to mortal man, woman, or child, that the Englishman's fair daughter is come of negro race. Will you promise this to me, Mr. Sam?" "If it will please you, Miss Juno, I will be happy to promise it, though I can't but think 'tis but an unnatural thing to. However, I know better than to make or meddle, Miss Juno, with what does not concern myself, and I'm mum, you may pend upon it." Having obtained this assurance, old Juno once more took her way to the house of Mr. Croft. Wherever there are negroes, the entrance of a negro is easy. Juno had already propitiated the kindness of a black cook and scullion in the kitchen of Mr. Croft, and she was courteously received when she again made her entry there. "Can I see the young lady?" she said, "before the business and bustle of the day begins? I am going away to-day, and I have still something I must say to her." "Ah, miss," said the black cook, shaking her head very mournfully, "you have brought sad work to pass. Is it true, I wonder, all that the white waiting maid says? Did you tell the young lady to her face that she was come of nigger blood?" Juno was greatly shocked to hear that her interview with her still fondly cherished Selina had been made thus public, but finding that any farther attempt at concealment on her part must be in vain, she stated to her fellow slave, in plain terms, the history of her relationship, and added, with as much composure as she could assume, that finding the knowledge of this gave the dear child too bitter pain and mortification to be endured, she was determined upon returning to her home at Natchez as soon as she should have once more seen and bade her farewell. "And fit and right too, miss, that you should see your own, for so she is, do all that they can to hinder it. I has a child too, miss, and I know what it is to love it." "Then you will let me see her?" said Juno eagerly. "Ay, miss, without doubt. The proud white maid is abed still, but Venus shall take you to her room." Venus was accordingly summoned, and to avoid disturbing Mr. Croft, led Juno by a back stair to a door that opened into the young lady's dressing room. She opened it gently, and pointing to that of the bedchamber, which stood half open, she said, "Now go, miss. She be your own blood and can't quarrel with you, but I must go downstairs again, or I shall catch it from Miss Susan." Saying this, the girl retired, leaving Juno to make her way alone into the presence of her estranged descendant. The old woman paused for a moment, as if to take breath and revive her sinking courage, and then, making an effort to overcome the trembling at her heart, she pushed open the door and entered the bedroom of Selina. It was now past 8 o'clock, but the bright daylight only found entrance there through the closed blinds, and on first going in, the effect to Juno's old eyes was that of almost perfect darkness. But by degree the objects became visible, and she perceived that the fair creature to whom she came to bid adieu was still in bed. The air of the room was loaded with the perfume of many flowers, and she observed as she advanced that a variety of blossoms lay scattered on the floor and dressing table. All was profoundly still. "She sleeps," said Juno in a whisper. "Sweet child, most beautiful Selina, she sleeps the sleep of innocence and peace." Then, softly approaching the bed, she continued, while her voice trembled with tenderness, "I will kiss her as she sleeps. She will not know it. She will not shrink from the hateful touch now, and at least I shall have lived to do that which my soul hath longed for through weary years. Selina, my own Selina." The faint light sufficed to show her, as she drew near, the fair young face that rested immovable upon the pillow. The odour of sweet flowers became stronger still, and Juno, as she gazed between the curtains, perceived with surprise that the profusion of dark hair that flowed like sable drapery on each side of the face was bound by a wreath of orange blossoms. The face beneath was whiter than they, and as the dim-eyed old woman gazed upon it, a strange terror seized her. "Does she live? Does she breathe?" she cried, stretching out a shaking hand to touch her forehead. That touch shot like an ice bolt through her heart, for her hand rested on the cold marble brow of death. "Oh God, I have killed her!" shrieked Juno in bitter agony. "She saw me, she knew me, and she died." The old woman dropped on her knees beside the bed and sobbed aloud. Earnestly, most earnestly, did she pray that the pang which wrung her heart might end her being. But she still lived to look upon the pale and innocent face, so beautiful in death, so like the lovely visions that for long years had visited her dreams, and the terrible idea that her approach had killed her drew forth the heaviest groans that her long tortured spirit had ever uttered. At length her reeling sense became calmer, and she remembered that the dead Selina was already cold when she first stretched out her hand to touch. This thought for a moment seemed to bring relief, and she rose from her knees and looked around to discover, if possible, the cause and manner of her death. Near to the bed stood a small writing table, and on it lay a sealed letter. Juno seized it, and with little thought for whom it was intended, broke it open instantly, and removing one of the blinds, read with some difficulty the following lines: "My father, ere these words meet your eyes, your miserable Selina will be no more. But grieve not for this, kind and dear father. She will be at rest, and that she could never be as long as life flowed through veins stained like hers. Father, that man, that Whitlaw, whom my soul abhorred as if by instinct, he knows the dreadful secret of my birth. He has been here, father. He has loaded me with insult. He permitted me to sit in his presence as a matter of grace and favour. He offered as an honour to make me his mistress. Father, father, forgive me. I cannot live to remember this. My destiny, my frightful destiny, is the will of God. I know it, father. I know that this dreadful will was stamped upon my wretched race thousands of years ago. But the Saviour has been since. The curse will not cling to us forever. Let me go to him. He will pity and receive me. And you too, father, pity and forgive me. I have this night taken bread and wine with you in his name, though you knew it not, and I felt it was a holy sacrament, and you blessed me. But do not wish me to live and hear again such words as Whitlaw spoke to me today. No, father, no, I cannot live. My punishment is greater than I can bear. Farewell, kind and dear father, farewell. We shall meet in heaven. Selina." In many places there were traces of tears upon the paper, and the whole of it was evidently written in great and terrible agitation. But the deliberate preparation, the wreath that bound her virgin brow, the flowers that were strewed upon her couch, and still more the supper of bread and wine to which she alluded, plainly showed that it was not in a moment of sudden agony that she resigned her life, but that many hours of meditation had preceded the act. A small bottle labelled laudanum, which made part of their travelling medicine chest, stood on the toilet, and indicated with sufficient clearness the manner of her death. Slowly and with faltering steps did Juno pace round the fatal chamber, coming over every object that served to interpret the tale of woe of which it was the scene. It seemed that the unhappy girl had placed herself on the ground to prepare her funeral wreath, for at one point the floor was strewed with fragments of leaves and stems, and close beside it stood her toilet stool, covered with the relics of the beautiful gleaning which she had gathered with her own hands and borne in her bosom to her chamber. With her habitual acuteness, nothing blunted by the sorrow at her heart, Juno pondered on all she saw, till every scene and act of the tragedy became intelligible to her. Then did she sadly turn again to the light, and once more peruse the letter of Selina. There is ever a strong propensity in the human mind to exonerate the conscience from its share of whatever suffering weighs upon the spirit, by laying the guilt that produced it on another. Juno's first pang as she gazed on the dead Selina was that of self-reproach. It was her thoughtless and selfish pride that had brought sorrow and destruction on the unhappy girl, and gladly would she have redeemed the fault by resigning her own remnant of life to restore her. But now it was Whitlaw against whom all the anguish that wrung her heart turned for atonement and revenge. It was no longer herself, but the detested Whitlaw who had laid her low, and the springs of life seemed renewed in their energy as she once more dropped upon her knees beside the bed of death, and registered in heaven a vow of fearful vengeance. She arose from her terrible orison, calm, firm, and confident in strength, and replacing the letter on the desk, returned by the way she came, just as the hand of the English waiting-maid was attempting in vain to open the usual door of entrance to the chamber of her mistress. Greatly to the comfort of Juno, she found her way out of the house without interruption, and shrinking from the task of relating the scene she had witnessed to anyone, she instantly determined, with her usual promptitude of action, to leave New Orleans immediately. "At home," she muttered, "it is at home, on my own silent, quiet hut, that all the thoughts that now roll through my brain, like the dark clouds of a coming thunderstorm, must be gathered together, and then they will take form and substance, and then they will burst, and then the bolt will fall." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 39. After leaving the presence of Selina, Whitlaw again visited Hogstown, and related to him with great glee the amusing narrative of her newly discovered birth and kindred. "Aren't it capital, Hogstown?" said he, rubbing his hands and chuckling with delight. "The story wouldn't have been that bad if it had happened to a proud Creole miss who had presumed to turn up her nose at one. But to overtake the heiress daughter of a damn proud Englishman is altogether one of the best bits of fun as I ever came across with. Aren't it capital?" The story was certainly one likely to find favour with many at New Orleans, and as the young man judged, from the manner in which his proposals for keeping it secret had been received by the hapless Selina, that there was no very good chance of being paid for his silence, he indulged himself by repeating it with great animation and spirit, both at the billiard and rouge-et noir tables, which he visited the night after his last interview with her. Towards noon on the following day, some rumours of the terrible catastrophe began to spread through the city. The physician, who was called in by the wretched father to see if any remains of life still lingered at the heart of his unfortunate child, reported the adventure wherever he went, together with the vows of vengeance breathed by the bereaved parent against him to whom the last communication of his daughter pointed as the cause of the act which had left him childless. These rumours soon reached Whitlaw, and if old Juno took her departure with celerity for the purpose of arranging more at her ease the schemes of vengeance she meditated, Whitlaw's movements were at least equally rapid and decisive in quitting the scene where alone he believed any disagreeable consequences were likely to follow the part he had acted in the tragedy, which was becoming every hour more universally the theme of conversation. It was hard certainly to be obliged so suddenly to quit a place so every way agreeable to him, but Whitlaw was nevertheless far from insensible to the consolation that this necessity had not overtaken him before he had realised such a sum as to make his retirement with it decidedly a matter of triumph. He went too with the pleasant conviction that he had been handsomely revenged for the twofold injury he had received at New Orleans, namely, the abduction of his money and the scorning of his love. So, after a long and confidential conversation with Hogstown, who promised to supply him with all the information which his rapid retreat prevented his acquiring, he too took leave of New Orleans. Hogstown kindly accompanied him to the water's edge, and his parting words were, "Remember them varmint Germans, Whitlaw. I shan't be long after, I expect, and if between us we can't clear 'em out, 'twill be queer, I guess. I'll do what I can to be ready for ye, my man," was the laughing reply. "I've a notion, Hogstown, that you and I together might do pretty nigh anything we set our wits to, eh? Maybe we might, Master Whitlaw. But off with ye, she's puffing like mad. Don't forget the parson neither. Good-bye." It was fortunate for Juno's equanimity that she escaped the chance of seeing Whitlaw on board the vessel that conveyed her to Natchez. Little as the communion between blacks and whites might be, she could hardly have been in the same boat without seeing him, and she was in a state of mind to render such a meeting very dangerous to herself at least. As it was, she reached her lonely dwelling without seeing or hearing anything to disturb the sort of artificial calm into which she had brought herself, and upon which depended, as she justly believed, her best chance of success in the new project she meditated. The night on which she reached her home was passed in the silence and solitude she longed for, but without the relief of a single moment's sleep. She laid herself upon her bed indeed, but her overexcited faculties seemed to have recovered all the vigour of youth, and she retraced with steady and unfailing recollection the long account of all she had endured from the tyrannous power usurped over her unoffending race by the cruel strength of their white brethren. She remembered the wanton development of all the faculties in herself which had opened so many new avenues of torture to her heart. The light breath of love that had passed over her, like the idle breeze of the false seeming spring, feeling like the sweet air of heaven, but proving a blighting blast that cankered and mildewed her poor heart forever. She recalled with maddening truth the first warm touch of her dear infant's lips upon her bosom, the last agonizing kiss that she was permitted to press upon them as she was torn away from her, the savage transfer of her loathing person to another, the brutal force that kept her soul and body in a subjection that seemed to make every breath she drew a poison to her nature, her long, her patient unrequited service, her dishonoured age, the conscious treasures of her mind converted to foolery and fraud. She remembered all that she might have been, all that in truth she was. And then came the closing item to this dread account. Her lovely, her innocent, her own Selina, the being that her long-suffering life had passed in dreaming of, lay dead and stiff before her by the blasting breath of a reptile whose immortal soul she felt to be as much beneath her own in dignity as he dared hold her unoffending race to his. "Shall he escape me, God of justice?" exclaimed the aged sufferer, trembling and exhausted by the long backward course her too faithful memory had run. "Shall he escape?" Some feeling arising from a consciousness of the power she held over many human agents stole soothingly upon her senses, and just as night was giving place to morning, Juno fell into so profound a sleep that the light was again fading when she woke from it. It was then indeed the touch of Phoebe's hand upon her shoulder, rather than the natural end of her deep repose, which at length caused old Juno to open her eyes, and once more to feel with a sigh that she was still numbered with the living. "Oh, Juno, you are come back at last," exclaimed Phoebe, in a voice of such cheerful gaiety that the old woman looked at her with surprise. "How very glad I am to see you! How I have longed to kiss and thank you, Juno." "Thank me? For what, Phoebe? What have I done to please you?" "Oh, Juno, can you ask that question? And I the happiest girl in the wide world, and all your doing, Juno? For wasn't I the most miserable, poor, broken-hearted soul that ever cried through the livelong night, till you set about to help me?" "And where is Caesar, then?" said Juno, suddenly recollecting herself. "Where should he be?" replied the laughing Phoebe, "but just where it was your pleasure and will that he should be, Juno. And do you know, mother," she continued more gravely, "I have truly need of all my Christian knowledge to keep me from believing that you have indeed some spirits to do your bidding. But they are good spirits, Juno, at any rate, and your power, let it be what it will, must, I am very sure, come to you from heaven." "I am glad you are so happy, Phoebe," said the poor old woman, while an unseen tear trembled in her eye. "How I do love you, Juno," cried Phoebe, throwing her arms round her friend's neck and giving her a most cordial kiss. "Do you, my poor girl?" replied Juno, while a tear rolled down her cheek. "I am glad you are not white, Phoebe." "Good gracious!" exclaimed the gay-hearted girl, again laughing heartily. "That is queer to be thankful for. However, I don't care now what colour I am. If Master Whitlaw don't come back to plague me, I shall be as happy as a lily-white queen." A quivering shudder passed through every limb of Juno as she heard the name, but Phoebe saw it not, and though it was in some sort received as law throughout the estate that no one was to question Juno concerning her frequent journeyings, the gay state of her spirits at the present moment led her to transgress the law, and she said, "How very long you have been away, Juno. Where can you have been to? And how many times do you think Caesar and I have come after work hours to look for you?" "I shall go away no more, Phoebe," replied the old woman gently, and without any symptom of the displeasure which an inquiry would have formerly produced. "No," rejoined the girl cheerfully, "that's good news at any rate, for you are never away, Juno, that I don't wish you back again. But now, good night. Get to sleep again as fast as you can, for I must be off. For, you see, I just think it's possible the smart new gardener at Reichland may take it in his head to pay mother a visit tonight." And with these words she was tripping away, when Juno stopped her by saying, in a very feeble voice, "Phoebe dear, I have eaten nothing this day. Look on the shelf there before you go, and if you can find a morsel of corn cake, give it to me." "My, not eaten today? Oh, how bad you must be, Juno. But where's the meal? And where's the tinder box? You don't think you're going to eat cake 100 years old, Juno?" And without waiting for an answer, the active, helpful girl bustled about till she found what she sought, and in marvellously little time 2 or 3 little Johnny cakes, which being interpreted mean journey cakes from the rapidity with which they may be prepared, smoked on a board before a blazing fire. Materials for the universal beverage coffee were also found, and in a few minutes the failing strength of poor Juno was recruited by the refreshment she so greatly needed. "But your Caesar is waiting for you all this time, Phoebe," said the old woman, as if to try the constancy of the assiduous kindness that was so warmly demonstrated. "Well," replied the sable beauty, "if he is not tired with his waiting tonight, he may come again tomorrow. Thanks to your kindness, Juno, and God Almighty bless you for it." "I am very glad you are not white, Phoebe," reiterated Juno. "But go away home now, dear. Perhaps he mayn't be gone yet." "Go away home, Juno, and leave you to eat and drink by yourself? And you not over well, I expect either. I tell you, Juno dear, that we will just see if Master Caesar will be affronted, or if he will come again orderly and civil tomorrow night, as he ought to do. Don't fancy you have done yet, Juno. Here's another beautiful cake, better baked and lighter than either, and while you eat it, I'll tell you all the news. And first, as in duty bound, I must tell you of our colonel. And he's sick, they say, and has taken it into his head that he's poisoned, because his blessed clerk is not here to watch him. That's the best news from the great house. And dear blessed Miss Lucy has been out to see us, and came, bless her, in the middle of the night, though she had got to go back to Natchez. And you've been gone 2 Sundays, Juno, and the people haven't one of them budged an inch toward the forest for prayer meeting, because they say you did not tell them that they might go, and our Master Edward has been sorely vexed about it, Juno. But now you are come again, all will go right, won't it?" "It was a sin to forget it, Phoebe, but I did forget it, and may God forgive me. But we shall have need to watch as well as to pray, Phoebe, for the drivers are like ravening wolves after all, who would teach us God's word. I expect, Juno, that is because they think God's word too good and precious for us blacks, and so they would keep it for their own use and salvation. But if Master Edward speaks right, and I am not going to doubt it, some of it was meant for us, and them who would rob us of the share intended for our use, Juno, will have a worse sin to answer for, I expect, than if they stole the Colonel's silver plate big cup that they tell of and all. Don't you think they will, Juno?" "It is a joy to think it, Phoebe," said the old woman eagerly, and with an expression of countenance far unlike the gentle look of the well-taught and truly Christian Phoebe. It is a joy to believe that all will be made even hereafter, and for that belief, if for nothing else, every slave should be a Christian. I don't want it to be paid and back in full neither, Juno, said Phoebe gently, and I don't think quite that it will. God is too pitiful for that. But here the discussion was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Caesar, who, with the faith of a true heart in the affection of his sable love, felt sure that as she was not at home to receive him, she must be attending some duty that detained her elsewhere. The remote hut of old Juno, their common benefactress, was therefore the spot where he sought her, instead of amidst the gossiping gatherings together of the other slaves, who were many of them eating their suppers in the open air. "I thought so," exclaimed he, gaily entering the hut, after listening for a moment at the door of it. "I thought where I should find Miss Phoebe. And how is our dear mother, Phoebe? I am thankful she is come back to us, for they do so talk of her at our house, and our Miss Lottie wants to see her again so much that it will be a glory to tell 'em she's home again. Ah, mother," continued he, laughing, "I'm not after bringing Phoebe any more beefsteaks now, but Master Edward says we shall have a decent Christian wedding in the forest, and he will do the parson's part himself, God bless him. And we've only waited for you, Juno, to bring the congregation back to witness it. There isn't a man or woman of them all, as I find from Mother Peggy, that will budge a step to pray in the woods till you tell 'em there's no danger." Caesar stopped for a moment to take breath, and Juno seized the opportunity to ask him if he was contented with his new place. "Contented, mother? Oh, 'tis like being in heaven, or back with old master in Kentuck over again. Each one of 'em all tries to beat all the rest in kindness to the poor runaway, and only that they are afraid to make mischief, or they would come every soul of them to make acquaintance with my wife that is to be. And my beautiful Miss Lottie tells me that she means to be after coaxing you, Juno, to persuade your sour old colonel to sell Phoebe to my master. Will you, Juno? Do you think you can? Say, Juno." "There's few things impossible, Caesar, except making a thoroughgoing slave-driving white man fit for heaven. Don't ask this of me, for I won't try it. But I'll do what I can, my children, to make you both content, for you are black and innocent and kind-hearted, and you deserve to be happy. And now away with you both, back to your mother Phoebe, or maybe she'll be uneasy for you. Good night, my children, good night." "Good night, dear mother, good night," repeated Caesar, taking Phoebe's hand and appearing to be leading her off, but lingering at every step to say another happy word. "Think, mother, if you could get Phoebe there, what a life she would lead. Always waiting upon Miss Lottie, maybe, as she did before, or precious Miss Lucy. And Miss Lottie's going to be married too, they do so say. Just think of that, mother. And the Herr Hochland maybe will take us both to a free country. Think of that, mother. And I just want to go to sleep again. Think of that, Caesar," said old Juno good-humouredly. "So just go your ways home, both of you, and we'll see what can be done for Phoebe." The happy pair retreated, but though soothed and softened by the endearments of those who truly loved her, the wounded spirit of the miserable old woman did not again find rest till many hours had been spent by her in meditating on the scheme of her revenge. Agents of powerful physical strength would be needed to execute the plan that had taken possession of her soul, and for a moment she thought that the strong feelings and profound gratitude of Caesar pointed him out as one well fitted to aid her purpose. "He has good reason to hate the wretch as well as I have," thought she, "and by doing my terrible bidding, he would not only cancel the debt of gratitude he owes me, but make me forever his debtor. Where can I find another so bound to me as he?" But something at her heart told her that, wholly as she deemed the vengeance she proposed to take, it would not accord with the principles in which Caesar was reared to join her in it. "He bears so light, so innocent a heart," thought she, "that it were deadly sin to lay on it the weight of blood. I, even I, bound by 1,000 iron chains to do the deed, shall I ever sleep after it, as I did through the long peaceful hours of this day? Will not the ghastly blood-stained visage ever rise before me? Shall I not see his young hair matted stiff in blood? I shall, and Selina will be avenged. waking or sleeping, my harassed spirit will still rejoice, for I shall have accomplished my destiny. But poor Caesar, happy light-hearted boy, he shall know nothing of it. There are others, alas, too many, who groan in the chains this wretch has tightened round them, and they will feel as I do, that when they grapple for his life, they do but perform the duty to which fate has called them. No, Caesar shall know nothing of it. And as she came to this resolution, she turned on her hard pillow and once more dropped to sleep. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 40. Caesar's first care on the ensuing morning was to repair to the dwelling of Edward Bligh. No longer under the lash of a taskmaster, he feared not to steal from sleep an hour or two for his garden, that with a safe conscience he might for the same space leave his work upon a business so very near his heart as the informing his first and kindest friend that old Juno was returned, and only waited his orders to give notice to the people to again assemble themselves, that they might have the gospel preached to them. And then Master Edward, continued Caesar, looking timidly in Edward's eyes for his consent, then we may be married, Phoebe and I, Master Edward. May we? Alas, my poor fellow, replied Edward mournfully, I am no ordained minister, nor even an appointed magistrate to do this for you. But yet I do believe that in the eyes of the Most High, the ceremony that shall be read to you under the arch of heaven, even by me, shall suffice to bless your union. That means that you will do it, sir, said Caesar, bewildered and breathless with hope and joy. It does, Caesar. I will not refuse to aid you as best I can in this. And tell old Juno, since it is her voice only that can give them courage to lift their hearts to God, tell old Juno, Caesar, to lead the people to me at the usual hour on next Sabbath night. My heart yearns to meet them, but it is yet 5 days to it. Dreadful long time, murmured Caesar, as after many bows and thanks he withdrew. Why did not old Juno come home Saturday? He hastened back to his work, but having reached the garden he felt so infinitely too happy to know what he was about, and so certain that he would do more harm than good there, that upon seeing Lottie and the Herr Hochland walking under the avenue of peach trees at the bottom of the garden, he ran towards them, and clasping his hands together with a look that seemed to say, You too must understand all about it, he implored their interest to procure him a day's holiday from the master. Oh, Miss Lottie, when one is going to be married, you see, the head will run upon it, do what one will. Don't it, master? And what good is it to stand with a hoe or a spade in one's hand, if one can't tell for the life of one where one ought to stick it first? Will you speak a word for me, Miss Lottie? I will pray that you may both be just as happy as I am now, if you will but get me this 1 day's holiday. For there's my poor Phoebe, Miss Lottie, don't know it yet, and how should you like, Miss Lottie, to be left in ignorance so? I'll go, Caesar, cried Lottie, running off very swiftly. And I'll help too, Caesar, said the young Baron, in his best English, as he flew after her. Such a request to such a quarter, and seconded by such interest, was not likely to fail, and in a few moments Caesar was bounding over zigzag fences, wide ditches, and stumps innumerable, to communicate to the lady of his heart that Master Edward had consented to marry them on the ensuing Sabbath in the midst of the forest congregation. The young Phoebe received the intelligence with tears and smiles, and burned her taper fingers with the iron she was employing upon one of the Colonel's own shirts, in her efforts to keep her volatile bridegroom in order. But less happy than him, she dared not leave her allotted task, and finding that his presence was far from aiding her in the performance of it, she begged him to leave her till the hours of labour were over. Now isn't that altogether unreasonable, Phoebe? And can't I help her, Mother Peggy? And did anybody ever send off a poor fellow at such time before? To all which he received for answer that go he must, or that Phoebe would get punished for scorching the linen. Seeing, however, that he looked really and truly miserable, his gentle-hearted mistress found him an occupation for his holiday, at once delightful to him and gratifying to herself. "There is a thing, Caesar, that you could do today," she said, "that would be better than helping me spoil all the Colonel's clothes, and it will make next Sabbath a blessed day indeed." "And a blessed day it will be, Phoebe, as ever God Almighty made. Don't you be doubting that. But tell me, Phoebe dear, what is it I can do to please you? Can you walk to Natchez, Caesar? Can you find out my own dear Miss Lucy? Can you tell her, Caesar, what is going to be? And can you beg her, for the sake of the precious love she has ever shown her poor Phoebe, to stand by her on next Sabbath night?" "Can I, and will I, and won't I?" cried the happy Caesar, capering like a young Newfoundland dog when a favourite hand has thrown a stone or a stick for him to follow. "I expect I will, Miss Phoebe, and I expect that I will bring you word too, that she's most as happy as you are, and that she'll come and stand by you in the moonshine, looking just like an angel as she is." The young lover then snatched a kiss as his self-allotted reward for this agreeable prophecy, and instantly set off upon his mission. When the heart is light and beats gaily, the step in general keeps time with it, and so it was with Caesar. In little more than half an hour after receiving his mistress's commands, he entered the door of Mrs. Shepherd's store at Natchez, and standing before her very respectfully, cap in hand, begged to know if he could speak a word to Miss Lucy Bligh. "And who may you be sent by?" said the sour Mrs. Shepherd, with the glance of an inquisitor. She could hardly have put an inquiry in a more puzzling form. Whom was Caesar sent by? Certainly by the most charming slave in the world, and the very particular friend and favourite of the young lady he had asked for. But he knew well enough, poor fellow, that this would not avail him, for a slave was but a slave after all. He changed his attitude twice before he had decided what it would be best to answer, and then said, "I am just come from Colonel Dart's plantation, mistress, and 'tis by one there that I am sent." "One there? And do you think, you stupid fellow, that I shall let my young ladies be called out from their work to see a nigger that is sent by one at Colonel Dart's plantation? One what, pray? One nigger, perhaps?" Poor Caesar had not a word to say for himself in answer to this shrewd conjecture, and having twisted himself about for a minute in very evident embarrassment, he ended by saying, "It would be right down kind of you, mistress, just to let me speak a minute to Miss Lucy." "I do wonder what the niggers will come to," exclaimed Mrs. Shepherd, turning to a gentleman who was cheapening cotton neckcloths. "Now, did you ever, sir? I expect you'd better be after returning the way you came, you saucy fellow, and not bide here looking to be waited upon by the young ladies of my establishment." "'Tis pretty considerable cool, that's a fact," replied the customer. "Mayhap, my fine fellow, you may be sent with a love token to the young lady?" "Like enough, sir," said Mrs. Shepherd tartly. "Let's see what you've brought, young man." She held out her hand to receive the suspected love letter. "Not I indeed, mistress," exclaimed Caesar. "Miss Lucy isn't one to receive love letters that fashion. Please, mistress, let me just speak one little word to her. You are a very impudent fellow to stand there persevering at me that rate. Do you expect that I sit here to do your errands, and run backwards and forwards to fetch out my young ladies from their work to talk to all the black niggers in town? Be off, if you please, and quit. You'd best, I can tell you, before I fetch them that will make ye. And so, mistress, you positive won't let me speak to Miss Lucy Bligh?" said Caesar, with something like indignation in his tone. "My!" exclaimed Mrs. Shepherd, "you are going to knock me down, I expect." "Just hear him, sir. People may well say that the niggers will get to be our masters if we don't look sharp." "I say, my black prince," said the cheapener of neckcloths, "I expect you had better quit before worse comes. Off with ye, and be thankful." The gentleman raised his cane as he spoke, and poor Caesar, his heart swelling with vexation, silently turned from them and left the shop. "A first-rate black blackguard that, Mrs. Shepherd. He looked monstrous, as if he'd like to eat us both up, bones and all. A couple of 100 lashes would do him a deal of good, I guess. What was the gal's name as he asked for?" "Bligh, Mr. Smith. Miss Lucy Bligh. She hasn't been with me long, and I calculate she won't, if she's to have such followers as that chap after her. A pretty life I shall have to lead, if I'm to sit here and be bullied by all the niggers in town and country as choose to come in messages to my gals." "Bligh?" repeated Mr. Smith, without appearing to hear this tirade. That's queer too, and the name's not that common neither. I say, Mrs. Shepherd, do you happen to know anything about that gal Bligh? Why, perhaps not altogether as much as I ought, Mr. Smith, seeing that I has set her to work with ladies of such good standing as mine. But she's no bad needle, and not much to complain of in the way of manner. But I don't know what her raising has been, that's a fact. Well, now, do you know, Mrs. Shepherd, I'm altogether curious to find out something about her, and not without good reason neither. I needn't tell such a sensible woman as you that these are ticklish times, Mrs. Shepherd, and that it behoves the masters to look pretty sharp after the slaves, for thanks to them eternal English, there's damnable doctrines going. You may say that, Mr. Smith, responded Mrs. Shepherd with a sigh. But after all, Mrs. Shepherd, it isn't half so much the niggers themselves as the rascally whites that puts 'em up to mischief and emancipation, and the devil's own laws about slavery that we have got to fear. Lord bless your soul, if the damned missionary chaps would but let them alone, the nigger beasts would go on and be born and flogged and work and die, world everlasting amen, and nobody say a word against it, good, bad, or indifferent. 'Tis these canting hypocrites, I tell you, with their Bibles and their preachments, that does all the damage, and 'tis against them, you see, as in duty bound, that we gentlemen planters are setting our strength. And that brings me round to this name of Bligh, Mrs. Shepherd. I know I may trust you, for your principles are sound. I remember the plague and trouble you got into, about the flogging that gal that died afterwards, and how powerful you spoke up against the French surgeon that wanted to make you answerable. You conducted throughout like a true-hearted Louisianian and a patriot. We've none of us forgot it, I promise you, and that's one reason, I take it, why you have the best Creole custom in Natchez. Mrs. Shepherd smiled very complacently at the compliment, and modestly replied that it was always her study to follow to the best of her power the example set her by the gentry of the best standing in the state. But what was it, Mr. Smith, she added, that you was going to say to me about the name of Bligh? I tell you exact and confidential, Mrs. Shepherd, and the affair's no trifling one neither, I can tell you. You know Hogstown, him that was overseer, I mean to General Dissequer, for so many years. Well, we've all subscribed, and handsome too, to give Hogstown a salary for keeping a lookout far and near for all strangers suspected of preaching and praying. We couldn't have hit upon a better man, I promise ye. He's first rate upon my word, quite remarkable, and I calculate that we may be lucky enough to find an example before long to try a little lynch law upon. Depend upon it, Mrs. Shepherd, there's nothing as would do us so much good as that. But to come to the point, you must know that Hogstown has got his eye upon a young fellow called Bligh, that hails from Kentucky by his own account, but at any rate he is a stranger in these parts, and Hogstown has fished out, the Lord knows how, that this Bligh is dreadful pitiful and tender-hearted over the niggers, and that he frequents a family of German foreigners, downright anti-slavery folks, for they're as rich as Jews, and yet don't own a slave, and a deal more beside about him that I can't justly remember. But it all goes to this, that he thinks there's a pretty considerable good chance of bringing him in guilty of some of the damnable preaching and praying practices that we're on the look-out for. And if he succeeds, we're agreed amongst ourselves, Mrs. Shepherd, to get up a sort of riot, you see, to set at him, and then, if happens that they let blood, why 'twill do a deal of good to the state, you may depend upon that, for there's great symptoms of fever about, I can tell you. You need not tell me, Mr. Smith. I'm sorry to say I know it over well myself. I can't sleep for thinking of it, and happy and thankful will I be if anything can be done for the public good, and to keep all quiet. God grant that it may last out my time, but I do think there's mischief brewing, Mr. Smith. You ain't the only one that lies awake in Louisiana for that, Mrs. Shepherd, and so you see there's reason good for picking up one's ears for such a name as Bligh. Do you think, ma'am, 'tis possible the young woman can be of any kin to him? The most possible thing in the world, Mr. Smith, and I'd wager $1 to a cent that I've had the very identical man in my store, sir. I think 'tis a matter of a month ago, or near it, that a pale, tall, soft-spoken young man, altogether a stranger to me and mine, and I expect to all Natchez into the bargain, came here spearing for needlework for his sister. I wasn't over and above inclined to have anything to say to him, that's a fact, but I happened to have a deal of pressing work in the house, and I was afraid of my life that I should be obligated to disappoint one or two planters' ladies as was in a vast hurry for their things, and so I yielded just for a trial, and the gal came over in a waggon the next market day from somewhere back in the woods, and here she's been ever since. But if the chap's her brother, I suppose he's too much taken up with some of his unlawful doings to think much about her, for she come by herself, and he's never been here to look after her since. Well, that's remarkable too, ain't it? And the coming of this young nigger to visit her without having a single word to say for himself as to who sent him. For certain it might help us out considerable, Mrs. Shepherd, if we could certify that this gal's brother is the chap that Hogstown has got his eye upon. And then, you know, we'd get you to watch her a spell, and we might wait from July to eternity before we found out a slicker way to come at him. You speak sense, Mr. Smith, and trust to me for having eyes in my head. But first and foremost, we ought to come to an enlightenment upon the point of whether the man is the right man or not, and I expect that you could conduct so as easy to make this plain, sir. Why, I don't rightly know how at this present moment, seeing that Hogstown isn't come back yet from New Orleans, at least I expect not. But I'll tell you, Mrs. Shepherd, who I saw in town today, as cute a chap and as true a well-wisher to the cause as Hogstown himself, and that's young Whitlaw. Very true indeed, sir. He's an unaccountable fine young gentleman, but that don't go to prove as he ever saw this young Bligh, does it, Mr. Smith? You're as sharp as your own needles, ma'am, and upon my word I admire your quick capacity greatly. But I expect I can answer you not that bad either, Mrs. Shepherd. Didn't I explain to you but now how this Bligh, against whom we've got such black suspicions, was hand and glove with the German foreigners, as are held to be anti-slavery folks? Well then, now I'll come round to the right point, as I always do, I expect, Mrs. Shepherd, in the way of logic and argument. My young friend Whitlaw lives, or at least his father does, with nothing but a zigzag to part him and the Germans, and I know well enough that they're no strangers, if they're no friends, for I've heard young Whitlaw talk unaccountable of the German's daughter, who is the biggest beauty, by his account, in the whole Union. Come now, Mrs. Shepherd, don't you think it first-rate likely that, things being so as I say, that young Whitlaw must know this Bligh gal by sight, if she's of that breed we calculate she is? And if so, couldn't he verify her slick if we could give him a sight of her? That's just like your cuteness, Mr. Smith, I must say, and I'll make no objection to that young gentleman coming here, provided he don't stare at the gal over much, which would be what I could not appropriate on no account. Oh, trust him for that, Mrs. Shepherd. Whitlaw can behave himself when there's a reason for it. Well then, I'll step and look after him, shall I? I know mostly where he's likely to be found, and I shan't be long, you may depend upon it. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 41. Close beside the house of Mrs. Shepherd ran one of those dirty little passages which are so numerous in the town of Natchez. This dark alley caught the eye of Caesar as he left the store, where himself and his embassy had been so roughly treated, and it came into his head that if he turned down it, he should assuredly come upon the kitchen entrance to the mansion of the uncourteous sempstress. He reasoned farther still, and felt equally certain that not far from this kitchen entrance he should infallibly encounter some household slave, who, with the natural kindness of the race for each other, would listen to his petition, and obtain for him a moment's sight of Lucy Bligh. The experiment answered to his wish. The little Dido, already gratefully attached to Lucy for the gentle kindness of the few words that daily passed between them, no sooner comprehended that Caesar was a person Miss Bligh would like to see, than she promised to let her know he was there. Accordingly, she carried into the keeping room some glasses of cold water, A volunteer attention which produced no remark, the females of that region being as constant in their demands for a drink of water as the superior sex for a drink of whisky. The little girl set the waiter upon the table close beside the place where Lucy sat, and furtively but distinctly whispered in her ear as she did so the name of Caesar Bush. Lucy started, but her companions did not remark it, and soon after little Dido had quitted the room she rose to follow her. "Where are you going, Miss Lucy Bligh?" was uttered in a voice of authority from the chair. "I am going only for a moment, ma'am," was the reply, and as Lucy had never yet been found guilty of even appearing to wish for a moment's idleness, she was permitted to go. Dido stood ready on the outside of the door to receive her, and pressing a finger to her lip, in token that silence was desirable, she stepped on before her to the door which led into the lane. There stood Caesar impatiently waiting, and wavering between hope and fear for the will and power of his little messenger to perform her promise. "God bless you, Miss Lucy," he exclaimed eagerly the moment he saw her. "If this isn't a glory to me! I beg pardon for taking such a great liberty, Miss Lucy, but dear as I love the sight of you, I never would have asked such an unaccountable favour as your coming out here only for a message from Phoebe, Miss Lucy." I will readily be supposed that poor Lucy felt no such apology necessary, but that she listened with the deepest interest to all he had to say, and Caesar, though she occasionally hinted that she must not prolong her stay, continued to pour out so many eloquent details of his happiness and his hopes that the minutes flew faster than either of them was aware. It chanced that as Mr. Smith left the store of Mrs. Shepherd, he saw Whitlaw at the distance of half a dozen paces from him. His business with him was explained in a moment, and though our hero, to the best of his knowledge and belief, had never seen either Bligh or his sister in his life, he concealed the fact with his usual readiness, for the sake of having a stare at Mrs. Shepherd's gals. They entered the store therefore together, when the lady welcomed the new arrival with great civility, and fortunately for him, without making any enquiries as to the nature of the evidence which was to prove our poor Lucy to be the sister of a man forbid. "Here we are in no time, Mrs. Shepherd," said the facetious Mr. Smith, "and now, by your goodwill and pleasure, we'll be after having a peep at that young miss as negro boys are making such tender inquiries for." "It isn't much in my way to show off my young ladies to gentlemen, that's a fact, Mr. Smith. However, there may be reasons, doubtless, for setting the best rules aside. I'd better go myself, I expect, to fetch her, that she mayn't be dashed by learning that there's such gay gentlemen in the store." Having thus spoken, the stiff Mrs. Shepherd rose to leave the store, but it is probable that some misgiving or some feeling of the necessity of an ever watchful eye over the multitudinous articles which adorned it, caused her to check her steps, and ringing her little bell, Miss Tomkins, the lady in waiting for the day, obeyed it, and was gravely desired by her chief to take her place. Mrs. Shepherd remained absent for some minutes, and at length returned, just as young Whitlaw, to the extreme amusement of Mr. Smith, had gone the unwarrantable length of trying a new cap on the beautifully curled hair of Miss Tomkins. Had the presiding lady been at all in her usual state of mind, such a spectacle would unquestionably have produced some very serious consequences, but this was, happily for the young Miss Tomkins, very far from being the case. She entered with the air of one who had made an important discovery, and not even perceiving the offending cap, which was very dexterously replaced on its own proper block by the young lady, she mysteriously beckoned to the two gentlemen to follow her. They did so instantly, and without demanding any farther explanation than that it was her will they should do so. In less than no time, as Mr. Smith would have expressed it, they had passed through one dark and narrow passage into another which crossed it at right angles, and thence again through a kitchen and into a court, the door of which was open, and before it Lucy, in earnest but smiling conversation with the young negro, who had so recently been turned with contumely from the presence of two of the persons who now again seemed ready to launch the thunders of their indignation and contempt upon his head. Before, however, the approaching party became visible to those without, Mr. Smith laid a hand on each of his companions, and suddenly drew them back. "This is capital," he exclaimed, "but don't let us spoil all by being in a hurry." The persons he led obediently yielded to his touch, and no more was said till the kitchen was repassed, and they again found themselves in a dark passage behind it. "It would be worth $100, whispered Mr. Smith to his friend Mrs. Shepherd, "if we could but listen to them two a spell without being seen." "Nothing more easy, Mr. Smith," replied the lady in the same tone. "Look at that bit of grating yonder. They are just exact outside that, if I ain't mistaken." "Don't speak, Whitlaw, for your life," said Mr. Smith, gently approaching the aperture, "but just follow me and listen." The ears of the two gentlemen were in a moment laid against the grating pointed out to them, and the voice of Caesar was distinctly heard in an accent of uncontrollable delight. "On Sunday night, then, Miss Lucy, just exact at midnight, you'll be in the heart of the dear blessed forest at the hollow bit, you know, just behind the great knot of maples to the east of Fox's clearing. Aren't I a happy fellow now?" "Indeed you are, Caesar," said the gentle voice of Lucy in reply. "But are you quite sure my brother means to preach there next Sabbath night?" "Am I sure, Miss Lucy? Why didn't he tell me so himself?" "That's well then," said Lucy. "And now go, dear Caesar. I really must stay no longer. Tell my—" But at this moment the current of air through the bars caused Mr. Smith to sneeze violently. Lucy started away like a frightened bird in one direction, while the happy and triumphant Caesar ran off in another. The interruption, however, was of little consequence. The one pair had said enough, and the other heard enough for all their purposes. Lucy glided quietly back to her place at the work-table, while Mrs. Shepherd and the gentleman returned to the store, where Miss Tomkins being dismissed, a very interesting consultation took place. "And what did you contrive to hear, gentlemen?" said Mrs. Shepherd eagerly. "I'm not that short neither, but I couldn't manage to catch a word." "It don't much matter, I take it, ma'am," said Mr. Smith. "I expect we've heard enough and to spare, and since I was born I never come near anything to pair it. Did you hear her downright call him her dear? Did you hear, Whitlaw? If my hair don't stand on end, I'll be flogged. And the preaching too. Did you hear the pretty appointment she made for her brother as well as for herself?" rejoined Whitlaw. "And the girl's not ugly to look at either. Wouldn't it be as well, ma'am, for us to have her in and just ask her a few questions?" "I ask your pardon, Whitlaw, for stopping your frolic," said Mrs. Smith, "but that's not the way we must manage her." "Why, what would that be, but just so much putting her upon her guard? And if we do but take care a little not to tangle our net, we shall bag 'em all and lose none." "You're right, sir, and I honour your wisdom," replied Whitlaw. "Faith, this is no moment to be looking in a girl's face to spy if she's pretty. This is a capital find, Mr. Smith, and I only wish Hogstown wasn't that far away. If he was here, I'd wager that he'd contrive to have them confounded Steinmarks in it somehow or other, as in justice they ought to be, for they are all of one kidney, I promise ye. Then if Hogstown don't come, we'll manage it without him, Mr. Whitlaw. If they are that way minded, I don't question as one and all they'll be at the preaching, and if so, what's to hinder us, as in course means to be there too, I expect, from pouncing upon them at once and binding 'em hand and foot as conspirators in a negro rebellion?" "That sounds right and feasible enough, Mr. Smith, but you've no guess what an old fox this German farmer is. I expect, sir, it wouldn't be no bad scheme if you and I was to away to Mount Etna to talk to my father a spell about him. He knows the old chap better than I do, that's a fact. And if Hogstown is right in his surmise about the precious brother of this nigger-fancying miss, as to his being so hand and glove with the Germans, I mean, where's the difficulty but that Mr. Whitlaw of Mount Etna must know it? I'll go with you wherever you please. It's duty and pleasure both to labour in this business. Is Mount Etna a long remove from Natchez, Mr. Whitlaw?" "A matter of 3 or 4 mile, Mr. Smith, but I've got a horse, and so have you, I expect, and the sooner we're about it the better, sir." "You may say that, Whitlaw, so let's be off. Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Shepherd. You shall have news how we prosper, depend upon me for that." "Thank you, sir, thank you. God knows I shall live in hot water till I hear justice is done on this abomination set. For never did my ears hear the like before. But how long am I to bear this horrid gal in my sight, gentlemen? Do pray be speedy in taking her out of my house, for I'm sure I shall never feel safe as long as she remains in it. Who shall answer to me that she shan't let in half a score of her nigger friends and sweethearts, gentlemen, and murder us all in our bed?" "The business will soon be dispatched, Mrs. Shepherd, depend upon it, and the gal will be safe enough out of your way. Hogstown will be back tomorrow or next day, I guess, and if things take the turn I look for, it wouldn't do by no means to bring 'em to a conclusion without him. And as to sending the gal off at once, 'tis just giving 'em notice, and we're stumped outright. It will be a glorious day for Natchez, I promise you, Mrs. Shepherd, if we can catch a fellow preaching at midnight to the niggers. And I heard the words as plain as if they'd been spoke to me. So be patient a spell, my dear lady, and don't spoil a good hit for a trifle." Mrs. Shepherd promised obedience, and the two gentlemen departed. The happy Caesar, meanwhile, hardly felt the ground under him as he bounded away back again to his Phoebe, and there was so much fun, frolic, and glee in the manner in which he related his adventures, that the sage Phoebe, as well as her two little sisters, laughed long and loud at his story. Nevertheless, he was half ready to cry himself as he described his bitter mortification on finding that the old grey stick, the missus, would not let him see Miss Lucy. But the triumph, the glory of obtaining all he wanted in spite of her, the clever smartness of the little Dido, and finally the beautiful kindness of Miss Lucy herself, formed altogether a narrative that none of them could be tired of hearing. It was Peggy who at last broke up the merry meeting, by reminding Caesar that though his new people had been so unaccountable kind as to give him leave to come a-courting a spell, 'twould be very wrong to stay too late upon it. "There's the flowers to be watered. I'll be answerable if your new young lady loves 'em as well as our poor dear Miss Lucy. I'm pretty sorry and mad she'll be in the morning, Caesar, to find the blossoms all as dry as a squeezed cane, because you stopped to talk nonsense here. Our Miss Lottie is never mad with anybody, mother, but she might be vexed mayhap, and so good night, my wife, and good night all the rest of ye, and pray that the Sabbath may come round quick, Phoebe. God bless ye all. Good night." The happy lover hurried away, and was rewarded by arriving in time to help his beautiful young mistress, not in her usual evening attendance, however, upon her favourite flowers, but in running a dozen ways at once in order to collect the scattered property of Fritz, whom some commercial business of importance obliged to set off early on the following morning for Philadelphia. He had purpose remaining at Reichland at least a fortnight longer, and this sudden recall produced a chorus of lamentation from the whole family. It produced, however, something else also. Notwithstanding the general gossip of the neighbourhood on the subject, the young Baron Hochland had not, though as heartily in love as a man could be, yet ventured to ask Frederick Steinmark and his Mary if they would give up and yield to him for ever and for ever the charge, the care, and the possession of the treasure they valued most on earth. When the letter, which had been heretofore mentioned, arrived from the Baron Steinmark, announcing his widowed and childless state, and asking his brother to return with his family to Germany, the hopes of Heinrich and Lottie, and perhaps too of the gentle Mary herself, for their return to Europe was greatly excited. For they saw that the melancholy epistle had produced a deep impression upon the voluntary exile, and they believed that he would not have refused the request. But from the day that letter arrived, the subject had never been alluded to by Frederick Steinmark, and gentle as was the rule he held over them, there was a deference felt, even in their gayest moments, towards him which effectually banished the subject. It was this reserve, this uncertainty, which the family still fancied hung upon the mind of their father, that had kept the young lover from declaring his wishes and his hopes. Were the Steinmark family to return to Germany, he felt that all difficulty would be removed, for then no separation would be needful. But if it were finally decided that they should remain, he dreaded to risk the hope on which he lived, by asking Lottie if she could consent to leave father, mother, brothers, for his sake and for her native Germany. But the departure of Fritz brought on the crisis at once. The Herr Hochland had arrived with him as his intimate friend, and as a total stranger to the rest of the family, it therefore was quite natural he should depart with him. No one could feel this more strongly than the young Baron. When Fritz turned to him after perusing his letter and said, "My furlough is ended, Sigismund. I must depart tomorrow," the sensation he experienced was not altogether unlike that of being shot. He answered not a word, however, but immediately left the room. In a few minutes afterwards he might have been seen rapidly approaching Frederick Steinmark, whom he had traced to a distant field, and addressing him with a degree of agitation that made the first words he uttered perfectly unintelligible. He little guessed that while stammering out his proposal of marriage to the tranquil-seeming father of Lottie, the philosopher himself experienced an emotion hardly less powerful than his own. He little guessed that his own timid doubts and fears were the cause of the heavy disappointment which had fallen upon the family, from the silence of its chief respecting the hoped-for return to the land of their fathers. But so it was. Frederick Steinmark had not only submitted cheerfully to his exile, he had most truly gloried in it, as long as he believed that it afforded him the best means of providing for his family without hazarding their independence, by placing them in any degree under the protection of a brother whose affection for them was watched by so jealous an eye as that of his wife. But no sooner was this obstacle removed than all the long-buried feelings, which in a mind less ably regulated would throughout the whole period of his exile have taken the tormenting form of useless regrets, rushed freshly and anew upon his heart, and not even Henrik, with all his young enthusiasm, could more ardently wish to turn back to the fatherland than did his quiet father. But at the moment this summons arrived, there were other thoughts, and very anxious ones, at work within the breast of Steinmark. No father that loved as he loved Lottie could be insensible to the impression which she had made on the heart of Sigismund Hochland, and still less perhaps of that which the young man had made on hers. Though it was not in his nature to play the spy, and though he saw no more than every member of the family might, and indeed must have seen, he could not but observe how very nearly deaf and blind each seemed to be to all things in which the other was not concerned. Yet still no declaration of love was made by the Baron, no hint given that the only hope which made life dear to him was that Lottie Steinmark might become his wife. It was precisely at the period when the love between the two young hearts had become so evident that the least speculating in such matters must have expected something would come of it, that the letter from Baron Steinmark arrived, and then it was that the wits of the father and the lover fell into a series of speculations which caused many hours of misery to themselves and others. No sooner were the hopes of the young Steinmarks that this letter would induce their father to return to Germany made known to Sigismund, than he determined to wait only till this intention was made known, and then boldly asked the hand of Lottie in marriage. While on the other hand, Frederick Steinmark was painfully withheld from making the much longed-for announcement to his family, from the fear lest the high-born and wealthy Baron Hochland might interpret this sudden compliance with a request, well known to have been often previously refused, to a wish of placing his slenderly portioned daughter in a position more likely to obtain his alliance. Never was a mutual misunderstanding more complete, and never was an éclaircissement more welcome. Not that it was made with equal frankness on both sides. It was not necessary for the father of a pearl of such price as Lottie to confess that he had been anxiously waiting for the proposal now made for her, because the secret of her young heart had betrayed itself, and he had seen that all her earthly happiness depended upon it. This was not necessary, and it was not done. But quite enough of the real truth was made manifest on all sides to render the hours of that day among the happiest of their lives. And then burst forth all their long hoarded thoughts of home. Those who had kept this strangely strong instinct hidden at the very bottom of their hearts now uttered hymns of thanksgiving and of joy. Mary, indeed, was not a German, but she was a European, and Germany was to her a most dear home. As for the pensive Henrik, his very nature seemed suddenly to have undergone a change. He outdid Karl in noisy gaiety, and notwithstanding all the necessary business to be performed on that memorable day, he would permit no member of the family to take a share in it till they had once more assembled themselves round Sigismund, while he again sang that familiar air which had caused so sad a revulsion of feeling among them in the strawberry field. Poor Karl, indeed, turned almost with a sorrowing eye towards his prosperous mill. "Shall I stay and grind out some more dollars, father, before I turn gentleman again, and rejoin you all in our glorious fatherland?" said he, half jestingly and half in earnest. "No, that you shall not, my son," replied Frederick. "We have borne the labour and heat of the day together, and together we will enjoy the rest that is offered to us." "But what," says Fritz, "he has not been a daily labourer as we have. His prospects look almost too bright to leave without regret. What say you, Fritz? Home and a light purse, or Philadelphia and a heavy one?" "I beg to preface my answer," replied the young merchant, "by declaring that I am as good a German as any of you. Nevertheless, having swallowed up so much of your hardly earned transatlantic wealth, dear father, in becoming what I now am, I will not, if the choice be left me, leave the country till I can bring with me the means of living independently out of it. If the affairs of Wilcox, Steinmark, and Co. continue to prosper as well as they do at present, I may hope, unless some griping fit of avarice seizes on me, to come and turn my dollars into thalers before many years are over. But where's Lottchen? I must positively be off before sunrise tomorrow, and if she does not make haste, I shall have nothing ready." But Lottchen was not just then to be found. In truth, she was at that identical moment walking very slowly, and with no symptoms of the hurry that the business of the hour called for, with young Sigismund at her side, beneath the shelter of a row of locust trees at the farthest part of the garden. The happiness of Hermann upon the events of this day was perhaps not less profound, though less demonstrative, than that of the rest. His mind was like a clear lake that bears on its sympathetic bosom the colours of the objects that nature has placed around it, and as these become bright or dim by the influence of the varying heavens, such were their strongly marked effects on him. First among these kindred forms for ever reflected on his affectionate breast was that of his father. The quiet boy, while learning from him, in common with the rest, such lore as an accomplished gentleman will almost inevitably communicate to his children, whether chance has placed him in a palace or a hut. The quiet Hermann, though nowise deficient in all such studies as occupied Lottie and his brothers, had in addition a separate and a secret study of his own, namely, the character of his loved and venerated father. The result of this was a degree of devoted attachment, by no means common in any of the relations of life. But the boy had not blundered. Frederick Steinmark deserved it all. It was therefore the deep-seated, delicious satisfaction which beamed from his father's calm but expressive eye, as he looked on the beloved things he was at length allowed to make so very happy, that now found its answering perfection of contentment in Hermann's heart. Never certainly could their new help Caesar have found a more inconvenient day to ask for a holiday than the one he had chosen, but they all seemed too busy to remember it. When, however, in consequence of the well-inspired remonstrance of Phoebe, the active and intelligent lad once more appeared amongst them, his appearance was hailed by a very general and approving acclamation, and "Caesar run there," and "Caesar come here," and "Caesar do this," and Caesar do that assailed him on all sides. But he proved himself good at need, and with a happy smile that displayed his white teeth from ear to ear, and less blundering activity than ever negro showed before, he literally contrived to do all their biddings without mistaking one. It was in obedience to one of these numerous behests that he ran off with the swiftness of a stag to Whitlaw's multifarious store to procure cord and canvas and sundry other packing necessaries for the final completion of Fritz's preparations. And just as he reached the door, young Whitlaw and his friend Mr. Smith passed before it, on their way to meet their horses, which a negro was leading round from the stable. They both knew him in an instant, and stood silently watching him at the door of the store till he had done his errand. A few words were then exchanged between them, the result of which was that the negro was ordered to walk the horses about, while the two gentlemen paid a visit to our friend Clio. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 42. When Jonathan Jefferson arrived with his friend at Mount Etna about 4 hours before the moment our narrative has reached, he had the satisfaction of finding his stepmother exceedingly well dressed, and the best keeping-room wearing an air of even more gentility and elegance than usual, as the lady had just enjoyed the satisfaction of showing off her house, herself, and her slaves to one of her relations, who had been kind enough to afford her an opportunity for this display by coming to dine with her. Luckily they were but just departed, so Mrs. Whitlaw had not had time to order the nigger gals to take off their shoes and stockings and clean aprons, nor to lay aside her own magnificent cap with 3 full-blown roses in the front of it. Old Whitlaw was, as usual, at the Eagle, and the faithful Clio in the store, so the young man was upon the whole very well satisfied with the aspect which Mr. Whitlaw's place at Mount Etna presented to his friend. That this effect might not be injured by the ill-timed introduction of his labour-stained aunt, his usual salutation of "Where's Aunt Cli?" was changed for the much more civil address of "Good evening, mother. This is my friend Mr. Smith of Cottonlands, one of the finest plantations near Natchez after the Colonel's, and a friend he is of his too, and much respected, so please to make him welcome." "To be sure I will, Jonathan, and I'm right down glad to see him, I'm sure. It's always a treat to us country ladies, Mr. Smith, when we are so happy as to get a visit from you town gentlemen. But you'll take a drink, Jonathan, won't you? You and Mr. Smith too. I'm sure you must be dry enough riding such sultry weather as this." The offer was accepted, and a drink of the usual refreshing kind was set before them, consisting of 3 parts whisky and 1 water, cooled, however, with a very commendable lump of ice, and flavoured with sugar and a leaf or 2 of green mint, a mixture, by the way, which, when the spirituous part is less nauseous, and about 1/8 in quantity, is far from disagreeable under a Louisianian sun. While stretching their limbs in various graceful attitudes under the shade of Mrs. Whitlaw's portico, and sipping their mint julep as sedulously as if their only motive in coming into the country was to enjoy themselves, they began to question her respecting the family at Reichland, and particularly as to any knowledge she might have of a certain Mr. Bligh, who was remarkable intimate with them. Now the truth was that Mrs. Whitlaw had never seen Mr. Bligh, or even remembered to have heard his name before. But there are some people who never hear a question asked in a tone that seems to indicate mystery and mischief, without choosing to appear acquainted with the matter, and of such was Mrs. Whitlaw. "Bligh!" she repeated. "Oh, to be sure, I know him well enough." "You do, ma'am?" said Mr. Smith eagerly. "That's well. Then you know, of course, that he's on the St. Lay. You never happened to hear him preach yourself, did you, Mrs. Whitlaw?" "I'm not that sure, Mr. Smith," replied the lady, who began to feel puzzled how to answer.
But the fact is that he being a friend of the Reichland people, he can't fail to be altogether despisable in my eyes, for there's nothing about 'em from end to end but what I hate and detest." A great many very pithy questions were then asked, and a great many unmeaning answers given. But Whitlaw contrived that one fact at least should be established in the mind of his friend, namely, that slavery was an abomination in the eyes of the Steinmarks, and that they were never known to omit an opportunity of showing grace and favour to a negro whenever they could find an occasion to do so. This was something, and Jonathan Jefferson felt that if he could set his father on the scent, it might lead to more. But to do this to advantage, he felt that it would be advisable to see him alone, as a few hints might be necessary which would not greatly add to the value of the testimony he sought, even in the eyes of his liberal and well-judging friend Mr. Smith. He therefore privately decided to ride over alone on the following morning for this purpose, and meanwhile he took an opportunity, while his respected stepmother was expatiating on the sins and detestabilities of the Steinmark race, to slip out in order to have a word with Aunt Cli. From her he knew that he should at any rate learn the truth in a moment, and be able to ascertain, without more ado, whether the people called Bligh were known to the Steinmarks or not. Some moments were inevitably wasted by the unconquerable raptures of the good Clio in the unexpected sight of her nephew, and coffee was weighed amiss, and soap was cut awry, while she gazed with delight at his ever-improving elegance, now seen for the first time since his return from New Orleans. But if the spirit of Jonathan Jefferson was chafed by this very unnecessary delay, he found some atonement for it in the succinct brevity with which he answered his questions, as soon as he could find any opportunity to put them. "Do you know a man called Bligh, Aunt Cli?" "Yes, Jonathan dear. He has been twice in the store with the family from Reichland, and 3 times he has bought coffee here for himself." "Has he got a sister?" "I don't know, Jonathan." "Is he a parson?" "I expect not, for he wears a white jacket." "Is he a saint, Aunt Cli?" "I don't know, I'm sure, Jonathan." "Then you know nothing about him?" "No more than I've told you, my darling." "Well, Aunt Cli, good-bye. But mind, don't show yourself, for I've got a first-rate planter with me, and he mustn't hear such a figure as you Jonathaning and dearing me up. Good-bye, keep close, we shall be off in a jiffy." With this tender farewell he departed, and was followed by a shower of blessings from the humble-minded Clio, who had neither pride nor vanity excepting for him, and who would willingly at any time have crept into the coal-hole, and remained there patiently till he bade her come out again, could she have spared him a feeling of mortification thereby, and that without ever thinking it possible that the moral nature of the request might be defective. The sight of Caesar, however, the very identical slave who had made the appointment, drove even from the mind of the vain and cautious Whitlaw every lesser thought, and no sooner had he left the store than he led Smith into it, saying with abrupt and forgetful eagerness, "Aunt Cli, whose slave is that?" "He's owned by Master Steinmark, he's Mr. Steinmark's slave, sir." "Mr. Steinmark's slave? Why, what's in the wind now? I thought the Steinmarks were known to have said over and over that they never would own a slave." "And that's true too, sir. This young man is the first and the only one they ever bought." The 2 gentlemen exchanged very meaning glances. "They bought him, did they?" pursued Whitlaw. "Who did they buy him of?" "'Tis a curious kind thing of 'em, if all's true as is said about it," answered the innocent Clio, who would not for anything, no, not even to please her darling Jonathan, have uttered a word that could have been injurious to the Steinmarks. "Curious kind, and just like 'em, for you see he was a runaway slave from New Orleans, and 'twas just for that very reason, and no other, that Master Steinmark bought him. At least that's what the old German shepherd said here one day, and I expect it's no more than the truth. And a curious sight of money he gave for him too. And now you see he's safe and out of all mischief, and may snap his fingers, mayn't he, at his old master's." "That's coming to the point anyhow, I expect, Smith?" was Whitlaw's remark as he left the store. "Plain as a pikestaff," answered his friend. "If we can't do something here, 'twill be queer. I say, Whitlaw, who's that old woman in the store?" "What was it you called her?" "The old woman? Oh, that's my father's old—" "My eye, now I think of it, Smith, what a glorious job it will be if we can make this story out to be true, and catch the whole batch of 'em preaching and praying, with the niggers beside, won't it?" I expect it will, Mr. Whitlaw. But above all things we must get hold of Hogstown. He's the man to make the most of it. God grant he may be back from New Orleans tomorrow, or we shall be stumped after all. Not we, Mr. Smith, not we. I wish Hogstown back, that's a fact, because he's first rate at giving the white people a notion of what they ought to be doing. But it don't follow that we'll be stumped, even if the Sabbath comes round without him. Why, the thing lies in a nutshell. And I guess that without lynch law at all, we could carry it through, Mr. Smith, and bring these devilish Germans to the grindstone, every nose of 'em, and that by regular state law and nothing else. Mr. Smith replied to this by laying his forefinger on his lip and nodding his head with much occult meaning. You be careful, my young friend, if you please, how you get upon that lay. It's all very well to speak of state law when needs must, and to make a talkification in Congress about our respect for the laws, and our reverence for the laws, and our obedience to the Constitution, and all that. This is all very well in the right place, and that's at Washington. Not that they seem over particular about the matter there either, but at any rate, trust me that out here, the nearer we can get to having the law and the gospel too in our own hands, the better it will be for us. And by G, we'll have a try at it both ways at this Sabbath meeting, and that without troubling the state about it, my good friend. To this spirited view of the case our hero willingly acceded, declaring himself ready and willing to go through fire and water in such cause, and with such a leader. At a short distance from the town they separated, Whitlaw directing his horse to Paradise Plantation, where, as he well knew, he should find a well-pleased auditor in the Colonel of all he had to communicate, and Mr. Smith repairing to the residence of Hogstown, to ascertain if possible the time of his return, being anxious to go in company with this intelligent and able assistant, to reconnoitre the spot described by Caesar as the place of meeting for his interview with the fair Lucy, and what was much more important, the place of rendezvous for her brother's preaching. Whitlaw, as usual, found his patron disposed to welcome his return very cordially. The rich man, indeed, appeared every day to enjoy his own company less, and a severe attack of dyspepsia having confined him for some days to his own room, the presence of his confidential clerk was more than ever agreeable. It happened, moreover, that the Colonel also had news to communicate, a circumstance which to one of his disposition is a real blessing if they are fortunate enough to find some one meet to receive it, but which becomes a positive torment if they do not. Before Whitlaw had time to announce the very important intelligence that they had all but got a preacher in their clutches, Colonel Dart had set off at full speed to recount his own adventure. That d witch has been here again, Whitlaw. Upon my soul, I don't know what to make of her. It would be nothing but downright stupid obstinacy to doubt that she knows a cursed deal more than she has any business to know, that's a fact. And if the devil does not help her to it, 'twill be hard to say who did. Whitlaw, who remembered the meeting at New Orleans, was by no means disposed to dispute this opinion, and replied, "True enough, sir, true enough. Has she been telling you anything new?" "Telling me? Confound her! She does nothing but puzzle me and bother me with all her tellings. And yet there's no man in his senses, I expect, who would choose to send her off without minding her." "To be sure, sir, there's no doubt of it. But what has she been saying?" said Whitlaw eagerly, suspecting that she had probably been giving some mysterious hints of the approaching discovery. "I've never yet had time since you came back from Orleans," replied the Colonel, "to tell you of the queer game she played here. About a runaway slave from Ogilvy, and I must tell that another time now, for I've got—" "Indeed!" exclaimed Whitlaw suddenly. "She knew of that too, did she? And she brought word of it here? It's positive clear, Colonel, that woman must not be treated with disrespect. She knows all, and the devil puts her in our interest, that's a fact." "Well, I expect so, Whitlaw. But now, just listen. She came to me today and told me in so many words that I must accept an offer I should receive tomorrow morning from a farmer, a German, I think, a few miles off, for the purchase of a gal of mine. By the way, Whitlaw, that very gal that you told me that comical flogging story about, well, she says this old German will offer to buy her, and that, let him offer what he will, I must accept it and let her go." "Possible?" cried Whitlaw, with much solemnity. "Whether 'tis a devil or an angel as sets her to work, sir, I won't pretend to say, but the old witch is as true as steel to us. There's no misdoubting her. I see the whole plot as clear as the sun at noonday." Juno, you see, has contrived to get that rebel runaway into her clutches, as sure as ever cat did a mouse, and now, cunning old soul, she's for setting that Phoebe, who no more dare disobey her than disobey you, as a watch and a spy over him and his master too. Egad, she is a witch, Colonel, and a capital one too, and I'd not be the man to cross her, I promise you." The conversation then proceeded in the most explicit and satisfactory manner possible, and it became clearly manifest to the comprehension of both gentlemen that they were in a fair way, by help of their inestimable ally Juno, of speedily putting a stop, in their own neighbourhood at least, to all the danger which threatened them from the wicked attempts of ill-disposed persons to Christianize and instruct the niggers. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Milton TROLLOPE. Chapter 43. Mrs. Shepherd was a better plotter in principle than in practice. No one could be more true, heart and soul, to a cause than was this lady to that which now occupied the attention of the American slaveholders. Though not generally addicted to indifference respecting her gains, she would willingly have sacrificed many solid dollars, could she thereby have ensured the peaceable continuance of slavery in her native state forever. But in critical circumstances, such as now occupied the active supporters of the system, it is not enough to ensure success in the ticklish measures undertaken, that all those made acquainted with them should be faithful and true in their principles. They must also be cautious and prudent in their practice, and this Mrs. Shepherd was not. Hardly had the two men left her stall when she yielded to the temptation that assailed her, and again summoning Miss Tomkins to fill her presiding chair there, walked into the room where all her young ladies were assembled, for the express purpose of bringing Lucy to shame and confusion by making known her horrible delinquency to her companion. The poor girl was, as usual, assiduously at work, but with a countenance more cheerful than usual. Her own situation, indeed, was in no wise altered or mended, and notwithstanding the goodwill she had won from nearly all her companions, and the real affection of the pretty creature whose room she shared, this was miserable and cheerless enough. But the happy prospects of Caesar and Phoebe delighted her, and a gentle smile was on her lip when the grim Mrs. Shepherd entered and thus addressed her. "So, miss, you're grinning, are ye? 'Tis you, you unnatural abomination of a nigger fancier that I'm speaking to. You, Bly girl, you. See to her audacious impudence, if she doesn't look up right in my face. Keep off, ladies, don't touch her, whatever you do. I am bound by my duty to those whose goodness takes care of us, not to turn the monster out of my house till all the hellish plot is ripe. Or maybe she'd be giving notice, and some of those might escape, as, thank God, are marked for destruction. But though I'll take care to keep her close enough, there's no need, ladies, that you should, any of you, come within the touch of her." The astonished Lucy, through the whole of this speech, continued to keep her eyes fixed on the speaker, as did every other person in the room. Having paused for a moment to witness and watch the effect she had produced, Mrs. Shepherd lowered her voice, already hoarse with her vehemence, and addressing the lookers-on in a whining tone, she said, "Don't you pity me, ladies? Such a house as mine, when did ever shame enter it before? And now will you credit and believe that two gentlemen of the first standing in Natchez have this day heard with their own ears a love-meeting made and settled between that horrid creature there, Lucy Bly, and a beastly black nigger man?" "It is an infamous falsehood," said Lucy, rising and looking round her with eyes that seemed to appeal to her young companions for support under this insulting accusation. "A most wicked falsehood. Are there any here who believe it?" "I am sure I don't, Miss Bly," said three young voices in chorus. "You don't?" cried Mrs. Shepherd in a rage. Then come with me, ladies, all three of you, and I'll just show you how I come by my knowledge of it, and then say you don't believe it. Every soul in the room followed her out of it, except poor Lucy, who, now totally overpowered by the situation in which she found herself, dropped again upon her chair and wept bitterly. While the curious females were engaged in a careful and edifying examination of the very grating through the bars of which the horrible conversation had been overheard, the unhappy girl had time to recollect all the circumstances that had really occurred, and the very dangerous words which had passed between herself and Caesar, not indeed of the nature so vilely suspected, but sufficient, as she well knew, to expose her brother, as well as his helpless congregation, to great peril. She was rapidly arranging in her head the readiest means of giving Edward and the poor negroes notice that they must again suspend their meeting, when the female troop re-entered the room, the two seniors of the party fully convinced of her guilt, 2 or 3 others suspecting or fearing it, and those, even those whose hearts acquitted her, too much shocked and terrified by the nature of the accusation and the strength of the evidence, to again venture upon raising their voices in her favour. "And now, ladies," resumed the triumphant Mrs. Shepherd, "now that you all see that I have said no more than I am able to prove, have the kindness to tell me, some of you, how the creature contrived to get out of your sight and into the lane to meet the nasty nigger fellow?" "I can answer that," said her sallow deputy. "Don't you remember, ladies, how she got up and walked out of the room in her impudent, independent way, as much as to say, 'I care for nobody'? And don't you remember, into the bargain, that it was the minute after that little toad Dido come in, nobody knows for why, for I'm positive sure nobody called her? And don't you all remember how she poked the tray with the water in, amongst the work just close to Miss Fly? And how much will you lay, any of you, that the varmint didn't speak to her and tell her that her blackamoor sweetheart was out there?" "That's the way, was it?" cried Mrs. Shepherd, in a perfect ecstasy of rage. "That's the way she has been corrupting my property, and bringing slave rebellion and insurrection into my very house. Call in the black viper, one of you. I'll see whether we can't tame her before worse comes of it." The little trembling Dido was immediately brought before this dread tribunal, and the scene that followed cannot be dwelt on. The strength of more than one active and practised female arm was exhausted in lacerating the back and limbs of the unfortunate child whose ill-timed good nature had produced such terrible results. Lucy, who was as little used to such a spectacle as if she had been born and bred in that happy land where none for an instant can respire the breath of life and remain a slave, poor Lucy, in the agony of her soul at this spectacle, not only attempted to interpose an ineffectual effort to prevent it, but uttered words of such indignant reprobation at the executions as certainly convinced all present that she was in truth an enemy in that camp where slavery was held to be the sovereign good and sovereign safety. "You hear her, ladies? Now do you all believe it? And is this a creature to be left at liberty among slaves and niggers? Be very sure that we shouldn't be long safe in our beds if this wasn't looked to. I'll send express for Mr. Smith and Mr. Hogstown outright, and they'll say better than we can what ought to be done with her. She's joined in a rebellion with them against the state, that's clear at any rate, and I expect she'll have to go to prison without delay." It was no terror for herself that drove the blood from the cheeks and lips of Lucy, and left her pale as marble. She had never moved anyone to rebellion. No such act could be proved against her, and she feared it not. But if her brother were indeed discovered in the act of secretly addressing Louisianian slaves in the dead of night, his life might be the sacrifice, and no safety found in the pure and holy object that he had in view. She remained immovable while these thoughts pressed upon her, and answered not a word to the taunts, revilings, and threats with which she was assailed. Meanwhile the messenger dispatched from Messrs. Smith and Hogstown returned with the intelligence that the former was rode into the country, and the latter not yet returned from New Orleans. This message was delivered in full assembly, and Lucy was inexpressibly relieved. She flattered herself that before the following morning she might certainly escape from any power Mrs. Shepherd could employ to retain her, before she was authorized to use violence by those who had power to do so. But herein she greatly miscalculated the lady's respect for the laws. No sooner was she informed that there would be difficulty in conveying Lucy to any other prison, than she determined her own house should serve all the purposes of one in the interval, and accordingly she ordered Lucy to mount the stairs before her. Resistance was totally out of the question. The deputy, at a look from her chief, marched up to her side, and seizing her arm with no gentle touch, prepared to enforce the command. Lucy shrunk from her touch, but she had been second only to Mrs. Shepherd in the violence used upon poor little Dido, and obeying the peremptory command, she walked upstairs to the room she usually occupied, and having entered it, heard the door locked and double-locked upon her. Her situation was indeed terrible, being made up of the most serious and well-grounded fears for the future, with inability, the most lamentably complete, of using the present interval to avert the threatened danger. She prayed fervently, and in so doing ceased to weep, but the hours wore heavily away, and though the light of day had not yet disappeared, she fancied the time already past when it should have done so. At length a step approached, and the door was opened. A portion of bread and water was placed beside it, while the poor girl, who had hitherto shared her bed, was permitted, though with many injunctions to make haste, to remove her night linen and other necessaries from the chamber. While engaged in collecting these, Lucy observed her go to a drawer that was appropriated wholly to her own use, and which she knew that Miss Talbot never opened. But now she did so, with rather more than necessary noise, as if hastily seeking some article that she had mislaid, and as she closed it again, a little short cough accompanied the action. It was enough. Lucy felt that she was not quite forsaken, and having waited till the door was again locked upon her, she hastened to the drawer, and, as she expected, found a scrap of written paper in it. The rapidly fading light enabled her with some difficulty to read the following words, written in pencil. Dearest Miss Bligh, you do not think that I believe a word of their wicked slander. I love you dearly, and trust I shall this night prove it. I am to be put to sleep in a small bed in Mrs. Shepherd's room. She keeps the key of your door in her bag, and it will be odd if I can't watch where she puts it when she goes to bed. So expect to hear your door open when it is quite dark. I shall not come in for fear we should be heard, but I hope we shall meet again somewhere. Your affectionate E. Talbot. With this ray of hope to cheer her, Lucy lay down upon her bed, certainly not to sleep, but for the purpose of keeping herself as tranquil and as much at rest as possible, in order to be the better prepared for the long walk through the forest which she hoped to perform before the morning. She waited long in vain. One by one she heard the different doors close, till by degrees the whole house was hushed in the most profound stillness. But still her friend came not, and sick despair had almost taken the place of hope, when a noise so slight as left her almost in doubt whether it were not fancy called her attention to the door. For a moment she waited without moving, that if indeed it were Miss Talbot's gentle hand which had produced the sound, she might have time to retreat again to her bed before she risked the danger of betraying her, in case she were herself discovered. When at length, however, she laid her trembling hand upon the lock, it yielded to her touch. Soft as a spirit's were her feet, as she stole down the lofty staircase. Believing her easiest exit would be by the kitchen, she directed her steps that way, and after a few puzzling and very tormenting difficulties, she at length found herself the same dark lane in which Caesar had paid her his unfortunate visit the day before. Her first steps were taken very hastily, though in perfect ignorance as to the way they led. But then, finding herself in the open market-place, she became conscious that she was really at liberty, and stood still for a moment to decide in what direction she should proceed. The first nervous terror of her doubtful escape being over, she became conscious for the first time of two circumstances which were both, though in very different degrees, embarrassing. The first and most important was, that she doubted extremely of her power to find the footpath across the forest which led to her brother's dwelling. The minor evil was, that she had neither bonnet nor shawl to shelter her. The room she shared with Miss Talbot was so small, that these articles were deposited in a closet near the head of the stairs, the door of which she dared not open. Had Lucy felt strength enough to have walked the long circuit that the waggon brought her, her road would have been easily found, for the track was plain and the stars were bright. But it was too far, and she felt certain that did she attempt it, the morning would find her exhausted and still far from home. To discover the footpath was therefore her only alternative, and she set about it with a light foot and a fervent spirit. At first setting out, her progress was plain, easy, and hopeful, for so many dwellings hung upon the skirts of the town, that in no direction was there any difficulty of finding a well-trod path. With such slight knowledge of the stars as she had to help her, she took the direction of her home, and for a time she fancied she remembered the aspect of different objects which she had passed when Edward had come to the outskirts of the town on a Sunday morning to meet and conduct her through the wood. But there is nothing so deceptive and beguiling as a forest path. It will puzzle and delude even during the brightest light of day, and spite of the stars might have puzzled Jean-Jacques himself, if their light came as it now did to poor Lucy, through the matted umbrage of trees that became thicker at every step she took. Yet still she walked actively onward, nor paused to think how many miles she had already trod, nor failed from time to time, as some small opening gave her power, to look up to the heavens and ascertain that she certainly was proceeding in the direction of Fox's clearing. It was not till the light of morning began to steal palely and furtively athwart the forest, and the early twittering of the birds gave a less doubtful notice that the night was past, that our poor Lucy permitted herself to believe that she might in good earnest have lost her way, and that so completely as to leave her little hope of recovering it. She had forgotten, in the hurry and agitation of that nervous walk, that the same creek which made it necessary for all waggons to go 12 miles round in order to pass it, was fordable to foot passengers only at one other spot, where, by descending a very sharp declivity, a point was reached across which a tolerably active spring sufficed to bear the traveller in safety, and very nearly dry shod. But this spot she now perceived she had missed, and again, after innumerable windings, the impassable creek yawned before her, as if to mock her new idle efforts to master it. Completely wearied and discouraged, she seated herself on the ground, both for the sake of rest and meditation. What should she do next? Not even the tangled thicket above her head could longer conceal the fact that it was broad, sultry day, and she dreaded such a total failure of strength as might prevent her making any effectual effort to extricate herself before the return of night. She feared to sleep, and yet felt that this was in truth the only means she had of restoring the strength she so much wanted. So, after weighing deliberately the various perils that threatened her, her decision aided perhaps at last by the heavy weight that seemed to rest upon her eyelids, she cautiously selected the foot of a tree where no treacherous thicket might afford ambush to a snake, and tying a handkerchief over her head to guard the portals of her ears, she commended herself to heaven, and lying down with her own fair arm for a pillow, was in a few moments fast asleep. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 44. When Mrs. Shepherd in her tender mercy ordered bread and water to be again served to the poor prisoner for her breakfast, the species of emotion which she experienced at hearing that she had taken wing may be easily enough imagined. She raved, she stormed, she accused everybody, and finally sent to summon Mr. Smith for the purpose of confessing to him that she was gone, together with the very mortifying addition that she neither knew how or where. Mr. Smith was in a tremendous passion. His favourite Hogstown had arrived during the night, and they had already enjoyed over a breakfast of beefsteaks and onions a foretaste of the happiness of getting up a little exhibition of Lynch law of their own. To be balked in this by the stupid carelessness of a parcel of idiot women, for it was thus he disrespectfully expressed himself, was more than his temper could bear. Happily for Mrs. Shepherd, her sensible forewoman uttered a suggestion which occasioned an immediate revulsion of feeling in the heaving breast of Mr. Smith. "Don't you think, sir, that it is impossible she can have got far, and she such a delicate young thing, and that never have been used to them woods at all. The admirable judgment displayed by this observation acted instantly like oil upon troubled water. "You're no that stupid, miss, at any rate," said he abruptly, and without waiting for any rejoinder to his compliment, he darted out of the house like an arrow. Though greatly vexed to learn that the bird was flown, Mr. Hogstown acknowledged that it would be pretty considerable likely that they should fall in with the nigger-loving miss, seeing that few that didn't know the ground well would be likely to find the crossing of Long Knee-Deep Creek. It was therefore immediately agreed between them that they should set out on foot, and calling in their way at Paradise Plantation, get young Whitlaw to join them. After which, if they all started off in different paths, 'twould be queer if one or other of them did not come upon her, and she such a slip of a girl too. On this reasoning they acted, and the consequence was that Whitlaw reached the very spot where Lucy had fallen asleep about 5 minutes after she had again opened her fair eyes to the light. Had his joy at discovering her been less intemperate, it is probable that she would have been his to have and to hold, at least as a prisoner. But he uttered such a shout of savage triumph that, like a startled fawn, she sprung away, and, favoured by some thick underwood among which she threaded her way, he lost sight of her directly. Uttering an oath, yet nevertheless but little discouraged by a flight that he knew could not carry her far, he followed the direction she had taken. But it was some time, owing to the nature of the ground, before he caught sight of her again, and when he did, she was standing motionless, and appeared to be earnestly gazing at some object that had arrested her steps, but what trees and bushes still prevented him from seeing. His rapidly advancing step made her turn her head, when once more darting forward, she was again hid from his view. His distance, however, from the place where she had been standing was very trifling. A few active bounds mastered it, and looking in the same direction through the trees that she had done, he saw her, equally to his surprise and mortification, surrounded by a party of armed Indians. When Lucy had reached the spot from whence this wild group was visible, she started with very natural terror and dismay, for no figures could in truth be better calculated to inspire such feelings. 4 long lank figures of the Choctaw tribe, well armed, but with hardly more clothing than the wild animals of which they were in pursuit, were suddenly visible to her at the distance only of a few yards. Their occupation was certainly that of peace, for they were cooking some of the game of which they had made prey, but there is an unspeakable look of savage wildness about this race, which, however little there may be now to dread from them, might well create a shudder when encountered by a lonely female in the depths of a dark and gloomy forest. Her first impulse was to retreat, and so silently as to remain unnoticed by them, a matter of no great difficulty, at a moment when one great instinct of their nature was about to be satisfied by the meal they were preparing, and when another, the aptness to perceive and guard against approaching danger, once equally strong within them, was blunted, and in a great degree extinguished for ever, not so much by the careless boldness that assured security gives to civilization, as from the reckless indifference produced by having nothing more to lose. Lucy stepped back, and if her garments moved the leaves around her, no Choctaw head was turned to see whence the movement came. But at the very moment that she joyfully perceived this to be the case, her own ear, more quick to catch alarm, made her conscious that Whitlaw was close upon her. The terrible words, "I have got you, have I?" which he had shouted with noisy triumph when he first caught sight of her, left no doubt that he was in pursuit of her, and that if she fell into his hands, all hope of giving her brother timely warning would be lost. This recollection, and something too in the general appearance of the civilized man, which terrified her even more than the painted and scarred features of the Indians, stopped short her retreat, and after a moment of trembling uncertainty, during which her heart beat as if it would have burst through her bosom, she rushed suddenly forward and threw herself on her knees before one of the Choctaws, who, being idly seated apart, she rightly judged to be their chief. It was certainly no feeling of terror that startled the four savages as she thus suddenly appeared among them, or if it were, it must have been somewhat of a superstitious nature, for it really seemed as if her light and beautiful figure had risen from the earth beneath their feet. So totally without preparation of any kind was the apparition. For a moment they looked at her and at each other as if awestruck, but in the next, feelings of kindness and goodwill evidently took place of all others, and with that look and manner which is of all the languages of the earth the most intelligible to woman, they made her feel that she was safe. Comforted and reassured beyond her most sanguine hopes, yet still trembling and with cheeks and lips as pale as death, she rose from her knees and endeavoured to make the men comprehend that she had fled from some enemy in the wood. She was perfectly understood, and 4 rifles of prodigious length were instantly handled in a very masterly and warlike style. If Whitlaw remained long enough at the post he had reached to witness this manoeuvre, it is probable that he thought he had seen enough of Lucy for the present, for no farther sight or sound reached her to renew her alarm on his account. The Choctaw chief, who read poor Lucy's languid and exhausted condition in her face as ably as if he had been the most skilful physician of New Orleans, pointed to the seat he had left and made her a sign to take it. This she did thankfully, and with a smile that so plainly told him so, that no words could have expressed it better. He then drew from his belt a flask of that magic liquid, which far more than arts or arms either, had led to the subjugation of his own and all the other tribes that once strode over the gigantic continent as its lawful and its only masters. In plain English, he offered Lucy a flask of rum. Her first movement was to shake her head and refuse it, but the sinking faintness within, which led her to fear that even now, with her 4 savage but kindly guards around her, she might still be incapable of reaching her home before the light again failed, taught her better wisdom, and she put the rude bottle to her pretty mouth with the courageous resolution of swallowing what might be sufficient to revive her strength. But the experiment did not answer well, for the mouthful she took very nearly choked her, and neither their respect nor their pity could prevent a general laugh among her tawny friends at the effect it produced. No animal, however, is so inventive as a man when his ingenuity is set to work to aid the suffering and weakness of a woman. One of the party who was engaged in supplying wood to the fire, over which some 6 rabbits hung roasting, started off among the trees, and returning in a few moments, addressed his companions, who each produced a flask, among which he disposed of the remaining contents of his own, and setting off again as he had done, before he speedily brought it back filled with such brackish water as he could get from some swampy hollow, and then contrived to blend it in such judicious proportion with the rum of another flask, that Lucy, albeit unused to such a beverage even in this tempered state, now swallowed a draught of it, greatly to the advantage of her powers both of mind and body. Meanwhile the dangling rabbits reeked in savoury wreaths of very appetizing smoke, and the hospitable savages again proved their powers of invention by twisting the bright leaves of a tulip tree together till such a pretty pattern of a basket plate was formed as Mr. Wedgwood might have purchased at high cost. And then was a rabbit carved most manfully by 3 strokes of a hatchet, and the choicest morsel laid upon the plate of leaves, and an instrument something between a knife and a dagger put into Lucy's little hand, and the plate most reverently laid upon her knee, as she sat upon the species of throne allotted her. And in short, the timid, weary, harassed Lucy Bligh made a repast, surrounded by her 4 Choctaws, which many a pampered epicure, waiting for a lagging appetite that will not come, might have envied. When the meal was ended, and the poor girl, with renovated spirits, had smiled her thanks to each, she began to labour with all her skill of signs and gestures to make them understand that there was still another service they must render her, even the guarding her through the forest till she had found the friend she sought. This was, however, no easy task. She succeeded perfectly in making them comprehend that she still feared someone who had pursued her, and the long rifles were again handled, and each one pressed closer around her, as if to tell her that they would buckler her against a million. But when she strove to explain to them the way she wished to go, it was quite evident that they were all at fault. The place at which she had found them was an old clearing that might have been formerly cultivated, but which appeared to have been long forsaken. No remnant of a fence, nor any other symptom of its being near a human residence, remained, and it was hopeless for her to attempt leading them with her in any direction, as it was quite as likely that she should go farther from Fox's clearing as that she should approach it. At length, however, she succeeded in making them understand that she wanted to pass the creek. One of its numerous windings brought it to a point which she had reached but a short distance from the place where she had slept. And remembering this, she walked towards it, beckoning them to follow her. They did so instantly, and having reached the steep side of the ravine, it was not difficult to make them comprehend that it was her wish to find herself on the other side of it. She flattered herself that the well-known familiarity of these people with every inch of forest ground would enable them to lead her to the pass by which the footway from Natchez to many a forest dwelling led. But here she was disappointed. No sooner did the gentle savages discover that she desired to cross the creek than they set to work to make the doing so easy for her, but never appeared to think that there could be the least difficulty in achieving this exactly at the spot where they stood. They rapidly wove together a hurdle of branches, and having made signs to her to lay herself upon it, which she fearlessly obeyed, two of them caught her up, and she was down one side, across the water, and up the other steep and rugged bank, almost before she was aware of what they were about. This certainly was a great and important assistance, as it was now just possible that she might set off in the right direction, and if she did so, there would be no longer the fear, or rather the certainty, of meeting this ever-yawning chasm to stop her progress. But it was at least equally possible that she might set off wrong, and as the right was but one and the wrong many, the probabilities were sadly against her. She now produced the names of various farms which were all in, or near, the direction in which she wished to go. But alas, her friends could only shake their heads and pronounce some very unintelligible words in return. What to do she knew not. To remain thus strangely, though safely accompanied, was impossible, and rather than do so without making some effort to extricate herself from her embarrassing position, she determined to walk straight on and take her chance as to whither the doing so might lead her. She wished, and indeed hoped, that the friendly Choctaws would accompany her, for the dread of Whitlaw and of being again made a prisoner haunted her. But she knew not how to make known either her purpose or her wishes, and therefore set off without attempting it, trusting wholly to their sense of her helpless and unprotected situation as an incitement to their continuing near her. Nor was she deceived in thus trusting. The apparent chief of the party placed himself at a few paces before, one of the others kept at a similar distance behind, and the other two flanked her right and left, taking care, however, never to approach her so nearly as to lessen the appearance of respect with which they seemed desirous to treat her. In this way they proceeded, whether right or wrong Lucy still had no means of judging, for about 2 miles, when the report of a rifle from among the trees, and very near them, caused the whole party to halt. A scout was immediately dispatched in the direction from whence the noise proceeded, and the rest stilly and silently awaited his return. In less than 10 minutes the man returned, followed by a hunter, or, to use the phrase of the country, a gunner, armed cap a pie for the chase. He was a fair young man, with bright curly locks, and light blue eyes, whose gay and good-humoured expression might have encouraged the most timid female to address him, even in circumstances of less desperate need than those which beset Lucy. The younger stranger exchanged a few words with the Indians in their own tongue, and then advancing cap in hand towards Lucy, begged to know if he could in any way assist her. As briefly as possible, she explained her situation, stating that as she had lost her way in the forest and encountered the party of Indians, who had shown the kindest inclination to befriend, but ineffectually as far as concerned her finding the road, for they could not understand her questions. "Do you, sir," she continued, colouring and trembling with anxiety for his answer, "do you chance to know a little farm called Fox's Clearing?" "Fox's Clearing," said the young man eagerly. "That is the residence of Mr. Bligh, is it not?" "I cannot be mistaken. Your resemblance to him is most striking. Surely you must be his sister." "It is possible that you know my brother, sir," replied the delighted Lucy. "Edward Bligh is indeed my brother. Are we near his home? How very fortunate I am!" "I am sure, Miss Bligh, I shall consider myself so, if I can be in any way useful to you," said Karl Steinmark, for it was his happy countenance, beaming with good humour and benevolence, that the poor wanderer had had the extreme good fortune to encounter in this desolate region. "Tell me," he added, "what I can do to serve you." "You seem to speak these good men's language," replied Lucy. "Will you express to them as strongly as you can my sense of their great kindness? They have fed and guarded me as if I were a child of their own nation." "Poor people," said Karl mournfully, "their nature might have been better dealt with." "And will you, sir, give this money?" she said, presenting her little purse. "I wish I had more to offer them." Karl performed his part as ambassador and interpreter very gracefully, and, excepting in the matter of the purse, was most graciously received and listened to. But respecting this, the tawny heroes were inflexible, uttering, as with one voice, their refusal of payment. "Have you anything about you, the most trifling thing in the world, by way of a token and remembrance?" said Karl. "That would delight them, but you must not press payment upon them." Lucy's hand was instantly in her pocket, and she drew thence a small silver knife and a pair of very delicate scissors. "Ay, these will delight them," said Karl. "But here are but two things," said Lucy mournfully, "and I could not bear to leave two forgotten." "I dare not offer to help you out," said Karl, smiling, "with any of my own pocket furniture, for I am quite sure that those who got my things would look with quite as jealous eyes upon those who got yours as if they were left unremembered entirely." "Though they will not take money," said Lucy, rejoiced at the bright idea. "They will not perhaps refuse the purse, especially if you tell them that it was made by myself." "Excellent," said Karl, "the very best thing possible. And suppose I make up the number with my powder horn?" Lucy again put her hand in her pocket, and drew thence all that remained in it, namely, her cambric handkerchief and her thimble. No sooner had Karl thrown his eyes upon this last article than he uttered in an exclamation of delight, "My powder horn! A dozen powder horns would not redeem this. Now then, Miss Bligh, if you will make your offerings, I will attend you with the best explanation I can." Lucy did so, and the grace and feeling she contrived to throw into the simple act of presenting to each the little token by which they were to remember her, almost caused her interpreter to forget the explanation he had promised to give. But an appalling look from her recalled him to his duty, and he performed it so well that each and all of her honoured guard retired to follow their way as much gratified and as happy as she wished to make them. The affair being thus satisfactorily adjusted, and Karl and the lady left alone, he renewed his inquiry of how he could be useful to her. "Can you tell me the way to Fox's Clearing?" she said, "or tell me even in what direction it lies?" "I doubt if I could even do that," he replied, "for I have never been there. But if you will permit me, Miss Bligh, to lead you to my mother and sister, I can assure you a most cordial welcome, and much nearer rest and shelter than Fox's Clearing. In fact, we are not more than a mile from Reichland, and your brother's home lies beyond it." "Indeed, I will go with you very thankfully," said Lucy, "for I doubt if I could walk many miles farther. Your name is Steinmark, then, sir?" she added. "I thought it could be no other." However fatiguing the mile appeared to Lucy, it certainly seemed no very long walk to Karl. The gentleness, intelligence, and refinement, which he in common with all his family had remarked in Edward, with that sort of liking with which qualities highly prized and rarely met are requited, were all found, as he thought, more remarkably still in his sister, and without that settled sadness on the brow, which to a gay spirit like that of Karl was inexpressibly painful, often checking the kindness it longed to offer, from the fear of bringing annoyance instead of relief. It was with something like a feeling of triumph from having found what would be so welcome to all that Karl led his pale and exhausted companion into the common sitting-room at Reichland. But poor Lucy felt great embarrassment from becoming the object for so many eyes, kind though they were to fix upon, and the more so from the complicated length of narrative which she thought would be necessary to explain why it was that she had been found so strangely. She knew not how fully her name was enough, if not to explain her present situation, at least to render all explanation unnecessary. She knew not that her dear Edward, though often silent and sad on other subjects, had warmed into eloquence and animation when she had become the subject, and still less did she imagine that the favourable impression thus made had been strengthened by the almost rapturous encomiums of Caesar, who had managed since his residence among them to assure the family one and all that the whole wide world did not contain any one person so filled with virtues and good gifts of all sorts as his quondam mistress, Miss Lucy Bligh. Unconscious of all this, Lucy shrunk from the affectionate eyes that were fixed upon her, and having vainly endeavoured to tell the gentle Mary, who hung over her with maternal kindness, why it was that with uncovered head and thus wholly unprotected, she with unwomanly boldness attempted to traverse the forest alone, having attempted this and failed from weakness of many kinds, she stopped short, and covering her face with her hands, burst into tears. It was Lottie who now came forward, and gently drawing her mother aside, knelt down in the place where she had stood before Lucy. The young girl sympathised with the young girl's feelings. She understood her shyness. She felt for her fatigue, for her embarrassment, even for her dishabille, and whispered to her in the voice of confidence and affection, "Come upstairs, dear Lucy. Come to my room, dear friend. I know you will be better there." Lucy knew it too, and pressing the hand that had taken hers, she rose and accompanied her new friend as she led the way to a quiet, comfortable little room upstairs. This was exactly the situation and the consolation that was most likely to restore her, and here it was that without restraint or embarrassment of any kind, she related the whole of the circumstances which had befallen her from Caesar's unlucky visit to the fortunate arrival of Karl Steinmark at the spot where he found her surrounded by her body of Choctaw guards. Lottie listened with the most earnest attention, and without saying a single word to interrupt her. But when the narrative was ended, she manifested the interest she took in it by her anxiety immediately to consult her father as to what steps should be taken to secure the safety of Mr. Bligh. "Undress yourself, Lucy, and get into bed. I'm sure your limbs must feel stiff and aching after such a night. You must have some coffee and lie quite still for an hour or two. By that time your brother will be here, and then you shall come down and assist at the general consultation." So saying, she gave her an affectionate kiss and left her. The tale was listened to by all the party with indignation and anxiety. The state of the public mind through all the southern states respecting the slave population, and the general acknowledgment of the necessity that the strongest measures should be resorted to in order to ensure the continued subjection of these unhappy people, was well known to Mr. Steinmark, who was watching the struggle between the two parties with the deepest interest. He saw at once that the violent detention of Lucy was for the purpose of preventing such a notice of the discovery of the prayer meeting being conveyed to her brother as would prevent its taking place. The immediate danger was avoided by the noble exertions of Lucy, but it was so evident that young Bligh must now be a marked man, that Frederick Steinmark instantly determined to hasten his own departure for Europe, that he might convey both Edward and his sister from the country that their virtues had rendered so dangerous to them. His first care was to summon Edward, and Herman, who knew his abode from having on some former occasion accompanied him home, was dispatched to Fox's clearing for this purpose, while a very joyful degree of activity was communicated to the rest of the family by the information that all hands must set to work in order to prepare for departure by the earliest ship that should leave the port of New Orleans for Europe. The sale of his highly cultivated and very valuable property at Reichland he had already nearly settled with Colonel Dart, on whom, with his usual good nature, he had called the day before, in order to negotiate the purchase of Phoebe, and on mentioning to him, as one way of advertising the property for sale, that it was his intention to dispose of it previously to his setting off for Germany, that very wealthy gentleman declared himself ready to become the purchaser at such a valuation as 3 respectable persons competent to judge the value should put upon it. Nothing in fact could be more agreeable to Colonel Dart than the opportunity of making this purchase. He had a much larger capital than he knew how to employ, and moreover was very sincerely rejoiced to find that a proprietor who cultivated his land by free labour was about to take himself away. The happy Phoebe, it was already settled, should come to them on the morrow, and together with her intended husband accompany them to Europe. The Baron Hochland declared himself perfectly ready to start at the same time, though complaining a little at the stern decision of the whole family that Lottie should be bestowed on him in the presence of her uncle and on the soil that gave her birth. In a word, all preliminaries for departure had already been so nearly arranged that it was evident a little extra activity might enable them to proceed to New Orleans in the course of a week. Never was the satisfaction of a whole household more general and complete than that of Frederick Steinmark upon this occasion. From Mary, who now prepared to change her usual mode of doing everything so quietly that her agency could sometimes be scarcely detected, into the bustling rapidity that seemed absolutely necessary to keep her au courant du jour, down to the German labourers who had accompanied them out and now were right glad to accompany them back again. All was joy and thanksgiving, and affectionate, as was the interest they had felt for Edward before they were fully aware of the perils which beset him. That interest now seemed increased tenfold, both by the perils themselves and by that delightful feeling which in the heart of the good is more attaching perhaps than even the gratitude for benefits received, the consciousness of having bestowed them. "We shall save him, poor fellow, and his pretty sister too, by this forced march," exclaimed the father of the family with the most animated satisfaction, "and we shall moreover carry away 2 other human beings, whom we found groaning in the chains of slavery, with no other fetters upon them than those of wedlock, and if we leave one dear son behind us to make spoil of a little barbaric gold or Yankee silver, we have found another to supply his place, have we not, Lottie? Then will not the return of the exile to the land of his fathers be triumphant?" He was answered by a chorus, and one which rung most sweetly on his ear, for no single voice was out of tune as it pealed round the wide chamber. "It will, it will." "I wish Edward Bligh were here," exclaimed Henrik. "I long to hear what he will say to it." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Life and Adventures of Jonathan Jefferson Whitlaw by Frances Trollope. Chapter 45. It was late in the evening when at length Herman Steinmark returned, bringing Edward with him. He had found him very unwell, feverish and out of spirits, and the kind-hearted lad's project of not telling him that his sister was at Reichland in order to give him an agreeable surprise was of necessity abandoned, as the invitation to accompany him was most decidedly though gratefully declined, and all other reasons tried in vain to overcome his reluctance to leaving home, till at last the baffled envoy was driven to exclaim, "Why, Mr. Bligh, your sister Lucy is at Reichland." "Lucy? My sister? Lucy at Reichland? What has happened to her, Mr. Herman? Has she been ill-treated? Is she ill?" "She has a very long and interesting story to tell you, Mr. Bligh," replied Herman, "and she is in a great hurry that you should come and hear it. So make haste and let us set off." and there's abundance of other news for you to hear too. Andrew will be interested in it all, Mr. Bligh. It is so long since we have seen you, so I don't believe you know that my father has decided upon returning home directly. But come, I will tell you all the news as we walk along. I don't believe that you have ever been told yet that Lottchen is really going to be married to Sigismund." They were in the act of passing through the door as this was said. Hermann was a step before the unfortunate young man, who thus received the confirmation of all he dreaded to hear. No answer was returned, and young Steinmark walked on for a few paces, supposing that Edward was following, but receiving no reply to a question which he addressed to him. He turned round, and to his surprise found himself alone. He retraced his steps and again entered the little sitting room. Edward was not there, however, and supposing he had gone to communicate some wish or order to the other inhabitants of the dwelling, Hermann sat down to await his return. In about half an hour his step was heard descending the ladder stair from the rooms above, and the next moment he appeared. Young Steinmark was most painfully shocked and surprised by his appearance. His face was utterly colourless, his eyes had an expression of unsettled restlessness, and his whole manner was nervous and agitated to a degree that it was embarrassing to watch, but impossible to overlook. "You are ill, Mr. Bligh," said Hermann, rising and taking his hand. "I am sure you are feverish, and it is better you should not go out tonight. Let me tell your sister that you will come to her tomorrow." "No, Hermann, no," replied Edward, in an accent of decided resolution. "If my orphan sister were only to be reached by passing through a furnace 7 times heated, still I would go to her. Excuse this delay, it was not to be avoided. But let us set off now, we shall soon be there." They did set off accordingly, but it was in vain that Hermann endeavoured to beguile the way by conversation. He talked of Caesar, of Phoebe, of the old world and of the new, but all fell unheeded upon the dull ear of Edward, and if anything could have brought sorrow to the happy heart of the young German, this silent melancholy walk must have done it. But after being quite convinced that it was not without great reluctance that his companion uttered even the monosyllables yes and no, he desisted from the attempt, and consoled himself as well as he could for his absence from the busy happiness at home by remembering how gratefully his father always seemed to acknowledge every attention paid by himself and his brothers to the melancholy Edward. When at length they reached the happy parlour at Reichland, they found Lucy seated in the midst of the family circle, looking almost as happy as any of them. Frederick Steinmark was himself seated next to her on one side, and Lottie on the other, and long before Edward arrived they had made her acquainted with the plan already formed for screening herself and her brother from dangers and difficulties of all sorts by adopting them into the bosom of their family and their country. "My little girl will be running away from her mother very soon," said Frederick, "and you, Lucy, are exactly the being to take her place. Edward shall become a minister of Luther's own church, and I will even give up our beloved Caesar and his little wife Phoebe to wait upon him." The pale and wretched countenance of Edward most sadly checked the current of such gay talk as this, and immediately all that one short moment before had made her so very happy was as completely forgotten by Lucy as if it had never been spoken. Lottie rose and resigned her place to Edward, which he took without seeming to know who had left it. But as he listened to the narrative of his sister, and perceived by all she said, as well by the remarks of Frederick Steinmark on it, that his position was become one of positive and immediate danger, his haggard countenance gradually resumed its usual expression, and even a smile revisited his lip as he sought to throw ridicule upon the terror his sister expressed concerning him. "Your devotion to the needle, Lucy," said he, "seems to have lowered your courage most lamentably. You are a sort of heroine, you know, and stand pledged to endure evil report and good report without shrinking from the cause to which we have devoted ourselves. As to the good or evil report to be obtained from the slaveholders of Natchez, Edward, I suspect that our newly found Lucy cares for it quite as little as the rest of us. but for the matter of martyrdom, it is another thing, and—" "You are quite right, said Edward, suddenly changing his tone. "Lucy must have nothing to do with that, nor need she with such friends as you are." "And with a brother to boot," observed Steinmark, "who certainly thinks vastly more of her than of himself. But if you please, my dear friend, we will dispense with the honours of martyrdom altogether. We have settled all your plans for you, Edward, and this distinction makes no part of them. Lucy is to be the adopted daughter of my wife, and to take the place of Lottie when Sigismund runs away with her, as he threatens to do. And you, Edward, are to—" "Pray for you with my latest breath," exclaimed Bligh, clasping his hands fervently, and looking as if he would willingly fall at the feet of his benefactor. "Will you indeed," he continued, "let this poor orphan be one of you?" He took her trembling hand as he spoke, and placed it in that of Steinmark. "It is all settled, Bligh," replied Frederick, more affected than he chose to appear by the solemnity of Edward's words and manner. "But not your sister only, you also must be one of us. You have done all that you could do to benefit the unhappy victims of the sinful tyranny. You will have saved the valued servants of your father from the misery which threatened them, and you have sown the good seed of faith and hope in the minds of many whom we have neither of us the power to redeem, but who may bless your precepts and your name even when they see you no more." "I trust in God that they may," replied Edward. And then, as if to turn the conversation from himself, he added, "When, my dear sir, do you think of sailing for Europe?" "Before you could well believe such a difficult undertaking possible," replied Steinmark. "Our preparations are already in great forwardness. My business with Colonel Dart respecting the sale of my farm and all that is on it will be completed tomorrow, and then in truth nothing remains but to lock our trunks and take our passage to New Orleans." "Do you think you shall be gone before the next Sabbath?" said Edward eagerly. "I hardly know, but I think my wife told me that to prepare the linen for the voyage would keep us till Tuesday or Wednesday. Is it not so, Mary?" Mary answered in the affirmative, adding, however, that if it was safer that Mr. Bligh should retreat before the day for which the forest meeting had been fixed, she thought his doing so might very easily be arranged, by leaving 2 of the servants to complete the work and follow them a day or 2 later to New Orleans. "Oh no," said Edward, again assuming a cheerful aspect. "You quite mistake me. These people, if they purposed, as you suppose, to interrupt the meeting of the Sabbath night, will now be deterred from doing so by the escape of Lucy. They will think, of course, that we shall fear to hold the meeting." "That is possible, certainly," replied Steinmark, "but it will not do to reckon on this too surely. In short, my dear fellow, I am clearly of opinion that the sooner you put yourself out of the way of them the better." "I hope you think so too, Mr. Bligh," said Lottie kindly, accepting at the moment of general salutation as he entered. These were the first words she had addressed to him, and their effect was very painful. He rose from his chair and seemed preparing to approach her, and then sat down again without returning any answer, and then he rose again, saying, "Good night, good night," but had so evidently lost his self-possession that Lucy, quite terrified, rose too, and laying her hand on his arm, looked up into his face with so much uneasiness depicted on her own, that it restored his recollection in a moment, and with quiet but fond affection he kissed her cheek, saying, "Will you indeed, kind friends, shelter this poor girl here for tonight? She does not look fit to set off upon another night walk through the forest." "You will never get your sister to Fox's Clearing again, Mr. Bligh," said Mary. "Do not think of it. During the short time that remains before we all set off together for the old world, Lucy must be Lottie's bedfellow." "May the God of the old world and the new bless you now and forever," exclaimed Edward fervently. "My sister is no longer a houseless wanderer, a frail and friendless thing that one blow might crush to the dust at once. You may know sorrow, my poor Lucy," he added, again kissing her, "but you can never know such hopeless desolation more as we have passed through together. And when sorrow comes, you must bear it, Lucy, as a Christian woman should. But it will pass like a cloud of the spring, and your day of innocent life will be happy. Farewell, farewell to all. I have not been very well of late, and I ought not to be a late wanderer myself. Good night." "Do not go home tonight, Mr. Bligh," said Mary, in the cordial tone of genuine hospitality. "I am indeed sure that you are not well, and Lucy and the rest of us must nurse you. Fritz is gone, you know, and his bed shall be got ready for you immediately." But there was something in this proposal which seemed to endanger anew the composure he had regained. "Oh, no, no," he cried, very hastily making his way towards the door. "You know not, it is quite impossible." And even before Lucy could stop him for a last "good night," he was gone. Notwithstanding the deep and impressive gratitude which he had expressed for Lucy's amended prospects, and his evident satisfaction at everything which had been proposed concerning her, Edward's manner had left a painful impression on them all. Lucy, as of late she had always done when Edward manifested emotions that she could not understand, believed that his mind had been overwrought and that his fine intellect was shaken. This terrible idea checked all her new-sprung joy, and almost made her guilty in her own eyes, that, with such a terror before her, she could find pleasure or even consolation in anything. Frederick feared that he had still some too exalted and enthusiastic ideas upon the sacrifices he was called upon to make for the poor slaves who had been wont to listen to him, and the rest of the family sighed to think that the charming Lucy should have the happy cheerfulness of her disposition weighed upon by the melancholy temperament of her brother. But no one guessed that poor Edward carried an arrow in his heart that poisoned his lifeblood, and made all the other misfortunes which had fallen upon him seem utterly harmless by the comparison. The mirth of the good meeting, however, was quite displaced, and after one or two vain efforts on the part of Karl and Sigismund to restore it, the circle broke up, and sought in sleep a respite from their busy joy and an oblivion of the sorrow that had crossed it. On the following day, much important business was finally arranged. Phoebe was transferred from the possession of Colonel Dart to that of Frederick Steinmark, and the estate of Reichland, with all the buildings, stock, farming implements, and household furniture upon it, was within the same hour conveyed from Frederick Steinmark to Colonel Dart. The pretty wonder and delight of Phoebe at learning, as she speedily did from Caesar, that she was in a few days to be carried away to a land where negroes were never slaves, and that her darling Miss Lucy was to go there too, renewed through the whole house that spirit of light-hearted merriment which had reigned amongst them from the hour their departure for fatherland had been announced. Even Lucy, though conscious of a heavy sorrow that seemed ever to hang suspended over her, could not resist the influence of Phoebe's raptures, and the infectious happiness seized upon her spirits, and made her laugh with a gaiety long a stranger to her feelings. While all the junior part of the family were wasting their time by laughing at the sallies of Phoebe, instead of soberly attending to the duties of packing, a sudden stop was put to their mirth by the entrance of Clio, who, in a state of great agitation, and out of breath from the speed she had made, desired to speak to them all at once, because the store was waiting for her, and Sister Whitlaw would be mad. "Sit down, Clio, at any rate," said her constant friend Lottie, setting a chair for her. "It will not take you all the more time to speak sitting than standing, and here we are all quite ready to listen to you." "All indeed," said Clio, looking round her. "Why, what a sight of you there is altogether, and a black nigger girl too amongst you. So you're come to about the having niggers after all. That's not altogether what I come for, just to warn you, my dear good people, that you are... My Jonathan's been out to me this day to give me warning of the most horriblest thing as ever my ears heard tell, and say, 'tis you all as is in the biggest danger, for if you don't shut your doors against 'em, you'll have your house pulled down by the virtuous and enraged populace of Natchez, he says. And so, as in duty bound for all your kindness, I'm just run across to tell you." Clio stopped for want of breath, and with her apron removed the abundant moisture which the rapidity of her course and the heat of the noonday sun had produced. But great as her efforts had been, and eager as she certainly was to give them some very important information, there was not one of those who listened to her that had been able to comprehend the meaning of a single word she had uttered. "What is it we have to fear, my good Clio?" said Frederick Steinmark, who had followed her into the room from the wish of saying farewell, to the only one of his neighbours whom he greatly respected. What is it that is going to happen to us? We have lived here very safely for many years, and it will be strange indeed if at the moment of departure we are to be visited by the virtuous mob of Natchez. Do pray explain yourself, Clio. Ah, that's just what I don't dare to do if I could, Master Steinmark, replied Clio. But thank the Lord I don't know how, and so I can do no mischief to the darling what trusted me. But this I will tell you for all your long kindness, that if you let a certain dreadful bad woman darken your doors, you'll have mischief more than I can say or dare. A dreadful bad woman, Clio? Exclaimed Carl, laughing. What dreadful bad woman are we likely to have? Why, the horrid, unnatural monster, Master Carl, has been having a nigger sweetheart. Aren't that horrid? And my Jonathan says that she's the sister of one that's unaccountable great friends with you all here, and one that I know somewhat of too. The Lord keep me from seeing any of 'em again, but their name's Bligh. On hearing this, Carl rose from his seat and approached Lucy as if to comfort and sustain her under this dreadful attack. But, to his great surprise, she appeared not to feel any emotion beyond astonishment, and perhaps a little curiosity. For in truth it never occurred to her that such wild, unmeaning nonsense could really threaten danger. My name is Bligh, said Lucy very innocently, and I have a brother who has been often here, so I have no doubt that I am the person you have heard mentioned. Besides, it is exactly the same thing that was said to me by some woman at Natchez, who saw me speaking to a negro that had brought a message to me. But I do assure you he was not my sweetheart. Clio had started from the chair on which she was seated the instant Lucy proclaimed her name, and going up to Lottie, besought her in a whisper not to be beguiled into letting that bad woman bide with her, adding in a lower whisper still, I dare not, Lottie, tell all. My Jonathan would kill me. But all they want is to know that you and they hangs all together, and if they do find it out, Lottie, why then we shall have lynch law at Reichland as sure as here you be. But never let my Jonathan know that I told you even so much as that. Without waiting for a reply, Clio wrung her hand and disappeared. Lottie immediately repeated to her father this threat of a visitation of lynch law, a species of outrage which they had often heard of, but without ever imagining that it could reach them, the quiet regularity of their manner of living being such as might well set all such attacks at defiance. And so were the young men inclined to treat it now, declaring that it was really to be regretted that their speedy departure was likely to prevent their seeing this singular administration of justice with their own eyes. But Frederick, though probably not much more alarmed than themselves, treated the threat more seriously. I assure you, boys, he said, I am well pleased at having so promptly settled my business with Colonel Dart. I suppose you know that this gentleman is already in possession of my house and lands, yea, even of my chairs and tables, and that we are now only here by his especial grace and favour. But I really think it will be prudent for us to depart with our friends as speedily as may be. My old shepherd has often told me that Whitlaw the father is not kindly disposed towards me, and now it seems that Whitlaw the son is ready to declare war likewise, and it certainly is by no means improbable that if there be a riotous movement at Natchez, the virtuous populace, as Clio calls them, may chance to turn their steps this way. Do you think so, father? Said Lottie, looking very much frightened. Then we must not mind the linen or the books or anything else, but get away as fast as possible. With all respect for the courage of these young gentlemen, said Steinmark, I confess myself very much of the same opinion. A mob is a tremendous animal in any country, and I am not inclined to believe that it is at all better behaved here than elsewhere, not to mention that they have unquestionably less reason to have the wholesome fear of the laws before their eyes than the mob of any other region on the face of the earth. Therefore, I do think that as we have really nothing of any real importance to detain us, the wisest course will be to depart without waiting for the visit which these lynch folks promise us. We are all ready enough to set off, father. Give the word when you will, said Carl. But I confess that I heard nothing from poor Clio that occasioned me any feeling of alarm, though part of it certainly made me very angry. I think differently, Carl. Cleo is desperately afraid of betraying the secrets of her nephew, and perhaps not very clear-headed on the subject of the threatened inroad. But I am quite sure she would not hazard the indignation of Sister Whitlaw by running to warn us, as she called it, at this busy hour of the day, unless she knew there was some real cause of alarm. At any rate, we shall acquire no laurels by remaining, and therefore I decidedly vote for our adopting the safer part of valour on the present occasion. Besides putting ourselves and Colonel Dart's house and furniture out of the question, I think our friends Edward and Lucy had much better be on board a steamboat going to New Orleans as part of my family, than remaining here with nothing but their own goodness to protect them, which very goodness is in fact the real cause of all the ill will they have excited. The result of this conversation was the dispatching Lucy and Phoebe to summon Edward with all speed to Reichland, for the purpose of arranging the manner of their immediate departure. It had been proposed in the first instance to send Caesar on this embassy, but Lucy requested to be herself the messenger. She felt doubtful as to the inclination at least of Edward to retreat thus suddenly from the scene of his self-imposed labours, and though she did not believe it possible that he would propose her going to Europe without him, still the idea haunted her that he had answered only to that part of the proposal which regarded herself, evading to speak of his own share in it altogether. Phoebe accompanied her because she knew the way, and because she too had business in the forest of her own. End of chapter 45.